What's up, everybody? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Horny Goat, where JP's going to play a couple of games of Madden, and maybe if I can get a hold of him. I don't. He looks like he might not be available tonight. Um, but if he is, I will play Coop the Comedian in a game of Madden 20. But we're gonna have some conversations tonight, and there's a couple of things going on. I have some insight on what Heather and Bobbit and Trek talked about last night. I went to bed when you started talking about the gaming thing. I've got a. I'm not gonna shit on it. I kind of agree with it, but hey, who's not going to buy a PS5? They know that people are going to buy it, so why not do what they're doing? Is it fair? No. What happened to Connor? I don't know why that happened. It might have been a glitch. I don't know. I don't know if it was. I'm not going to speculate because I wasn't there when it happened.
Basically, what it is when you put it in your cart and you don't have your information already entered in, you haven't bought that item yet. So anybody can come in and buy out the products from underneath of you.
Right. But what Heather just said, if you don't put your info in, if you couldn't hear her, if you don't put your info in, guess what? You didn't buy it, so somebody can sweep it out from underneath you. And
But
that was one of my thoughts, and like, yeah, I can almost guarantee you that's what happened.
if
Um,
those people have all the shipping information and billing information already saved within the site, they can do instant checkout.
yeah, and that's possibly what happened to Connor. Um, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That being said, we're gonna talk about something that isn't really been talked about, and it's based on something Heather and I have been watching, and it's really interesting. We're going to talk about cults, and Scientology is to me is a cult from watching it. And the Leah Remini, who I applaud for what she did, um, she what she did is one of the most brave things you could ever do, and they're trying to destroy her life because of it. Look, we're going to talk about that. We may talk a little bit more politics because shit's still going on. But yeah, so let's get started. I'm going to play this game. We're playing the Giants tonight in New York, so hopefully I don't get a ton of knee injuries. Hint, hint, joke, joke. Well, okay, Aaron, I understand what you're saying, but you have to think about this. Um, when, all right, so, and I'm going to say this right now, when it comes to technology, you can say, well, I just got an Xbox One. The Xbox One is going to be obsolete in a couple of years.
It already is. What are you talking about?
Well, the Xbox X, what he get?
Xbox
One
Series
S?
X.
He got that last year. It's going to be obsolete in a couple of years. In a couple of years, it's going to be obsolete. The PS4 is going to become obsolete in a couple of years. Um, PS5 has probably been out in the beta and all that stuff. It took a while for it. Um, oh my God, fucking Wendy and these fucking Addie and Jillian videos, they're great. Um, Technology, like my computer that I have for work is about ready to be outdated, and I've only had it a couple of years. So what's interesting is once you get a computer, it's already out of date. Um.
Today, from
So yeah,
MetLife Stadium in New Jersey,
how does this sound for you
it's
guys?
Week 6 of the NFL
Because I
on
know I have the sound
EA
back. I
Sports.
can hear it now, but I want to know how how it is for you guys. Let me know, please.
We'll see
Okay,
Daniel
thanks.
Jones and the New York Giants taking on Alex Smith and the Washington football team.
So yeah,
We welcome everybody to the Garden State. EA Sports coverage of the NFL finds us at MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey.
I don't know. But,
This is the scene just before we came on air. This New York crowd
what
fired
else was
up
I
by the
gonna talk
arrival
about
of their
that I
G-men
was
as they
gonna talk
burst
about?
from the locker room. They're ready to go as
They
the
did,
Giants
on
get
the way
set to
to-
match up with the Washington football team.
I didn't talk about that on the way to the store.
Oh, I had a poop.
Alongside
Yeah?
my partner Charles
Good for
Davis,
you.
I'm Brandon Gordon, and Charles, you
I feel like, oh
the
man.
Giants ball club.
Feel like
Now, they've lost 3 straight here, and it goes without
Yeah.
saying, I guess. They could certainly use a win.
And how do they get a win? Because they've lost 3 straight,
So,
it's paramount that they
about
get
it.
a fast, clean start to this game.
Meanwhile, for
Did you
visiting
hear what we were
Washington,
going to talk
we're
about
in
tonight?
October now, so
Yeah.
everybody should
Okay,
be coming
so-
into form, shouldn't they?
They really should.
Do you
What have
agree
now is a
that
full
gaming
routine established
consoles
about what you want to get
essentially
done and
become
full
outdated
focus on the
or
season?
close to it as soon as they are released? They usually
Yeah.
they're already I can tell you they're probably already
And
working
we
on
are
something for
underway
PS6.
on EA Sports.
Once the PS5 comes out, they're always
And
looking
no
to make
run
it
back here, so they'll bring it out to the 25. The Giants go to work on
another
offense for the
gaming
first time,
console.
and it's Daniel Jones leading the way,
Well, see,
number 6 pick.
consoles are always going to be behind PCs.
Would you say that last week's performance
PCs,
by him
but my PC that I have, my
One
personal
touchdown, one
PC
pick, but obviously a
for
loss.
work,
Yeah, that's the bottom line.
I've only had it for like 3
How do we
years,
find a way to win the game? Maybe
it's already outdated. And it's not that old. That computer's probably 3 years old.
Yeah, with PCs, you gotta, there's always new graphics cards, processors, all that shit. That's always coming out.
Yeah.
Throwing on first down. Jones finding Sterling Shepard.
Yeah, like when the Xbox One and PS4 first came out, they was already outdated horribly. That's why they had that's why they made a Pro and a One X, was because it was so underpowered compared to what PCs were at the time.
Right.
Sets him up nicely for second down.
Dude, there's already talks of a PS5 Pro.
Good enough for the
Of
first
course.
down.
It's fairly rumored.
That's what I'm saying. And for people to sit there like Aaron said, well, I just got an Xbox One S. Yeah, but that Xbox One S, you're going to be able to play games on that in about a year and a half to 2 years. The newer games are gonna go for the newer consoles. So, like when PS3 came or PS2 came out, once PS3 came out, they outdated video games to, like, I think you could buy games, and Bobby, you could probably answer this better than I could. They would, because the console wasn't so outdated, you could still buy games for it probably 2, 3, 4 years down the road, and then they're like, well, you need to buy a new system if you want to get this game. I don't know how all of that works, but in my observation, I have seen that games.
And this one goes nowhere. Losing yardage
Right?
on the play back
Talk
at
to
the
me.
46.
Yeah, baseline.
Nice play right there to stop him behind the line.
Shit.
See how this defense continues to play him here in the first half.
Yeah, you know better
What?
than I. He has the ability to take over a game.
There, so I don't have to push that stupid fucking button. Anyway, yeah, when PS4 first came out, PS3 was still being supported for like 5 years because they didn't want to separate the install base, but then they eventually did.
Certainly appeared to take away his first read, and by the time he tried to look elsewhere and find an open target,
Yeah,
the coverage
I
was
know.
so good, that one falls incomplete.
Go ahead, Father. I'm sorry.
On fourth down, here's
Oh, you did.
Greg Strong
I
back deep for Washington.
mean, you enjoy your 1S. Aaron, there's a fuck ton of Xbox One games, and I can recommend you a lot of them that you'll have a fun time with it. It's just for people like me who loves technology, I have to have the newest shit.
Oh shit! I do want to do one thing. I don't know if y'all know Clambake. He just had his baby today. So congratulations to him.
Aw.
I can't remember what's the name of the baby again. It's Lucas Wolf Nichols. And then he just had a long Michael Jackson, O.J. Simpson. He was being a smart ass, but so he had his baby today. Congratulations to him. He is a first-time father. So yeah, I almost forgot to mention that. But congratulations to Clambake.
Congrats there, Clambake. I really wish my dad would go somewhere.
Say it again, Bobby. I'm sorry.
Honestly, I wish my dad would go somewhere.
Why?
He keeps calling me DJ Skinny Penis.
I wonder why he keeps calling you DJ Skinny Penis. You think you are DJ Skinny Penis?
I'm not DJ Skinny Penis. He's his own character.
But you are him.
No, I'm not.
They have to feel pretty good about getting
You
that
are as
type of a
neutral
game,
as the
considering the points they just
Scientologist.
had against them.
Except I'm not making a religion out of it.
Hell, you never know.
The cult of Skinny Penis. God help us all.
Right? I think this game.
How about some applause for the defense there? They forced
This
him
game
to
might
battle in
be
the coverage, and just like that, they're staring at a fourth down.
fucking
Well done.
fuck me. I hope that didn't go off the side of the score.
Oh, they call this one.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
So the Giants
Here's
get
Das
the
Boot.
football back here for their second drive. They punted last time they had it. What steps, Charles, you think they have to take to make sure they don't do that
DJ
again?
Skinny P. It could be. It could be. But you have to watch our show over on the on my channel, my actual channel, the Nicole Bone Show, and you'll get to see DJ Skinny P.
Keep moving the football. Don't want to get behind the sticks because then the defense has the advantage.
In all of his glory.
Pick up there, and it'll leave it with a 2nd and 3. So they'll come up after the gain of 7 on a 2nd and 3. Throwing Jones.
Like you said, in all of his glory. I really hate this push to talk bullshit.
Then don't push the talk. Just talk. I can't hear anything in the background. You're fine. You don't have to mute.
That's what you count on, and I like what you just said. First quarter,
Unless
can you do
that's
it
the
all
only
game
way you
long?
can do it.
They catch it, you tackle them, they go down on the spot.
No, I can talk normally. It's just, if you start hearing shit in the background, just let me know.
Now you put the offense in a position where every series they have to work hard to pick up first downs, and you tend to see when you do that.
I do want to talk about, we're going to talk a little wrestling stuff because we are on my channel Sunday. I am streaming Survivor Series. I want to talk a little bit about what has been going on in wrestling. I don't talk much about it anymore. Because there's nothing really to talk about, to be honest with you.
You ain't wrong about that.
I mean, wrestling is wrestling. I ain't gonna shit on it because wrestling is wrestling. It's been a staple of my life for 40-some years now.
Start to pressure receivers. Now you go over the top, take it deep, and now you get some of those big shots downfield.
Not always. It could be extra shitty, and you don't want that to be extra shitty. Because if it's extra shitty, it's not a good thing.
Third highest single game total in the NFL all of last season. Jones. First and 10. Firing quickly here, and that's
But
complete.
Speaking of X shitty, I was butt fucking on that. Never mind.
Good gain of 9 on first down. That last catch short of Barker by just a yard leaves him with a very manageable 2nd and 1. And on this one, he'll get to the 15, right at the 15-yard line.
So let's talk a little bit about what's going on with wrestling. I mean, we can continue. Let's continue to talk about. And don't forget, next week, a week from Monday, Basement and I will be playing Tecmo Bowl. I can't stop this guy. He's kicking my ass. I need to go into
First down marker at the 5. It's 2nd and goal. Now a toss right to Barkley. And the stop will come inside the 5 at the 4. That's good. Not your normal call in short yardage.
What they need to do is bring back. They need to bring back the NFL Blitz.
I didn't care for that game.
Really?
No. I didn't care. I don't care for those kinds of games. Because I might as well just watch WWE, play WWE, what is it, the WWE Battlegrounds. I can see them doing something. When you take a game that, and it was nothing but a cash cow, and essentially all that game was, what the fuck is going on with this guy? The game was essentially, what the fuck is this kind of fucking shitty ass fucking formation? Essentially, it was a cash cow. You know how football was becoming that sport where everybody's like, oh my god, did it again? What the fuck is that?
Now Jones gonna throw on 3rd and goal. In trouble, and he'll go down back at the 12.
I watch fucking offensive lineman does that, and center does that here in a second. Now to my thought. The NFL Blitz and the NBA Jam games didn't really do anything for the sport of football itself. It was more or less a cash cow to say penalties don't exist in this game, so you can do whatever the fuck you want in this game. You could elbow drop a guy from the 50-yard line. That's essentially all it was. You could jump up on a goalpost and elbow drop somebody. That's what it was. Oh, shit. What's up, Rayshawn? So yeah, them kinds of games to me, like Tecmo Bowl when it came out, I remember when it first came out, my mom actually, I had to pay for it. My mom was going to Madison, she goes, is there anything you want? I said, yeah, I want a Tecmo Bowl for the Nintendo. And she's like, okay. So I gave her the money, $50. So games, the price of games hasn't gone up as much as everybody thinks, because when a game first came out back in the day, it was still $50 for the game itself. So yeah. So the price of games, I mean, yes, the price of games have gone up a little bit, but they're as far like $10 difference as to what they are now.
Well, like I'll always look through like old Sears Roebuck catalogs.
Right.
Will you stop that? Anyway, I was looking at I was looking at the Super Nintendo games from like back then. There was some of them that wanted like fucking $70, $80.
Yeah.
Will you stop, you fucking Jeff Hardy wannabe? You can't even talk right, motherfucker. Oh my god.
From the gun, here's Smith.
Rap for me, Skinny Penis.
I'm not rapping for anybody. I'm not DJ Skinny Penis, damn it.
Keep
was
in mind,
your man.
everybody. Keep in mind.
It's not me.
Keep in mind his
So
dad
who the
is
hell else
about
was
the
in
same
here?
age as me. Just saying.
Big Buck.
No. He's his own character. I'm not DJ Skinny Penis, damn it.
He is DJ Skinny
Get
Penis.
that black boy in here.
The defense was effective, able to stop him before he could get a good head of steam going.
Everybody, he is DJ Skinny Penis.
JP.
That's out to the left, flat and complete.
What?
They'll lose yardage on the play back at the 30.
No, he is DJ Skinny Penis, right?
He was unable to
He is.
shoot
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
loss of a yard.
No, I'm not.
And that was a
Listen to the denial.
outside.
Listen to
Partner,
the-
sometimes I think on a play like this as a corner, you've got to think to yourself, all I've got to do is slow him down so others can come over and support. But in this case, he said, forget that. I've got this. Sorry you had to make the run for nothing, fellas.
They'll run with McKissick.
Oh, he got it right up the middle. Look at that
And
shit.
he gets this one to midfield before he's brought down. A gain of 13.
Let me see. What should we talk? Let's talk about. You want to talk about wrestling? What about keep going on the video games thing? Actually, keep going on the video games thing. 'Cause I know you like talking video games, but I remember when like the Nintendo when it first came out was like $100. I think it was $100 for the console.
Oh wow.
For $60 for the console. It was between $50 and $100 for the console, which was a lot of money back then.
In college, if you're going to throw the football for triple option,
Um,
you've actually called that play.
But
Show run with 3 tight ends here on
Yeah.
first down.
what was your first console, Bobby?
Mine was the Super Nintendo.
Super Nintendo? I remember Super Nintendo when it first came out.
They'll have 2 remaining as we step aside
I got
here
one.
in this first quarter.
So I remember, Mom and Dad brought home brought home. It was the Killer Instinct one.
The what?
It's a fighting game called Killer Instinct, and it was the package game with the console and the box and all that shit.
Okay.
So we played that in Donkey Kong Country.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember. I remember when the Nintendo came out. I was just getting ready. When did it come out? You remember? Bobby?
85, I think. Yeah,
I
85.
was 14 when it came out. But just the Nintendo. My actual first gaming console was the Intellivision.
Oh wow.
I still have it. My uncle has it in his. He has it. I thought about going to get it from him. So that I could play it. I had a game on there called Shark. So fun. I think me and my brother played that game, and I think we.
Here's a quick throw out wide. It's McLaurin.
I did what?
And this will go as a gain of
Oh, I did.
7
I
as he
glitched
gets
out
it
the
to
shark.
50-yard line.
But I glitched myself out, and the shark finally got me after like 100 rounds.
Oh wow.
So the shark goes really fucking fast. And me and my brother would sit there and play this game. I mean, we would stay up and play this game until 3, 4 o'clock in the morning playing this game. And my grandma would be like, "Why are you boys not dead?" It's like, God damn. You know? It's like, fuck, man, this game's fun. I can't help it. And then, go look it up. Go look it up. And the graphics on it, were just, it was typical 1980s. And I think Mom has a picture of me and my brother sitting down playing the Intellivision on.
Oh, that's cool.
of a photo. Well, I can't remember. It was just a Sunday afternoon because we usually spent the night at my grandmother's and grandfather's house, and we would
Yeah.
sit and they would let us. My grandfather, we had to watch. Okay, so if you want to catch a glimpse of my childhood, I'm going to tell you about my childhood real quick. And hey, what's up?
Not much, JP and Heather. Hi, DJ Skinny Peanuts. How's it going?
That's my boy. See.
Motherfucker.
That's what you get for saying you wake up to my face. You're ripping out Supernatural, mother-fucker. Or as you say, motherfucker.
Supernatural. So getting into the what my childhood was like. My mom and dad got divorced. And my grandfather knew that me and my brother were into technology as children, as just little kids, because we always wondered how tech worked. You know what I mean? Like how computers worked and how TVs worked and all that stuff. So my grandfather went out, got us into television, and we could not play the Intellivision until my grandfather had watched Lawrence Welk, his hour of Young and the Restless, and Hee Haw. I watched Hee Haw. I actually love Hee Haw. I'm not a country,
I do too.
I'm not a country music fan, but Hee Haw, I freaking love Hee Haw. Hee
Yeah,
Haw was so
I do too.
So we grew up, and then I think that took place at like 7 o'clock because my mom worked next door at the supper club. And if you don't know what a supper club is, it's just a place where it's hard to explain. It's a restaurant, but it was like a weekly thing, a supper club, and we would go there every once in a while because the lady that we knew that owned it, and she treated us like her grandkids. She didn't have any kids of her own, so she treated us like grandkids. But essentially, we grew up being spoiled. We were spoiled kids. Me and my brother were very spoiled. We got everything we wanted, and because we had like a lady that owned a business, but she treated us like her grandkids, and we got free stuff all the time. But yeah, we had to watch Hee Haw, we had to watch Lawrence Welk, we had to watch one show that I fucking hate, Doctor fucking Who. Fucking hate that fucking show. And
there you go, Trent.
Hold on. The guy, and I think I want to say his last name is Baker.
Tom Baker.
Tom Baker. He was the doctor at the time. And the guy was goofy fucking looking. Like, Grandpa, why do I have... And we called him Papa. I'm like, Papa, why do you have to watch this shit? I didn't say that. He said, do you want to play the Intellivision? I'm like, yes. So he said, just shut the fuck up and watch it. Which he knew I hated.
Why are you naked?
Oh, he's talking to his dad. So,
what happened to your clothes?
So yeah, that's what I grew up. Shut up, Trek. That's what I grew up with. I don't know what's going on.
My dad just walked by naked.
As long as I don't have to see it.
No, I ain't gonna get the channel shut down, but that was just weird.
It
At least you're close this time.
I don't think you should just think about it out of the either. The bar has
No, I don't.
with this beginning.
I don't see your second ball sack.
Jones is hit. He lost the football. And it's
All right, I'm gonna call time. Well, not call time. I'm gonna go grab a beverage. Heather, you want to go over here and sit? Trek, stop your stupid laugh. You sound like a fucking idiot.
What's up, Heather?
Hey, Heather.
Not much.
Trying to get my eyesight back.
We've had Doctor Who talk, we've had television talk, and we have Bobbitt's parents, his dad, walking past the door naked. So it's a Friday night, folks. And that just rounds it out. That's perfect Friday night.
Yes, Ronnie, it will be time for Mama to relax very soon. I will be working on her blanket.
What's up, Ronnie?
She's sitting over there watching her videos, yawning her head off, so she should be going out soon. They'll be going up soon, Ronnie. I mean, I wanted to at least get the lights up the other day, but I just wasn't feeling it. Hey, Paige.
What's up, Paige? Paige here.
Don't.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Trek, what was your first video game console?
The original Nintendo.
The both of you.
Now, did you have to tell everybody? Never mind. I'm not gonna be mean. I ain't drunk yet.
Washington that scoops it up.
What are you going to get mean?
Here very shortly.
He was under duress, surveying, trying to find somebody to get the ball out of
Good.
his hands. In the meantime, the defense, they took it out of his hands.
And when the ball snapped, I know exactly what the defense is thinking. Get a sack, put him on the ground. But when you can also knock the ball free while doing so, oh, there's the bonus for you as a defender.
Pagey.
Getting set to go again.
How's it going,
as we look
Pagey?
at the back, heading onto the field again. He's been good. His guys are winning. So far, the recipe working here in the second quarter.
And he doesn't like to just tote the rock. He wants to carry his team on his back. And that's what he's done throughout this game.
Yeah, he's done.
Let me
that.
see. Let me
Hoping to
see. Let me
continue
see.
that trend.
Trek, what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about something? Anything you want to talk about? Let's talk about it. But I do want to get to the top subjects that I want to talk about. But go ahead.
You know, I
What do
find
you
it funny that
What do you want to talk about?
Following the fumble recovery.
I find it funny that people were mad that Selena Vega was escorted for the building last Friday night. I'm like, that's
You want to talk about wrestling? Let's talk about. That's what I want to talk about. That's what I want to talk about. Go ahead.
I find it funny that they're so mad when every company actually does that, escorts employees from the buildings after their release. So all these people saying, "Oh, they were so mean. They were trying to make an example out of her." No, that's pretty much security reasons, folks.
Okay.
So
what I find fun with all of these wrestling people jumping on Twitter saying, well, WWE's this and WWE's that. WWE does, Vince can go suck a dick and Vince can do this. Vince can go fuck himself. Nobody, honestly, for me, because I've watched wrestling for 40 years, okay?
Mm-hmm.
For people to sit there and honestly look and say Vince is a bad person for wanting trying to protect his brand, his business. What is wrong with that? What is so fucking wrong with somebody wanting to protect their business? There's a reason why Vince is the way it is, and it has nothing to do with the fucking wrestler. And nobody ever hears this. It's been talked about numerous fucking times. Bruce Pritchard on his fucking show, when they did the Vince Russo podcast. The reason Vince does what he does is because of that fucking guy. That's why Vince does what he does. And if people can't fucking understand, that guy was hurt by what happened. He took care of Vince, even when everybody hated him. Jim Cornette, who can go fuck himself. Bruce Pritchard. I'm not going to say Bruce Pritchard can go fuck himself because I actually like Bruce Pritchard.
Yeah.
But people sit there and shit all over fucking Vince for protecting his business. I do not understand it. Another thing that people have to fucking understand is when people come out and say Vince can go suck a dick, or Vince can do this, and Vince is fucking evil, why he would do this to his employees, and then you talk, and I brought this up on Twitter, somebody's like, well, Vince is mean to his people and fucking doing the fucking contract thing and all that. Not even restructuring their contracts. Vince gave them a little leeway. And then everybody wanted to do Twitch and cameos. But the thing is they did it under the pretense that, hey, I'm Paige, I'm famous. Guess what? I'm going to start a Twitch channel and make money off fucking Paige. The name Paige. That's what happened. That's why Vince is doing what he's doing. He's protecting his brand. And why not? It is a character. Even though Paige is her own person, the problem is WWE. When did Paige, nobody knew about fucking Paige until she got to the fucking WWE, correct? Correct?
Right.
Right. Yeah. So without WWE, what is Paige? She's just another British female indies wrestler trying to make it in the world. And she did. She made it. She made it big. But then she started using WWE. She started using Paige here. I'm telling you right now, Vince created that character. He helped create that character. Paige took it to another level, yes, but Vince helped her create that. It's not copyright infringement, but what's the word I'm looking for?
Delay of game, offense.
Correct.
It's something that has to do with intellectual property.
The intellectual property, because it's something that the WWE created. Paige didn't create that. Now, if Paige would have created it, it probably would have been a different story. And then everybody wants to talk about AJ Styles. Why he? AJ Styles, I don't know. WWE can't. That's his creation. He allows WWE to use it, so I don't think he honestly had to quit. But if he did, so be it. But the Zelina Vega, we don't know what's in these contracts. And I literally asked somebody on Twitter, do you know what's in the contract? Well, no. Well, then how? You speak on this like you know what's in these fucking contracts. You don't know. And this motherfucker comes back at me like, oh, so now it's about me? Yeah, motherfucker, it's about you. You're the one that's talking all this shit, saying Vince is this and Vince is that. You aren't there. You aren't in the know, so shut the fuck up. Now, I don't know if Zelina Vega actually spoke out or not. And I honestly don't fucking care if she did. Trek, you know more about this shit than I do. Because... Go ahead.
Right, yeah, she hasn't said a bad word about him. She just said she was heartbroken they left the company, and she said thank you to them and stuff. So she hasn't said the bad. But for all these people to dump on WWE and stuff, it's like, first off, that we don't, like you said, we don't know what's in the contracts. And secondly, the fact that we found out that she got fired for starting an OnlyFans, which was pretty much strike 3, which she did the other stuff. They told her you can't do that, and she goes, "Watch me." And she started an OnlyFans. People are like, "Well, it's to do cosplay." I'm like, "Well, yeah, but it's against the family. It's against the PG image that WWE has."
Okay.
Because OnlyFans, from my sister told me, is pretty much, for what celebrities have said, it's pretty much straight porn. I mean, it's just
No,
it's
you can create an OnlyFans that is not.
no, but I mean
that's a stereotype. Like you can look, Bobbit. Bobbit, I know you're there. Yes. I know.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so you can create a profile and you can create an account, right? And you can make videos.
Yeah.
They have to be porn.
No. No, you don't have to make videos at all.
See? But if you do make a video, does it have to be porn? You can come on there for 2 seconds and say, "Hey, fuck you," and then that's it.
Dude,
No, seriously.
when Fallout 4 got leaked, they uploaded the gameplay on the Pornhub.
Yeah, I think Solid Monster put some of his stuff up on there. If it's long,
So
put
there
up a
you
regular
go.
feed.
So to say, and look, and I don't, and it's a third party thing. It's not a WWE. It's not a porn thing. It had nothing to do with PG. It's labeled as that because there's a lot of people that go on to OnlyFans and they do porn. But whatever. Look at this shit. That was great. All right, so there's your glitch of the night. And Trek, you should be able to see it on Discord. They had stream running for you guys. So yeah.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah.
We have the farmer next door to us still fucking spreading. He's spreading shit.
Oh.
So I bet you if I go outside, it smells fantastic, like cow shit. Like cows just took a shit in my yard. But yeah, so with WWE and the OnlyFans thing, I don't care. And another thing that I want to talk about is what happened Tuesday. So Coop, the guy that I do sideline study with on Tuesdays over on my channel, 5 minutes before live, he's like, well, not even, it was like 2 minutes before. He's like, oh my God, I'm getting shit on by Britt Baker. Well, Britt Baker tweeted it. And the thing is, these fucking wrestlers, they act like they should never be criticized for anything that they fucking do. They should never be criticized for anything that they fucking do. Like, if you criticize their wrestling, you're an asshole. I'm a fan. I can do what I want. You can't tell me that I can't. And the people that follow them and say, well, this, that, and the other thing, it's like you shouldn't be talking to me on Twitter. All right. And I talked about this Tuesday. I actually went to one of the profiles, or not profiles, I didn't go to. I responded. I went and seen the tweet. I finally went and seen the tweet. And somebody had written a tweet that said, you shouldn't be mean on Twitter. So I looked up and down his thread. And I looked, and I even spoke about this during the thread, or during the show. This motherfucker had a tweet out about Donald Trump, calling him a loser and an asshole. And I even retweeted. I responded to him saying, says the guy that will shit on a fucking politician or whatever to get your agenda across. So people are hypocrites. Just gonna say that now. And if a wrestler can't take criticism, they need to find another fucking profession.
And some good tackling there as he stopped up at about
Because people have been criticizing wrestlers for years. Yes, I've never fucking professionally wrestled. I've never gotten in a ring and taken a bump. But I've watched wrestling long enough to know what a good bump looks like. If I see something that looks like shit, I'm going to call it out. And Britt Baker, you do look like a Tyrannosaurus Rex when you wrestle.
The last run good for 2. Here's
People just gotta calm their shit.
With 2 minutes left.
Nobody cares. Wrestling had its heyday. And the only reason, and people are like, well, you should just quit watching wrestling. Here's the thing. If there was anything better to be put on TV, I probably would watch it. I have yet to find something that's good enough to watch.
From the 41, Smith.
I watch like during Mondays. I mean, I think I might have missed a couple of weeks of Raws watching the Brewers this year. If there's baseball on, I'd rather watch baseball than fucking Monday Night Raw. Football is on. I would much rather watch football than wrestling. So of course there's better things on, but you know what? If I want to fucking watch something, you can't tell me that I need to quit watching something, because guess what? I've been watching it since I was a little kid. I'm never not gonna fucking watch something just because somebody says quit watching. Who the fuck are you to tell me that I need to quit watching wrestling? You know, it's just people are dumb. People are so sensitive to fucking everything today. Why? Why are you so sensitive to somebody saying something about the way you wrestle? If it bothers you that bad, there must be some truth to it. Right? No?
Yeah.
But go ahead, Trey.
Well, yeah, it's just they're offended if it's someone that we like, that they like, but with someone that we like, that they're allowed to talk shit about them, and then they call us hypocrites when we talk back to them. It's like when they were ripping out Coop, they're like, "Oh, the angry comedian thing is worn out." I'm like, you know what? Until you can get up on stage and do what he does, shut up. And they're like, "Oh, well, he needs to stop saying that because he can't get in the ring."
Britt Baker can't act her way out of a fucking
wet paper bag.
Wet paper bag. Well, I wouldn't even say wet paper bag. She couldn't even act herself out of a kindergarten class. She's bad at it. She is bad at it.
The Giants offense
he is a very bad actor.
Yep. Is the segment supposed to take place in a dentist's waiting room or something? Because there's a segment like where it has the word waiting above it, and she's supposed to be in like a waiting room or something. That's like, and people rip on WWE because their shit saying it's boring and stupid and stuff. That's like, good lord.
I really don't.
She has some interview segment where now she's supposed to be in her waiting room, and that's like the word waiting above it, and she's supposed to be like your doctor's office and stuff like that. Like,
the thing with Britt Baker is she's a dentist. So what she does, they're trying to make real life with her be a part of her character. And that is essentially her character. If she didn't do wrestling, she would probably be doing dentistry.
Yep.
Which I don't know how great of a dentist she is, but I'm sure because of who she is, she probably has a bunch of people saying, "Hey, I want to be a dentist. Hey, can you sign this for me? I'm a big fan." I would never go to a dentist who was a wrestler. Just saying.
Yeah.
I just don't. But I don't understand people and why they have to worry about. And why are people so bothered? How does it affect you? How does somebody saying that Britt Baker is a terrible wrestler, how does that affect you? How does it even affect her? Why does she care? I don't care what she thinks. I don't even fucking care what they fucking think politically. So why would I give a shit what they do in the ring? I didn't even care what Stone Cold Steve Austin did in the fucking ring. All he's there to do is entertain me. And these fucking people need to understand that they are there to entertain us. I don't want to hear this shit. Well, I'm not here to entertain you. Then why the fuck are you in the wrestling business? Why in the fuck are you in the acting business? Because isn't that essentially what it is? Entertainment?
Yep.
Don't be dumb with me. Don't try and play it off as, well, this, that, and the other. Shut the fuck up. You're a dumbass if you're gonna fucking play that boyish ass game with anybody. Because who the fuck are you to tell somebody that, oh, you don't know? Well, no, I don't know, but I'm gonna tell you fucking what right now. You don't know shit either. You're a garbage wrestler. Your boyfriend / possibly soon-to-be husband is one of the best wrestlers in the world. Why don't you take some just one fucking time? And if you aren't learning anything, you might as well get out of the fucking business. That's all I'm gonna fucking say about Britt Baker and her. Penelope Ford too. She's terrible. She's the AEW's version of Lana. How about that shit?
On for the extra point.
I'm worried about fucking Britt Baker, and I just gotta cut
And
it
it's up through the goalposts. It's 17-10. So the drive lines up.
So yeah, that's how I feel. In the mask mandate, that's what I wanted to. That's another thing I wanted to talk about. And I wish Basement was here because I know that they're getting ready to go on lockdown. And he's not going to get to see his nephew for Thanksgiving. His newly born nephew. For Christmas. Even for Christmas. Everybody in the United States, just so you fucking know, we're next. And guess what? I dare. And the cops are fed up with this bullshit. Because there was a cop put a memo out in California, and he said, if we get a call for somebody not wearing their mask, so apparently people in California are calling people on the cops for not wearing masks, and they're wanting them to be arrested because they're not wearing the mask. What the fuck is that? Why would the cops waste their resources to show up for a call that somebody's not wearing a mask? What sense does that fucking make? What has our society come to where we have to call the cops so that we can be safe from somebody not wearing a mask? Think about that for a minute. Think about that for a minute. Listening to questions. Shut the fuck up, Coachman. Nobody cares. How's it going, Walter? Thanks for being here. But yeah, this mask mandate bullshit, we're next. We're next. We are next. Because Joe Biden thinks the exact same. That pisses me off even more. People are like, we need to. How did he say this? He said that we need to We need to shut our economy down to keep people from dying. Look, people die every day. This is a horrible virus. But so was the influenza when it first came. I'm not going to sit here and say that this virus or whatever is not good, because it's not. It kills people. I was talking to a lady. I work in the office 2 days a week, and I asked her, because she is an older lady. She's immunocompromised. She's never gotten sick. Her boyfriend has it, and I asked her the question: is he immunocompromised? Yes, he is. So think about that for a minute. This disease essentially attacks people who are immunocompromised. Yeah, it attacks people like me, being a healthy person. Not all the time, but it does attack some of those that is healthy. If you... What did Ronnie just put in there?
They'll go again with McKissick. And a nice job to break free.
Unless you were gathered outside on the front lawn, how are they even going to enforce that to begin with? Even if your neighbor fucking reports you, in New California, they're just not going to show up. They already said, we're not going to come to a report of somebody that reports somebody not wearing a mask. Why would you in the first place? I applaud the sheriff of Orange County, which is, big time Biden country. That's where Biden got half of the 70 million votes on. So, yeah. But this mask mandate thing, if I'm going to worry about giving somebody a disease that I've never had symptoms for, that I've never seen anybody have. Now, that being said, I did have a niece test positive for COVID. But she didn't get sick, which tells me that she was asymptomatic. Everybody that's testing positive, I understand that, Ron. No hate, well, okay, so here's the thing. My niece tested positive for COVID-19. My father, who has a stoma, a colostomy bag, because my dad is immunocompromised, okay? We didn't know it until 2 days later that she had tested positive for COVID. My dad is never tested positive. He's not even asymptomatic. And he has poor health. Poor health. Heather can vouch for this. My dad is in very poor health. He's 71. He's frail. He looks... I always call him the Crypt Keeper. Imagine the Crypt Keeper with a little color to his skin. Right, Heather?
Yep.
Think about that for a minute. So, that's how much stock I take into this disease or virus that could or could not hurt somebody. It's really weird. I'm not saying that it's not a pandemic, but I have a hard time believing that everybody is going to... What drives me nuts is we're all going to die because I'm not wearing a mask. But I do wear a mask when we go to the store. Do I like doing it? No, because I don't think that everybody needs to wear a mask. I think those that are immunocompromised need to wear one. Because by me wearing one, I don't get within 6 people. I don't get within 6 feet of somebody anyway, unless it's Heather or Wendy. But we're around each other, so why the fuck would I want to wear a mask around Heather and Wendy? People gotta realize that not everybody. Here we go with this fucking guy again.
First down carry for Barkley.
What's the matter, baby girl? Good
5 yards is the tally on first down. That brings up 2nd and 5.
I don't know. It's just me. I'm not saying that the disease isn't real, because it is. It is. And anybody that thinks it's not real is silly. But to sit here and tell me that I'm going to kill people if I don't wear a mask, and I do, and next week is Thanksgiving. I dare any law enforcement agency to tell me that no, you can't go visit your family. Stop. They're gonna have to throw me in fucking jail to not see my
man in the secondary for Washington on 3rd down.
Good luck. Good fucking luck.
Throwing Jones.
Because I literally do not fucking give two shits. I will see my family on Thanksgiving. It's not even, I don't care. None of us, we've already decided. We are getting together on Thanksgiving and we're going to hang out. We're going to have a fucking turkey. We're going to eat some fucking stuffing. Me and my brother are probably going to fucking argue about the fucking football game. But goddamn it, I'm going to fucking enjoy my fucking family. I can only put up with Heather and Wendy so fucking much. I am so well, they're going to be there too, so it doesn't really matter. But my point is, why would people not want to go see families? And my mom will vouch for this. She's like, well, I'm not gonna not have you visit me. My mom is 68. I don't know how much longer she's gonna be here. I want Wendy to know her grandma. Okay. I want Wendy to know her grandma. She's actually warmed up too recently. So, and my brother, because we had a real issue with that. Now, when my reunion with my brother that I went, that I was served with, that went overseas, they're getting together in August, and Heather and I are going to get shit. We're leaving Wendy. But yeah, so this whole mask mandate thing, and it's coming. The mask mandate is coming. Yeah, and here's the thing. But here's the thing with the mask mandate, and it sucks. We got a new president coming in, whether people want to or not. I wish it were true that the election was rigged. I don't think it was. And I'm not going to sit here and say it was, because I don't know. I know I voted. I know Heather voted because I took her to vote. I don't know if she's on the I know what our state's going through a recount right now, but I'm not. We're gonna get shut down. Joe Biden wants to shut our country down because he thinks him and his cronies, and I'm gonna call them cronies, so they even call Donald Trump people cronies, and I just got a 5-yard penalty. I called them cronies. They're going to shut the country down. That's what they want to do. They have said, and Joe Biden has said, the only way to beat this virus is to shut our country down. Well, I'm just going to tell you right now, Mr. Biden, I don't think you're ever going to shut this virus down. So get ready to put this country in debt. Because that is exactly what's going to fucking happen. We're already in debt, but he's going to drive it even further. Even further. And that annoys the shit out of me. He is going to raise your taxes so bad and so high. You're probably going to see a stimulus check like every 2 weeks with Joe Biden because they want you to rely on the government. They want you to not fucking do anything. They want you to, well, Joe Biden took care of me for 4 years. Let's put him in for another 4 years. It's because that's what he wants. And that's what the Democratic Party wants. They want to keep you under their how do I put this, under their thumb, because that is how they do things. That is their thought process. They've said this much. It's sad that it's come to this, but that honestly is where we are at with this country right now. Look at that. Beating up on those fucking Giants, man. That was on 4th and inches. Look at me go. But yeah. Guys, you guys can talk. I know Basement just said I shall join you soon, so he must be able to get no work. Talk to me, Goose. You guys talk about whatever you want. I just wanted to put out my points and such. So you guys can talk about. Oh shit! I just missed the extra point. Oh, here we go. Oh. You guys don't got anything you want to put out? Or? I know, Craig, you wanted to talk about wrestling. We talked about that.
Yep, and then you were talking about NFL Blitz earlier in the game, the NFL Blitz game. The only reason they stopped calling it NFL Blitz is because NFL said it was too violent for their name to be put on there.
Yeah, that's what that's essentially what I was getting at. But it is what it is.
And with this deficit, you can't have too many more drives like the last drive where you had to punt it away.
You know what I would tell my offense right here? The punter doesn't exist, guys. He doesn't even exist. He's not a team anymore.
Whose mom has pre-diabetes? Mine?
And create some offense for us here and give us some points. No way.
Oh no, my mom's healthy, but yeah, she's got COPD because she smoked for years. A lot of it is self-induced, but yeah, she. Oh my mom's a shit. I'm sure some of you have heard her when I was doing, because I used to live at the house. I know Trek has met my mom. I think Bobbit, I know you've met my mom. You've talked to her briefly.
Yeah, I have.
My mom's crazy. She's an insane great fucking old lady. Nobody would fuck with my mother when they go to lunch. Like, if somebody was sitting... My mom had a spot in the bar, and she'll tell the story. My mom had a spot in the bar, at the end of the bar, so she could just sit and watch people, because that's what my mom did. She used to sit at the bar, get shit-faced, and fucking watch people. So what she would do is she would get to the bar, and she would show up, and people were like, dude, you need to move Deb's here. And my mom would come over and she'd be like, "You're sitting in my spot." And she literally smacked. She took somebody's head and smacked it on the fucking bar. and said that's my spot. Yeah. That's my mom. My mom in a nutshell, she's fucking crazy. Great woman. Great woman, though. Very protective. Very protective of her children. Very protective of her grandchildren. So I give Wendy a hard time. My mom says, shut the fuck up. I'm like, kick your ass. So she's a very, very protective woman. She always has been. She always will be. I love my mom. My mom's cool shit. The day I told mom that Heather was coming, and she's like, oh, she is this. She's gonna stay with me, and
from the gun, here's Smith. That is caught.
It was pretty cool because she's like, well, I said I'll pay for everything. But I reassured mom that I would even pay extra. I even paid extra for rent and such. I even took, I'm like, I'll pay for her and me.
Just playing not to lose. I think with this team,
the day that we found out, well, Heather kind of told me, and I'm like, well, I might as well tell mom. We found out that Wendy was pregnant. Mom was actually pretty fucking excited. Yeah, she has 3-4 grandchildren, all girls. For me, she was more excited because I didn't get to raise my daughter throughout her whole life. I mean, yeah, she was there, but I only got her for weekends. Wendy is actually the first child of mine that I have raised from
so they get pushed back to the 11, and here's 2nd and goal.
But yeah, so that being said, moving on to other conversations.
From the gun. That's caught.
Go ahead, Tom. You were going to say something.
He's able to get it down to the 2-yard line. Able to get 9 out of that pitch and catch. But
no, I was just singing.
Partners, a lot of fun watching the NFL
so,
now, isn't it? Because
Heather and I actually started watching this series when it first came out. Trek, you know who Leah Remini is, right?
Yeah, from King of Queens.
But you also know that she did a series on A&E called Scientology in the Aftermath.
Yeah.
No, I'm asking.
No, I never saw it. I know she did it.
So, do you know anything about Scientology? Have you ever read anything on it?
I've heard of it. It's
okay, so
not very.
So everybody knows Tom Cruise is a prominent one. He is a famous Scientologist who believes. He's a Thetan. Actually, essentially, so he believes that he is.
Here's Smith operating from the gun. The quick slant caught.
He believes that he is. Yes, essentially, a Scientologist believes that they're the only people that can help anybody. They're the only good people on the planet. That's what Scientologists believe. They don't even believe in science, but yet they have Scientology. But cults. Let's talk about cults. You guys know anything about cults?
I know about the Heaven's Gate cult. I know how bad that was.
Okay. Kind of the same thing, to be honest with you. I would highly suggest if you have not watched it, because it's on Netflix. You say you never gave a shit for them all that much. I will say this, there probably is tons of them around you. Have you ever had somebody come knocking on your door and wanted to talk to you about Watchtower?
any offense at all.
Still want to attack. We'll see how
No, I know. I've heard that happens.
No, do you know who they are?
At their 25-yard line.
Scientologists?
No, they're Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yep.
Those people that come and knock on your fucking door. So you say you don't give a shit about them, but you should, because they're knocking on your door trying to recruit you to come into their religion.
Oh.
They're trying to get you to feel bad about yourself. Here these motherfuckers doing this shit again. What the fuck is this?
Oh, maybe I shouldn't have done what I did.
Did what? Did you join the cult?
No, I kind of answered the door naked, and they never came back.
Oh, my brother's done that. That's why Jehovah's Witnesses never come to my mom's door. Just saying. My mom would be like, hey, here comes the Jehovah's Witness. My brother says, I got this. He showed up in his underwear and in his hands. Yes, can I help you? So, Jehovah's Witnesses, they have been considered cults.
You're watching the NFL on EA Sports.
I actually, you know what? Go ahead and answer the door just like my brother does. Just tell him you can answer the door. Just tell him you're not interested. It's that simple.
Jones, quick hitter here. It's complete.
People, you don't have to.
Taken down, but not before he gets into enemy territory.
I did one better than
16 yards, a first down.
I did one better than his brother. I answered the door pregnant with a shirt that said "Cheers Witches" on it.
I think they let their guard down a little bit with that last completion. Sometimes when you're trying not to give up bigger plays, you don't react as fast as you should.
Scientology, really interesting. I've never really. Here's the thing, and I don't want to so much talk about the religion itself. I literally, what interests me is how their tax exempt status. You know what that means, right?
Yeah, they don't have to pay taxes.
Yes. No, that's not true. Essentially, that's what happens. Tax exempt status means they get tax credit. So they'll always get a refund. They won't be audited.
The Giants on third down. They've converted just 2 for 6 thus far. Here it's 3rd and 3.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Operating from the gun, Jones.
I just picked 6, baby. Whoop. Oh, this motherfucker trips me. So, yeah, it's weird how they're tax exempt, but then they with this shit. And then they, in turn, these people.
That was weird.
What was weird?
I got removed from the call, but I didn't hang up.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, nobody removed me.
They'll run on first down. Barber. And here he'll get it down to the 7. That one good for 10 yards. And that'll make it 2nd and a foot or so.
But yeah,
and you'd say this is kind of the key here. Grind out some yardage, work on that clock.
Trying to carry a conversation with myself.
Definitely, you want to bleed things out at this point, right? Continue to possess the football.
But Scientology, I really enjoyed the series that Leah Remini did because. And it's something that I am thinking about doing conversation. At my channel, I don't give a fuck.
Handed it to their guy who could
Why?
run it, created some space, and he got there.
I don't give a shit. They can show up at my fucking house, and guess what? I'll be like, Scientology this, motherfucker.
Out of the gun, Smith.
Boy, I am just tearing a new asshole.
Terry McLaurin.
But yeah. Have you ever had any experience with
Well, see, Colts scare me because of what happened in Waco.
Okay, that was a cult.
Not only that, but the Heaven's Gate fuckers too.
Yeah, that was bad.
Okay, that's different than Scientology.
Commitment by the players to the game plan and
Hare
being ready to
Krishnas.
go in this one. You're exactly right. Clean sweep.
That's a cult.
And boy, they're gonna celebrate this
You know
one
that?
after it's over.
They're the ones that are at the fucking airport. Remember, have you ever seen the movie Airplane?
Yeah.
Remember those guys that they show up at the airport and they were like, fucking, have you ever this, that, or the other thing and handing out flyers? They
Yeah.
literally do that. Like, Scientologists, David Miscavige, I'm probably going to be called a suppressive person by the end of the night. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I'm not scared. Because what are they going to do? They're going to tell me, we're going to sue you for talking about this. What? I don't give a shit. Talk about it. Don't sue me. You're going to get maybe a dime.
Maybe a quarter if you're lucky.
No, I know that's not how they operate, but they ain't get shit. They think they're getting it. They ain't. Because I'll countersue. It's a free country.
No, what they're gonna do is they're gonna send Tom Cruise to your house to kick you in the nuts.
No, actually, they'll send private investigators and Bendy.
Go watch the. Go watch that. It's on Netflix. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's called The Aftermath. And it's essentially her trying to take down this. It's a $1 billion corporation that's posing as a religion, and it is. It's not a fucking religion. It's a cult. Because what religion's gonna ask you to give them money? Yes, they do. It's it's in donation form. It's not in you need to give me this money in order to be a part of the church. That is not how a church works. And the funny thing is this fucking place actually went after the IRS because they were coming after them because they applied for tax-exempt status. So the IRS is actually supposed to go around and ask questions about, hey, what do these guys do? But that's not how it works for them. They think they should be tax-exempt status because they are religion. You have to go watch it. It's actually really good.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
For sure. Because I've always been curious about how Scientology actually works.
Well, my 11th grade teacher actually, at one of our courses, we had to do a report on it in English form on the effects of cults, because his brother was in the Hare Krishnas. That's how we knew about the Hare Krishnas. He even brought in a prayer that they did, and it was 10 minutes of them just yelling Hare Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Rama. It's a prayer that they do every day. It's creepy.
Ew.
It's creepy. But good. I mean, it was real interesting. Cause I've always been interested in that kind of stuff. My teacher is also a stone, but he's a great teacher.
Operating from the gun, Jones gets this out to Saquon Barkley.
I'm just having issues stopping this guy.
At the 26, following a gain of 6. 6 yards on the
kicking his ass.
Yeah, like
Go ahead.
I don't know. For me, Colt, I've always been afraid of Colts because, like I said, because of Waco and the Heaven's Gate people, and It just, I don't know. Like, when people take it extreme, that's when I get worried.
Well, cults always take it to the extreme, though. That's the thing.
I meant, like, killing people and shit.
Well, I don't know. I can't say Scientology don't. It's never been proven because these people, they're always deny. Even if they get caught red-handed, they deny it. It's like, I don't understand how you can sit here and deny something that has been stated by 50 people. This happened. Danny Masterson, you know who Danny Masterson is, right?
Yeah.
You know, he has a case out for 4 women saying they were that part of the hashtag Me Too.
Yeah.
Okay, he's Scientologist. Think about that for a minute. Nothing is going to happen. Because what's going to happen is these Scientologists are going to, and they're already doing it, they are threatening the victims for coming out and speaking out. Think about that for a minute. Crazy, isn't it?
That is crazy, JP.
It's not even creepy. It's just wrong. These people, these people are of a tax-exempt status, and they allow this shit within their church. They are defending somebody that supposedly raped somebody.
JP, I wouldn't be surprised if these people didn't defend pedophilia and shit too.
They have, because here's the thing: they tell the victim, like if you were in Scientology and you go to them and say you were raped, they blame you.
Long for you to spend it with me. Long for
what? Yeah, exactly. You have to. It's like at the very end. So you have to watch all 3 episodes, all 3 seasons. It's like 3 seasons, like 34 episodes, something like that. It's intriguing to watch it and watch. And the more you watch it, and I know, like, Basement's always like, well, documentaries don't tell both sides of the stories. The difference with this one is they did. They actually asked people to come onto the show that are Scientologists and defend, and they decline every time. Every episode, they've actually said, well, come on the show, defend yourself. Oh, you're just going to decline. So every time you decline in that situation, it kind of makes you wonder. I'm starting to think that these people actually are this way. They just don't want to get caught red-handed.
Second and 10 at the 18-yard line.
Once again, it's Barber. Limited running room as he'll get about 3 to the 20.
Look at this. I've got 2 minutes. I'm up 36 to 10. Look at me, man. Look at me.
You gonna get yourself a W tonight.
They knew they'd be in situations where there'd be extra defenders in the box coming after them, trying to keep them from locking down a game.
And I'm not talking. I'm not talking about the W on the helmet either.
They'll try and run some clock here as they keep it on the ground. And he won't be close to a first down as he runs into a wall right around the line of scrimmage.
What else you want to talk about?
So it's Washington with a football.
Here's something I want to talk about. Oh, when do you think that they're going to come up with an actual name for that team?
Dude, what?
When do you think they're going to come up with an actual name for the Washington football team?
That's a good question. I don't know. I really don't know.
Probably like once, I would say once it gets very close to the season, we could see the rebranding.
They should be working on it already.
Yeah.
They should have been working on it if they were going to change the name of the team in the first place.
Right.
Because if they were going to change the name of the fucking team, they should have fucking already been working on, well, we're going to change the team. We got to change all the merchandising. They should have been working on this. The thing with Washington is it's been in the... people have been wanting them to change their name for so fucking long that they should have already been like, well, we might have to do this at some point. So let's do a quick, hey, if we were to change our name, what would you like our name to be, this and whatnot? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they should have had a contingency plan in effect.
Yes, they should have had a contingency. That should have been...
I gotta go hang up a laundry, so I will be right back after these messages.
Screen pass. Looked like it was coming together. Looked like there was an opening. Still, ended up with a solid gain.
Mike's 56. Mike's 56. You.
Now Jones to throw on third down. And Ingram hauls it in. And able to get this one across the 45 before he's brought down. First down, Giants on a pick. Of 14.
The Knights of the Templar is a Catholic. Are they Catholics? Yeah, what Heather said. That's not a cult. That was actually... I think Templar Knights, weren't they the ones during the Renaissance or during the Crusades?
During Crusades, I think.
Yeah. So they were defending Catholicism.
In this second half. Here's 1st and 10. Jones in trouble here and down he
Nice
goes.
sack.
All right.
Able to get in there for his second sack of
Good.
the afternoon.
Young
Offensively, they're going to have to figure this out before next week. 7
Well, my
sacks
front
in
four.
one game.
Yeah, and that's more than any quarterback should have to bear. And if this continues on, there will be
Finally,
another quarterback in the game because no one can stand up to this week after week.
And he drops it incomplete, and their struggles continue here. An incomplete pass on that last play, and that means they'll need to come up with something here on third down.
Oh, shit.
Operating from the gun, Jones. He's
Look
going
at
to
that.
let it fly. And he's able to bring it up 5 yards shy of midfield to the 45.
All right, so we're going to take a fucking knee, guys, and we're going to end this game. We're going to do our thing, and I think this week we actually get to pick our uniforms.
Some of these mistakes, though, because now his head coach, his offensive coaches, they have to evaluate whether you keep playing him and let him work through.
Because we are moving the
or you
team.
start thinking about going to his backup.
Out comes Washington's
No, we don't want
to
to.
take over here.
We don't want to do that. We're going to go to formation. We're going to go to special teams. We're going to take QB kneel. We're going to take a knee, and we're going to take it into the next week. I actually played well this game. This was a good game for me. And I know Basement said he was going to be here soon. I don't know how. That was a while ago. All right, so I win this one 36-10. I really took it to the Giants.
Football team. And it was their defense that really made the statement after the break. They pitched the second half shutout.
Yeah, think about the team that just got vanquished. They did score in the second quarter. Do you think they thought at all that that would be their last points of the game?
No, but what a second half. The adjustment, whatever they did in the locker room, it certainly worked.
It certainly did, and you're exactly right. Whether it was an adjustment, whether it was just more focus on what they planned to do going in, whether they just played better, whatever it was,
Yeah,
it all came
people
together in the
can.
second half, and no points were allowed. That's a great way to close them out.
So that's the end of the game.
They climb
Let's
back
move on to the next week. We'll move on to the. It'll be week 7. Yep, it'll be week 7. We are actually 3-3 now. We got to upgrade these guys. So this is a good game, man. I actually played very well. I was very proud of it. I gave up a lot of passing yards, but it is what it is. Like I said, these purple puzzle pieces, you want to be as close to those as possible. Oh, it's been a long week. And don't forget, people, we will be streaming the Survivor Series over on my channel Sunday. It'll probably be a little bit after it starts because the Packers play at 3:30, so we probably won't be starting until it's already an hour into the show. Just throwing that out to people because football is more important than fucking wrestling, in my opinion. And that's all I have to say about it. We play the Cowboys this week. This ought to be an interesting game. We're probably going to get beat 70-0 again. Yes, we get to pick our uniform this week. All right. So here's the uniform. This uniform is very popular. Blue and gold. Blue shirt with gold pants. Blue socks. Blue helmet with a gold trim. That's also a popular one. And then there's this one. So, really, honestly, all three of them are, I like all three of them. I'm going to leave it up to the chat to decide which one they want me to use. So, one for one. This is number one with the wing strips, the wing tips. Number 2 is that one, and number 3 is that one. So go ahead and put in the chat 2 or 3. I'll let it go for a few minutes. I've got to pee, and I'm going to grab another drink, and I will be right back. Keep track of what people are doing. So it looks like number 3. You guys want this one? Why? You don't like this one? Trek?
I like the one with the stripes. Actually, I think that's really cool. Yeah, number 3.
It's generic. I'm overriding both of you. Number 1 or number 2?
Number 2 then.
Because everybody has that shit. I fucking hate that. I shouldn't have even fucking thrown number 3 there. Created by Jordan Ashwig.
I'm back.
Are you? Number 1 or number... Okay. Number 1, number 2, or number 3, Bob?
Oh, number 3?
Why? You like the generic shit? Okay, so this is number 1, this is number 2, this is number 3.
Hang on, let me pull the string.
Number 1, number 2, number 3.
I like number 2.
Actually, I like number 2 myself. Oh, it's tied, so we have a tie. And I get a vote. Heather, you're fine. All right. Number 1, number 2, or number 3. Okay, this has the wingtips.
Yeah.
This has the wingtips there with the fucking arm thingy, and then it has the generic uniform. And number 2 is right now in the lead. We'll let it go for just a couple more minutes. What is this? Is this Insidious?
No.
There is so many apps on my TV. It's not even funny.
Oh, we got a few apps. Who watched the Mandalorian today?
I haven't had a chance to yet.
Trek, have you watched it yet?
No, not yet. I just got started watching the new Animaniac stuff.
Trek. Broaden your horizons just a little
Hey,
bit.
you know what? That's what I grew up with, so I'm gonna watch that first.
I fucking grew up with it too, but for fuck's sake, man, broaden your horizons a little bit more. Fuck the Animaniacs. They have some really cool shit on fucking Disney that other than that stuff. That's all I'm saying. I grew up with fucking Sleeping Beauty and fucking because here's a reason why I like to talk to people about that kind of thing. Not the Animaniacs. I don't watch that shit. I think the Animaniacs was a waste of time. But that was me. And I grew up watching that shit. I didn't like it then, and I don't like it now. It's hard. It's just how I feel. I know you grew up on it. I grew up on it too. But it's not something that I am actually going to talk about. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, I didn't. Uh-oh. I think somebody just came in. Knock, knock. He's not here.
Hi, I'm back.
Yeah? I think somebody else is here too. That's not who I was talking to.
Yeah, I think it's a sexy bear.
Might be. When he's able to talk. How's it going, Mason?
Man, that lockdown in Toronto is really affecting you, ain't it?
So all you have watched is the Animaniacs on there, Trek?
Yep.
God. That's it.
I watched the first 3 episodes of it. That's all I watched today because I was hanging out with my nephew.
Interesting. So I can't talk to anybody about the Mandalorian.
You could spoil it for me. I don't mind. I'm not gonna throw a fit.
Okay, there's nothing really too fucking spoiled. I don't know what you mean by that.
No, I mean everyone's so worried about spoilers. I don't care about spoilers.
There's nothing really too spoiled though. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's not like anything big's happened yet.
Well, it has. Like the first episode of the second season, it showed Boba Fett.
Dude, I'll mark the fuck out when I seen that.
So essentially, did you watch? Did you see? You've seen episode 2 of the Clone Wars, Attack of the Clones, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you know the guy that played Jango Fett, right?
Yeah.
So he's cloned. So he shows up at the end of episode 1, the second season, and it's the same guy that played his character.
Ah.
So it's Boba Fett. It's oh crap, we got to do this shit. Boba Fett is essentially making a comeback because the Sarlacc. We have to remember who Boba Fett is.
Mm-hmm.
That there is a way for him to avoid being killed because it's fucking Boba Fett. He's a fucking
Last time we were out here, coaching staff didn't like what we saw. You all know it wasn't good.
bounty hunter and considered to be one of the greatest bounty hunters of the time.
Not only that, but it was stated for a very long time in the EU that he got out of that pit.
Yeah, he climbed out. Yeah.
Yes. So if I'm not talking a lot during this, it's because I've got a fucking
You good?
Fuck me right in the asshole. There's gonna be a lot of fucking reset.
But I'm willing to go back and watch the Karate Kids because I want to watch that the Cobra Kai show.
What? Aaron, are you talking about Cobra Kai itself?
Well, I want to watch movies before I watch Cobra Kai.
Why? You know what happened, right? You really only need to watch part 1, and that's it. Nothing really happens in part 2. I don't know why you need to go back and watch Karate Kid to watch Cobra Kai.
Well, see, I've never seen Karate Kid 1.
You've never seen Karate Kid?
No.
Are you high?
How
have you never seen Karate Kid?
I just never have.
What's that?
I just never have. I don't know.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you high as fuck? That's why I asked.
Well, last time I checked, though, was it?
Everybody has seen. Why have you not? We need to honestly have a serious discussion. Just like Trek and his Animaniac shit. How in the fuck have you not seen Karate Kid?
I just never did.
Oh my lord! I don't know how I can continue to talk to you. I'm just kidding. But Karate Kid, that boggles my mind that you have never seen Karate.
It's one of my. It's. Oh, trust me, I'm going to remedy that here quickly. Because I'm watching it tonight on Netflix. But yeah, it's just one of those. Like, there's been a lot of movies I just haven't seen yet.
Interesting.
I have not. No, we didn't. You must be high as a kite.
Oh, now he's using my lines and shit. What the fuck is that? I don't know what I'm doing on this shit. What am I playing? What am I playing? Cover. I honestly, I just got to prevent a first down.
Have fun with that.
Nothing. Prevented a first down. You just shoot a pick, right? I don't know what the fuck's going on right now.
Nobody does.
I gotta restart that shit because you got a first down. Son of a bitch. Hey, I'm trying to win gold tickets here.
He wants to go visit the chocolate factory.
I got your chocolate factory. All's your
Oh God.
I'm looking forward to the Christmas tournament that we're going to be doing probably here within a couple of weeks, right, Heather? It'll be, and I'm actually going to be part of it this time. I'm not letting that shit slide.
Good.
Because I think we're doing it on a Saturday. I offered to give up my Friday, and then I said do a Saturday too. So that'll be coming out, and I think we're going to start that, and we want to finish it by Christmas. And what it is I'm actually should let Heather talk about that, and I should actually let Connor talk about that. But Heather and Connor have actually been working really close, and Connor would be okay, Fabe. They have been working really close on that, so I'm going to let Heather talk about that if you want to come over here.
What it is we are going to be, just like with the Halloween movies, the Halloween monsters, I shall say, is instead of going the route of a singular character, we are going to be talking about the best Christmas movies out there. Connor and I have compiled. Connor and I have compiled a list of 32 of the most known and some of the less known Christmas movies that are out there. And I'm going to tell you something, folks. Looking up this list, I'm still baffled as to how fucking Lethal fucking Weapon.
Lethal Weapon's not a Christmas movie.
It was on the greatest 75 Christmas movies list that I found to help get the name of a couple of movies that I remembered from my childhood. So,
I've said this. I'm going to say this now. And I'm going to tell you right now, and I said this to everybody, and I think Bobbitt was there, and I know Connor was there, because JP puts his infinite wisdom out there and then walks away. I hear that. But
I was there.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
I said if Lethal Weapon is a Christmas movie, Star Wars is a Christmas movie.
Yep.
Prove me wrong. Because it happens during Christmas time, it's a Christmas movie. I don't understand that philosophy. And there he is. What's up, Basement?
Oh my God.
Well, that's how some people say Die Hard is too.
Die Hard is Okay, and I don't want to get too much into it because I want to save it for the episode because I'm looking forward to that conversation.
Eh,
The only reason that people consider it a Christmas movie is it happens on Christmas fucking Eve. Tell me how that makes it a Christmas movie.
I don't know. I'm just saying that's why some people put it on the list because that's when it happens.
No, Jack, some people put it on the list because it was made for December.
Yeah,
it happens on Christmas Eve during a Christmas party, and it does have parts of, like, I think he dresses up some guy like a Santa, ho 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 motherfucker. So he does reference it, but it's still, I don't know. It's not about Christmas. It's about fucking Germans taking over Nakatomi Plaza.
Yeah.
Yes. So I don't understand.
It doesn't have much to do with Christmas, but it's one of
I don't
those.
understand that. It makes no sense. And now, like I said, if that's a Christmas movie, then Star Wars is a Christmas movie, or at least
It opens the floodgates for certain movies to be considered Christmas movies.
Yes, Cheaper by the Dozen. The end scene happens during Christmas. It's a Christmas movie.
Batman Returns.
But it came out during Christmas. But the end scene, it was on Christmas. It showed them sitting around a table at Christmas time.
Yeah, it's almost better to, like, I guess, choose what qualifies, like, establish what qualifies a Christmas movie, and then choose the movies. But it's all for fucking shits and giggles.
Oh, it
so
is. It is. I'm looking forward to the conversation and shit all over it.
Well, if we remade Die Hard, it would be ho ho ho, motherfucker. It'd be, what are you doing? Except ho ho ho.
Ho ho.
And fucking what's his face in the ass before he falls off the building.
Right.
Alan Rickman.
Yeah.
God bless
Rest in peace. I love you. Look at all these fucking.
Professor Snape dies in everything.
Yeah, he died in real life too.
So the irony of him dying is the same way. Think about this. The scene where he dies, he is falling backwards. When he kills Dumbledore, they referenced it. He was falling backwards. Do you know what I'm talking about?
It's his move, man.
Yeah. Well, when he fell back, when he died in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, he fell out the tower.
That's how he dies. It's the only way to kill him. I hope he died like that in real life.
There's only one way.
Alan Rickman was really good at it.
Yeah, he's
There's
great.
only one movie he didn't die in, and that was Dogma.
I didn't even know he was in that, to be honest. But I don't remember that movie much.
He can't die, Trek. He's the voice of God.
No, I know. That's why I was saying that's the only one he can't die in.
God's not
But was he ever really alive?
God can't die. What's that?
But was he ever really alive?
See, but you can't kill somebody that's already alive. Or already. I'm not even going to try to explain that because I've been drinking already.
Jimmy's been drinking.
Been drinking.
But yeah,
Oh, FedEx Field.
I gotta go up against the CPA.
What kind of fucking arm pads this guy's got going on?
That's arm tape.
Such weirdly.
They added this 2 years ago because people were complaining that this is their new ad. It's not realistic anymore. What the fuck? A realistic thing would be actually a defender actually being able to defend a fucking receiver.
Yeah.
That would be realistic. I don't give a fuck.
Or getting the option to beat the shit out of your girlfriend in the elevator.
Oh, good God.
NFL blitz, motherfucker.
That really is, yes.
And if you don't know what we're talking about, we're referencing Ray Rice. But in turn, what he did was actually self-defense.
I think she was hitting him.
Yeah.
But he did fucking TKO her.
Well, he TKO'd her because he was
I think he dragged her ass. I think he TKO'd her and then dragged her ass out of the fucking elevator.
But she initially, and The whole
She did
thing
hit him
is,
first.
Yeah.
she initially started the fight. She was the one that started hitting him first. And oh my god, this is going to be one of
What
those
was
things.
that? Holy
I
shit!
have no idea, but he did the shimmy shake there.
There was another. That was another glitch.
No, that's a game that's.
The RPO always puts the defense
So
in a little bit of a predicament, but when it's deep and
tried
exact,
I
that
tried
makes it extra
really
tough, doesn't
fucking
it?
hard to create, well, not create, but to I wanted to do a season with a franchise with the Baltimore Ravens, and they're supposed to be one of the best defensive teams in the league, and I can't even stop Baker Mayfield from not completing a pass. I can't. The guy is invincible.
I'm gonna say like most games, most sports games have not perfected defense.
No, I mean, I have gotten to the point where I've gotten okay at it, but it's certain things still happen in the game, like you see here, where you're gonna see like Dak Prescott's gonna do some amazing fucking shit in a minute. Watch.
Well, apparently Baker Mayfield's a really good cook, according to the commercial I saw during the game
Look
last
at
night.
it. Look at this shit. Look at this shit.
Run, Forrest.
This guy is going to single-handedly, beat me. Because this game is all about all of these players that everybody talks about. They should have just given this guy a 99 as an overall rating because you're not going to fucking stop him.
It's the same in other fucking sports games, man. Once you get like a star player, even if they're like semi-star, they become unstoppable.
Yep.
If you were to put Michael Jordan, if Michael Jordan was supposed to be in the game, which I know in basketball he was part of the game at some point, he is unstoppable. You cannot stop him from ever scoring a touchdown, from ever making a bucket. Like he'll always dunk on you at the most inopportune times. Even
The fucked up thing with basketball, at least the games, it's like the most unstoppable players are the players that you'd think would be the hardest to actually play against, but are easily actually stopped in the regular sport. It's just the way that the analytics in the sports works, where it's like, oh, you want to get close and shoot, you can do it as long as you have a higher number than the defender.
Right. The thing is Michael Jordan missed more game-winning shots than he made. But they don't do that in analytics. In the game, they don't do that because they want to make him look. They want you to play as his character, so he never fucking misses. And
well, I mean, if you're playing with Prime Jordan, then he's just 99 and everything.
Yeah.
So,
right, like he can leap 75,000 feet in the air.
NBA Jam.
Yep.
But
my coach is not happy. Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Should have seen the Giants coach last game. He was pissed.
I wasn't even paying attention to the coach.
I saw him at the end. He was pissed. I was telling him. I was trying to hit the basement.
Alex Smith has to be the boringest fucking name known to mankind. I just said his name is boring. That's all.
Basement, you're beautiful.
You're a fucking sexy bitch. I want to eat potatoes out of your bumhole.
Please do, baby.
Did you just say?
Mash them up.
Did you just say you're gonna eat a potato out of his mouth?
Yeah. Bunghole, I said.
We've had people saying they'll eat potatoes out of their bungholes. We've had people walking by naked that we've heard of. JP has been drinking. It's been a good Friday night.
It's been a good Friday night?
Hell yeah.
So, Basement, what do you think about Scientology?
Oh God! Like I didn't watch the thing you guys watched, so I'm kind of like most of what I know is just from word of mouth and what I've seen. It seems like a fucking collective of insane people that the collective actually targets super rich since they could just bleed them dry.
Well, if you're talking about Scientology, yes, but I'm talking about the series. I thought you were talking about the people in the series.
No, I didn't watch the series. I haven't seen it.
You need to. I'm telling you right now, you need to. It is really It's really interesting, and it gives you really good insight into because Scientology is honestly prominent. They're tax exempt status in the United States.
Yeah, that's because they're technically a religion, right?
Well, that's what they say, but you don't have to be a religion to be tax exempt status.
I'm pretty sure like all religions become tax exempt as long as they're recognized as real religions.
But here's the thing about
I
it.
don't know what would be recognized in it because it seems like a guy wrote a science fiction book and they're like, I love him.
But
He
it
is
That
was
movie
mine.
was shit.
I actually want to get Heather because I want. I want.
I won't
I
read
told
it.
Heather. I said you.
Give me the Cole's Notes version. Better be 7
Cliff-
paragraphs and that's
The
it.
Cliff Notes.
Yeah.
Whatever
It's
that
Cole's
shit
Notes
is.
here.
I told
I
Heather. I
think.
said you need to read this
Maybe not.
book, and then we'll do a show on it so you can explain what the. It's not even a science
How
fiction
big is the
novel.
book, first of all? Because if it's more than like 400 pages, I'm not sinking time into that shit.
It's a pretty long book, but it's not even a book about anything. It's just a book about him and his experiences.
Oh, I like L. Ron Hubbard?
Yeah.
With a name like that, too. I don't know, man.
But the movie.
There's no Alex Smith.
Oh no, he's not. But the movie that I actually found out who L. Ron Hubbard was, and I didn't realize that L. Ron Hubbard was a part of Scientology, or was the reason.
He's the creator of Scientology, is he not?
He is Scientology.
Yeah,
He's their god. So, but the thing is, which is really interesting, the movie, and it's called Battlefield Earth.
Yeah.
Oh God! It's what killed John Travolta.
You know what?
That's what I haven't. You know what? I haven't seen that. That's one we should watch.
I've seen it.
I was just gonna say it is considered one of the worst movies ever made.
It is.
Yeah, I'd be down to watch that. We'll probably find it on YouTube. I can't imagine anybody's looking to monetize that shit.
The Scientologists might be, so they can get paid for it.
I don't know if they really associate too much with Battlefield. I don't know if anyone wants to associate with Battlefield Earth.
Actually,
well, Travolta had that in the works for like 20 or 30 years. He was supposed to play the lead human.
John Travolta is a Scientologist.
Yep.
Yeah, and he also looks disgusting. Like, he doesn't look like a human anymore.
He looks like a Scientologist, doesn't he?
He looks like Mr. Potato Head if he was bleached white. He's
not wrong.
He's like, he transformed into a mutant, man.
Right?
You can tell the guy's been shot full of more Botox than fucking half the Kardashians.
Is he really? So here's the thing, and I've been meaning to talk. So okay, like John Travolta is a devout Scientologist, but he's been in movies where Scientologists don't believe that those actions are of Scientology.
Man, 40% of his brain is fucking plasticine.
Yeah, you're probably. Well, 40% of any Scientologist's brain is plasticine. But yeah, I mean, but I was gonna actually ask. That's a movie if we can find it. Battlefield.
Yeah. All I know is I saw the picture of him playing whatever the fuck he's playing, and he looks like he's got 18 umbilical cords attached to his head. And it's like they put prosthetics on him to make him look weird. The funny fact is, that's what he looks like now.
Yep.
Just like, can I keep these and wear them forever?
Well,
yes,
he was
Mr. Travolta.
He was trying to make that movie for like 30 years or however long the book was out. He was gonna play the lead human, and then by the time it got made, he switched his mind to be the lead alien. I'm like, well, he probably didn't need makeup. So
They put a little nose thing on him.
He played the lead alien because
that's what he is.
That's what Scientologists believe that they are.
Yeah.
I mean, I could
Kids.
I could have a conversation with somebody saying like mankind didn't originate on this planet, and or like not as like there was an evolutionary step
Right.
that was interfered with by something beyond this planet. Yeah, that conversation could happen, but I feel like that's not the conversation that's going to happen with Scientology.
What's
Oh,
up,
look at
Gina?
this guy.
The
Hey,
fuck
Gina.
did I come? What did I come into?
We were
We're
talking
L.
about
Ron Hubbard.
guys.
we're planning a movie night to watch Battlefield Earth so you can cringe the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
Get John
Literally, I've
Travolta.
seen
We're
that
talking
movie,
about
and that movie
Scientology.
is shit.
I thought the next one we were gonna do was that Sylvester Stallone one that
No,
Heather was
next one
talking
we're
about.
doing is Star Wars Christmas special, I think. The
It's
holiday
on
special.
Everybody's
YouTube. Yeah,
assuming.
it's for the Christmas.
Everybody's
Oh, okay,
assuming
cool.
what we're gonna do. I don't know what we're gonna do.
It's a mystery. Jack Frost too.
Oh God.
Well, we'd have to get the director here where we do a commentary.
No. I mean, no offense to the director, but did you guys hear what?
No,
Did you hear us during that entire thing?
no. Well, see. That was the question I posed. When Heather found out
I was like,
when
did
Heather
you
found
listen
out
to
that
it?
he actually came in and
Did he
said what he
really? Oh,
said,
that's awesome.
and then Gina's like, and I said probably the greatest comment of all that was Gina saying, "Does he realize? Did he even what we said?"
I mean, I'm pretty sure he knows. Like we said before, if he doesn't know, then I don't want to talk to him.
Well,
I
okay.
actually
Here's the
went.
thing. I'm pretty sure that like it was made as a spoof movie anyway. So like I'm pretty sure that he probably.
Yeah.
I mean, he obviously doesn't or he doesn't. It's not that he doesn't care or anything, but he just appreciates, I don't know what I want to say right there, but
Well, hey, he was one of the writers on Identity, which was a much more
Yeah.
well-received movie
Yeah.
than
well,
Jack
and I
Frost.
mean, yeah, and I mean, I think just watching Jack Frost, like it's pretty evident that it was made as a spoof movie to begin with. So I think that he
Come
knows
on.
what it,
Say
he knows
something.
what it is. Yeah, he knows what it is, and the fact that we had fun doing it, and I was floored when I found out that like he kind of reached out or whatever. It's pretty fucking awesome. But
So I actually, when Heather said, "Oh my God," I'm like, "What?" And she put it in
oh
the
my
chat,
God.
and I went to his profile or whatever, and to his thread,
Uh-huh.
and he's talking about Jack Frost. He goes, "It was a fun, quirky movie, and we had so much fun, and I love these people. It was heartwarming to see how these people act. I mean,
I mean, but here's
It
the
looked
thing,
like it
though.
was
Like,
fun. It was so stupid and campy, but it was like at the same time, it was
Exactly.
fucking hilarious, man.
Exactly, and I mean, look at how much fun we had just watching it. I can just
did.
imagine how much fun it
was
was
one.
on, like, actually being on the set.
For me, and I am a horror movie guy. I love horror movies. I don't like sequels to horror movies.
Jack Frost too.
Jack Frost too. But
Oh my God.
it's probably going to be as bad as the original. But
I mean,
it is.
The thing is with Jack Frost, it's like that movie didn't fucking play around. It knew it was shit. And it was like, yeah, we're gonna
Well,
make a fucking shitty movie, and that's that. Where
But
like
it's not
like a
even
movie
that
like
it's
Freddy
shit.
or like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, they had like legitimacy behind them. The first ones, where they kind of like just fucked off afterwards.
Right. So
well, and I mean,
just going
it's. Sorry, JP.
just gonna say, so Heather, we talked about it, and Heather did reach out to him. So if he does respond and says, "Sure," that's not nothing definite. We may have an interview to prepare for. And that being said,
Well,
Bob, if there will be no more play with my penis.
I also feel like if we do an interview, we need to like not all be on with them. Most interviews are
I
one-on-one
agree with that completely.
or something.
Yeah.
I'm not a great interviewer, so like I mean, okay, Faith, in my opinion, is the best interviewer of all of us.
Right.
So
Oh,
he's
yeah.
probably the best person to kind of helm that and have just a couple other people on there to kind of add a point in or point out and just be quiet most of the time.
I mean,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I kind of agree. I mean, it's a situation where like we would have to talk about like who's going to be on the call, but having so many people on the call, I mean, you hear it now. We're talking over each other right now with just us.
I think Heather would be able to just give my endorsement.
I mean, I would probably go with probably like Connor and then Heather, um, on the call as well, and maybe like I don't know, basement or somebody. I don't know.
Trek, I love you, but you'd probably be jerking off in the corner.
Hi, Gina.
I think I would probably be
Velvet.
talking too fast anyway. I'd probably just stay in the YouTube chat.
I wouldn't say too much. I feel like what we would do. Okay, this is fucking hypothetical. Okay, if it actually happens,
Exactly,
have,
exactly.
if Connor's up to do it, then have him helmet,
Yep.
and then have myself or whoever else. If it's so, I have Heather, myself, or someone else. I don't really care. I don't need to be on it. I'd be fangirling too much. And have like us have like one or two questions we can ask, and that's that.
Yes.
Right?
Agreed. And I'm just throwing out there that this isn't set in stone. I'm just saying we reached out. I had Heather's like, fuck it, I'm gonna reach out. She did. She hasn't heard anything back as far as I know.
I mean,
I
I'd
also
be
don't know
around.
if he's gonna do like. I mean, the thing is, he's not some big shot or whatever, but it would be out of the will of his like the love for the movie, I guess. Because I'm not down to kind of give this guy money for this. If it was like, here's $20, but if it's like $100, no.
But I mean,
Yeah.
bottom line, even if we don't get the interview, like just him reaching out alone was
That's cool.
it was really cool, and it meant a lot. And who would have known that our little fucking channel here would,
And the thing was, it was just,
spark that?
it
But
started out as a joke.
Not to me.
Well,
not to basement. He loves that movie.
not to me.
I'm not even gonna lie. Like
It was always a joke. Come on.
not even gonna lie. After the carrot rape scene, I was kind of like, "What the fuck do you guys have me watching?" But I will admit,
I realized that
you really couldn't see that much. All you seen was the carrot like come off and.
Like I said, they turned it into it in post. It was never meant to be
Here's the
that.
thing.
It was just supposed to kill her, but it's like it looks so half-assed that it's like might as well say he fucked her to death.
Well, I mean, and here's the thing. His carrot really didn't come off or anything. He was water. So you saw the carrot floating for a second, and then you kind of saw the carrot like go down, and then all of a sudden you seen her go like, "What?" But regardless of which, that there were some fucking funny parts in that movie that I was not fucking expecting. Some of those ones where it's like, "What the fuck did I just see?"
Like where he
But it
stuck
was
the
great.
axe
It
handle
was
on the
great.
guy.
I'm just
Oh,
gonna
that
say
was
this.
just fucking
Gina,
awesome.
Gina went past the whole the carrot, and then we did this one thing, just the way you kind of referenced it, and then
Yeah.
But Gina,
We don't need to focus on that.
You like, and we were kind of talking about it before you got here. Heather and I have been watching that Leah Remini series.
The what?
The Leah Remini series that
Oh, yep. The Scientology shit.
Have you watched all of it yet? Have you watched any of it? I know you said you watched.
Watched all of it, but I'm not gonna lie. I want to rewatch it. I remember most of it, but there's some parts that I kind of forgot because I watch it when I'm downstairs and Bella's outside. So like every 5 minutes, Bella's coming in, mom. So I don't process shit very very good when that happens.
Well, the only reason I'm saying is that I actually, when this first came out, I started watching it, and cults have always intrigued me, not to the point where I want to join one.
I want to start one.
Dude, there's one on if you like cult shit, JP. There's one on Netflix. I'll look it up here in a second and find out the name of it. But you would probably be really into that one.
Well, but the whole thing is I'm sitting here watching this series, and what they get away with is mind fucking
ridiculous, right?
It's
Like the fucking torture.
You're sitting there watching this thing, and people are like, "Well, we had to do this," and it's not even some of the things that they themselves admitted to would ruin a tax exempt status for anybody. But they are
But you,
still tax exempt status.
but,
For what reason?
well, you gotta understand, JP. They have people that are in politics and that like powerful people
Okay,
in Hollywood that are a part of
so
it. So like
I said
that's where
this,
they're in.
and I said this today. Actually, I've been saying because I watched this whole thing within like 3 days.
Hmm.
This whole series, I finished watching the whole thing today. Because I only had a couple of episodes to go. I'm like, these people have this kind of money to, and if you look at it, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, so I'm not going to sit here and say that Joe Biden did this and it just makes you think, are you kidding me? It kind of, the whole
Yeah,
protesting and all of the things that they are doing now is the same shit that they did. Democrats kind of do the same thing that Scientologists do. If you look at it, you look at how they
I
tell
think it's just a
you,
form of
you
control of
are
people.
bad, you
So
are
yeah.
bad, you are
I'm gonna say
bad
it's
if you
probably the
believe this.
same. I think it's probably the same for any big entity or larger entity that's trying to control a lot of people. They will
But here's the
implement
thing.
a lot of the same methods of control.
But here's the thing. If you are a
Yeah.
religion, you cannot donate or be involved in politics.
Well, if
Okay.
you are, you can't be a religion.
And be involved in politics.
Like you're saying, like the thing is, like if you say, are you saying? I'm kind of wondering, like what qualifies someone as being a religion? Because nobody could say, "Oh, I'm Jesus Christ, therefore I'm Christianity." Or like so,
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
are you saying Christianity backs, like you're saying a religion backs a certain political belief? I'm assuming.
No. I'm not. Okay, so what I'm saying is in order to keep your tax exempt status, you cannot support a politician or politics. You can't support Joe Biden
Hmm.
if a religion itself cannot support Joe Biden.
Right.
But there's many times that Joe Biden people have referenced the religion they believe in, right?
Yeah, well,
I,
yeah.
I don't I don't really know how it works,
Well,
to be
and
honest.
that's
I'm kind
so
of clueless on it.
essentially that's what I'm getting at. So I've seen that some churches there has it doesn't matter what I'm not going to say specific churches, but they have supported a certain politician, and it's like, and then I'm watching the show and I hear that in order to be tax exempt, you can't support.
Oh,
Oh, bullshit! He was
I think Heather might have cleared it up in the chat saying monetarily you can't support.
yeah,
That makes sense.
yeah, but you can. Well, no, did it say monetarily, Heather?
That makes more sense than anything. But also, like publicly being like, we back Trump as a one religion, to kind of like they're separated.
Yeah.
Those two
Well,
things
Yeah.
okay. Go ahead.
Well, you
by
have to
law.
you have to keep church and state separated by law.
Separated, yeah.
It's law.
I mean,
Which is why no
person
church can
running.
separate. Or I'm sorry.
Sorry, a person running can say that they have a belief in a
Yeah.
certain religion, but the religion can't basically back them in any way where they're like preaching towards something or spreading the
Yeah.
word of something like
Here's the
that.
thing. The followers of the religion can, but let me rephrase it. The followers of the church can back a certain political party, but the actual church itself
The
cannot.
actual church itself cannot support a politician or a party.
Trek,
Right.
I think you're breathing into the mic or something.
But okay, JP, the two shows that have you seen Waco?
No, but I do like that. Okay, so the Branch Davidians. That's what you're talking about. I've
Yeah,
actually been
the new one on Netflix. Well, I mean, it's the same story, but it's a new one.
and
I haven't seen it. I do know kind of a little bit about it, but you guys
it was
account.
it essentially I think I've seen a couple episodes, and it's more about what happened. They don't so much go into
This one,
they don't so much go into the how do I say this?
Moment.
They don't so much go
okay,
into
no. Here's the thing. I watched the entire series, and okay, basically, okay. So like the first Waco that they came out with, based, the documentary that they came out with based on the events was the side of the FBI and the U.S. Marshals and all of them. Okay, this one takes more of a side of the people that were actually inside Waco. I mean, they do address like the FBI agents and such like that. They are in the show, but it's basically a reenactment of like what went down inside the place based on the survivors that did get out.
Okay, so this is what I want. I want a documentary of the documentary that Leah did. They actually offered to bring Scientology in and discuss, and they didn't want to do it. And I know based on you talking about, well, I don't give both sides of the story. You kind of are with this one because the
Yeah.
people that are giving the documentary are in the religion.
Well, and not only that, but like after every episode, like at the end of every episode, anybody that they have mentioned in the documentary, they do say we tried to reach out to this person, and if they gave like any kind of a statement or anything like that, they put it in. But if they refuse to, then they say, this person, we reached out to this person and this person, and they refused to be on the documentary.
But I want what I want.
But I also feel like, I mean, too, with documentaries, you can participate, but you have no control over how they edit what you say and what you do. I mean,
Yeah.
if it was me and it was like, I mean, though I don't give a fucking shit about Scientology. I'm just saying, if it was me, I would have recorded myself doing it, and then when they posted that shit or posted the movie and they cut up what I said, I would then just release what I said on Twitter or some platform.
Well,
Yeah.
Because they're gonna edit you to fucking shit
I
town.
don't think she would have edited unless it was so.
But the thing is, she's an interviewer on the documentary. She's actually not the person in charge. Like the person that's with her
Well, I think
is
she's
the
a
one that's
producer
actually
of
in
it.
charge.
She's
She
produced
is,
it.
but like
So
she is.
she's up there. She didn't fund it, so I mean,
Well, she did.
no matter
She
what,
funded
she
it.
did.
Oh, yeah. She
Like
funded
the sole funder, or was she one of the funders?
I think she's one of the funders because the guy
So
that
she probably had a lot of input for
guy
what she
that
would.
she was with.
yeah, the guy that yeah.
He didn't fund it. She funded it. She funded the whole.
Okay. Well, I know that the
Bye,
guy that
Bobbit.
she's
I
with.
love you.
Going to bed,
Hopefully he'll be back.
No, his internet ate itself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
man.
gonna go to bed here soon because I got.
Thanks for the conversation at the beginning, especially with the video games, which we can go.
I'm gonna get to bed here too. The reason it sounded like I was breathing is because I have my fan on because it's super hot here today.
You and super hot in November. This Arizona lifestyle. You sexy bitch.
Right?
Pretty much.
All right.
All
We'll
right,
sleep.
guys. You too. I'll talk to you more tomorrow after work and stuff.
Yeah,
Have a good night,
Sounds-
guys.
Sounds
All
good,
right.
Chuck. Good
Take
night.
care, man.
Good
Bye-bye.
night, guys.
But-
Bye.
Love you.
Wait, okay, so like I brought up Waco because that's one that you should watch if you like culty stuff. But then the other one that you should watch, and it is going to take you on a wild fucking trip. Let me tell you, it's called Wild Wild Country.
Well, I mean, okay, so those are actual movies about the cult. I actually want to.
No.
Learn about
Okay.
the cult itself.
Okay, but hold on a second. Waco is a reenactment of what happened. Wild Wild Country is actually a documentary, and they have like they use like old films that the cults had that they had seized from the cult. So like you can actually see what's going on or what was going on in the cult, because I think this happened back in like the 90s or something like that.
Why don't you guys do? Or I mean, I could watch it too. Why don't we all do another fucking show that we did with the Social Dilemma?
Okay,
You can.
but if we're gonna watch Wild Wild Country, we do not watch along because they have like weird fucking groupie sex in it, and that's not on YouTube.
No, we're not gonna do a watch along. We're just gonna do a review, and that's all I'm gonna focus on, to be honest.
So Bobbit, so just pointing this out, what is that Wild Wild Country? Apparently they have groupie sex. You probably like
Yeah,
that.
Yeah,
just give me down for
super. Like
that.
it's so. I'm not even kidding. You
Do you
guys
see
like
penis centering? Because that's
yeah,
all I'm about. I love
yeah,
penis centering.
yes. No, you don't even understand. Okay, they stand in a fucking circle. I'm just gonna prepare you.
Oh, don't prepare me. I like the surprise.
Oh my god. Okay.
All I heard was
All
they
right.
stand in a circle, and I already know what's coming. Actually, no. They could shit on someone. They could all take the penises out and blow all over them. They could all pee on them. They could have all three at once. Who knows? But if you want to do that, that'd be kind of a cool thing to do. Maybe like bi-weekly or something, so give people a chance to catch up on the actual material.
It's something that not a lot of people talk about.
But it's also something that it's something different. That's a bit more. It's interesting as fuck, man. So we might as well.
Talk about the major, and we could actually spread it out over more than one show. To be honest with you, because we could talk about a different cult.
I don't know if I'm down to get on Scientology.
I
haven't watched any of them, so I'm willing
It's
to.
not that it's not interesting. It's just like they are super fucked up,
well,
and
every one of them is super fucked up.
Yeah, but some of them are done with. Scientology is active. You're gonna wake up and see John Travolta outside your house staring at you.
Exactly. Fucking Tom Cruise is gonna come jump on me like he did Oprah.
Let him show up on my fucking door.
And you hear your phone ring, and you pick it up and be like, "Face off, motherfucker."
Oh god. Tom Cruise to come jump on all of us like he did fucking Oprah.
Yeah, I don't think I could fight Tom Cruise. He's got too much energy. The guy is like on crack cocaine.
Tiny, but he's literally like
fucking
just
hell,
a
amazing
ball
spider
of
monkey.
energy. It's ridiculous.
He can do fucking Cirque du Soleil shit all over the world. Fuck that guy.
Fucking ridiculous, man.
I would look at him and get out of breath and be like, okay, well, I guess I'm a Scientologist now.
Yeah, you better be ready to fucking pay out of your ass. That's all I gotta say.
I honestly feel like you'd leave your house and you look down the street and you see like a figure from super far away and I'd be like, what the fuck is that? And as you peer closer, you see it's doing flips. A million fucking flips in your house. Hey, it's Tom Cruise.
Okay, like here's the thing. Like, you know that Scientology has to be like super fucked up. When Katie Holmes literally, like, when she started the divorce process from Tom Cruise, she literally took her daughter and fucking ran. Like, they literally left the country for a little while.
They had to.
Yeah, like
how else you get away from Tom Cruise?
Well, she said that she had to get her daughter away from her father because of Scientology. She did not want her daughter to get stuck in that religion.
Here's the fucked up thing. You could be on the 74th floor of the tallest building, and he'd be hanging off the window watching you. So you can't. He literally can't get away from this motherfucker. He does all like a ton of his own stunts, so he can hold his breath for 7 minutes. He's a fucking weirdo, man.
Okay, here's the thing with Scientology. As soon as one of the members leaves Scientology, if they leave disgracefully, you have no choice but to disconnect all communication with them, whether it is your family or not, which is why Tom Cruise has nothing to do with his daughter.
Well, John Treadway says, I'm in love with Katie Holmes. I'm not gay. No, but doesn't she remind you of like a real life gerbil?
Yeah, but like, why would that make you gay? Katie Holmes is a girl.
Well, maybe John Treadway identifies. You never know.
I don't know. I guess I'm assuming, John. I'm sorry. I just assumed that you were a boy, but I apologize if I'm wrong. I'm so fucking confused right now. I'm just gonna shut up.
She does look like a gerbil, though. She has these like gerbil cheeks. She's got gerbil face, and she also has sad face, sad gerbil face. I mean, I'm not gonna say she's not attractive.
The funny thing is, think about this: Katie Holmes is an actress, right?
Mm-hmm.
So John Travolta Sorry, Tom Cruise has a movie, and guess what?
Hey,
Katie
that
Holmes
makes
is going to be your fucking lead actress. It's like, I can't do it. And this is how they think, because. So whoever John Travolta works with, like, he could never work with Leah Remini. He could never work with Paul Haggis, who was a producer, a Oscar-winning producer who was in Scientology. He could never work with him because he is a suppressive person.
Yeah, well, and I quite honestly, I'm really surprised that he did that what was it called? Rock of Ages. And I'm really surprised that he did that because of like the alcohol and the drugs and all that stuff
And that's what I'm
exposed
trying
him
to
to.
get at. And I'm sitting here watching this episode, and Tom Cruise is like, he's all about Scientology, but he'll go out and he'll do these fucking movies that Scientology is against.
Yeah,
And
because they make bank. They make bank, baby.
no, and I get that.
Well, I mean,
But then they
sorry?
do say in the series that they're all about the science. They're all about the celebrities. The
Well,
celebrities.
not only that, but
It's a money making scheme
yeah,
more than
it's a
it
money
is.
making scheme. They allow him to break the rules in order to bring more money into the church.
Okay, come on, John Treadway. You can't say you're watching Dawson's Creek as whole, between 10 and 20, and you don't see Katie Holmes, girl next door, start stroking your dick. You don't know where it goes. You know
Hey.
why? You don't know why it started.
Okay, but Katie Holmes wasn't even the pretty one on Dawson's Creek. Jen was.
No, Jen was a bitch.
Jen was the pretty one. Like, it didn't even matter that she was a bitch. She was the pretty one.
Maybe I liked the dopey faced fucking
Okay,
gerbil
here's the thing.
when I was young.
Joey on Dawson's Creek was a whiny little fucking bitch. Like, it made total fucking sense for her and Dawson to be best friends because they were both whiny little bitches.
I wanted to ground and pound her. Jen, I was like, "Who's this bitch? Where's she coming from? Why is she up in the
I'm telling
shit?"
you right now, like the only reason I watched that fucking show was because of Pacey. It's the only reason.
He fucked his teacher, and I would have fucked his teacher.
And you know what the really fucked up part is? When he fucked his teacher, it made him even more attractive to me. Like, what is wrong with me?
Several things, but I would have fucked his teacher. I would have fucked him and his teacher at the same time. No, his teacher was actually pretty hot. Like that's the thing. And I mean, like that was one of the only shows that kind of broached that.
Back then, yeah.
But
Well, I mean,
does that happen now? I don't really watch teenage shows.
It does now, but I
I'm
mean,
sure
I guess,
Degrassi, fucking everybody's fucking each other in that.
but you
The
know
kid
what
with
though?
like 3 legs fucked a fucking midget prostitute.
But you know what though? They were like the first ones to actually kind of touch on that in like a TV series anyway, because that happened like maybe 3 or 4 years after that whole like the very first case that went public with that teacher and that Hispanic student. I can't remember their fucking names.
You know what's fucked up?
They had babies together. I don't remember their names. They're still together to this day, which is really fucked up.
You know what's fucked up, and I hope every guy in the chat and JP agrees. These teachers that are like having sex with these kids. Most of them are fucking actually attractive.
Yeah.
They're not like monsters. So
Okay,
what the
here's the
fuck is
thing.
going on there, man?
This actually happened to one of my classmates' sister, and it turned out she was banging the teacher at our school. Not like this was way after we graduated, but at the same school my daughter goes to, but it was in the high school. That teacher was like incredibly attractive. He could have gotten legitimately any fucking woman that he wanted. And
But
he chose a 16-year-old girl. And here's the fucked up part.
Fucking creepy, man.
He went to prison for I think like it was like 2 or 3 years, I want to say, maybe 4. But he went to prison and they're still together today. As soon as he got out of prison, they were right back together. And by this time, of course, she was like 18, 19 years old. But yeah, it's kind of messed up how the whole situation works out, but I mean, that's what fucking happened.
So, Basement, I'm assuming that you were gonna say, what would you think about that?
Yeah, so I mean, okay, say you were in high school, say you're 17. and whatever the legal age is, 16, 15, or whatever, and your teacher is smoking hot and probably like
It
maybe
doesn't matter
23.
legal age.
What? No, but I'm just
For
saying, like,
teachers, it doesn't matter.
well, but like, I mean, they get charged for additional shit for legal age. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
So, like, if I'm 15, my penis is budding in the time of its youth,
Yeah.
and then this like new teacher comes in, or even like whatever. She's a substitute. She's young, just out of school. She's 23 years old, and she starts, giving you those signals. Like, would you just, as a man, I feel like I would take pride in that.
Ray Sean.
I would
Ray.
I would be like, and if she approached me and said, "I want to get down," I'd be like,
and every Sean's on the same board. I'm telling you, dude, I don't understand. Like, some of these teachers get reported, and it's like, man, I think why they get reported is they like talk to the people and they have to talk, right? So like, yeah, I smashed her. It's like, oh my god.
And that's the thing. Like, that's what I think. That's what brings most of them down, is because I know, like, with the girl that I was talking about, like, she never told anybody, or he never told. They kept it to themselves, except her friends knew. Her friends knew, and her friends were the ones that ratted them out.
Right.
A teen is not going to shut their mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to shut my mouth. I'm gonna. Hey, Miss.
Okay.
Me and her got diggity dog.
we need to watch that fucking Adam Sandler movie. What is it? Oh god.
You be hauling.
No.
Alpha.
It's literally
I'm not saying,
talking all about this.
You as an adult would do it, but as a kid, just like, you've got someone that you find attractive and you're like all about that shit at that point, and she's just coming on to you. She's like, there's no place where it's like forced. She's not raping you, but she's coming on to you, and you're like, I mean, when life shows you fucking fruit, you fuck it.
Okay, here's the thing. My junior year, this teacher came into my school, and he was just out of fucking college, and he was fucking smoking hot. I would have banged him in a fucking heartbeat.
That's what I'm saying.
Right,
I had
there in
the
front of
biggest
every
crush.
fucking student.
Exactly. I had the biggest fucking crush on him. Oh my god. I would have banged him in a janitor's closet if you want.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like it's just natural to be like, oh, okay, they're coming on to me. This is fucking awesome. Unless you're like, I don't feel like this would be awesome, then you shouldn't do it, obviously.
Oh, this sucks. I am on the 1 yard line. What do I do?
Okay.
Wait, what age are you now?
What?
If a teacher came on to me, like Alpha, isn't he like late 20s or something?
Yeah, I think so.
So if I was in school and a teacher came up to me in my late 20s, I'd be, fuck yeah, we'd make family together. I don't know. I just feel like that it's a place to meet somebody. Fuck, I don't
I
know.
wouldn't say anything if she's like, well, if we're gonna do this, you can't tell anybody. I'd be like,
Well, at 28, I probably wouldn't tell anybody. I'd just have sex until I'm done with the class, and then be like, you want to actually do something more legitimate?
Okay, Heather, hold on a second. I'm confused. Heather said she wasn't reported by the student either. His parents found out and reported her. I just seen that. So which one was she talking about? Because Oh, the boy. Yeah, the boy who was like 14 at the time, the Hispanic boy. I wish I could remember his name. So I was.
I mean, it's gross when you think about it. But as someone that was a 14-year-old boy at one point in time, I'd be 100% proud of myself.
This is exactly why I say we all need to get together and watch That's My Boy. It's an Adam Sandler movie, but it is fucking hilarious. But it's all about this. It's all about this whole fucking subject.
Yes.
I get you, kind of, Alpha. I mean, it's kind of, I don't know, but still, at a certain point in time, you gotta like take advantage of when you can.
I mean, basically, you were just horny. You were just a horny kid. That's all.
28 years old. He's talking about, man. Look, banging.
Yeah, but I think he's talking about if that happened when he was a kid.
No, he just said, I don't care either way. A teacher could come to me at my age right now, and I probably still wouldn't do it.
Well, hold up though. A teacher would.
Is that his teacher? Or does he just hate teachers? He's like, you teach kids? Disgusting.
But, I mean that would be like okay, like if I'm so confused. If like okay, let's say Basement was a teacher. No, let's not use Basement. Let's say
I am a teacher.
yeah, let's say Basement was a teacher, okay, and he had a crush on a girl that was, I don't know, 28 years old, and she looked at him and said, "No, you are a teacher. Fuck off." I don't understand. I'm so confused right now. I mean, JP would fuck Basement.
No. What? No.
Sorry, I had to.
I'm sitting here trying to figure out. I only got like 60 fucking yards of fucking offense in this game.
I mean, yeah, John said if it was his teacher in college, then I mean that's just against the rule of ethics to begin with. You're not supposed to. If you're a professor or a teacher in college, you're not supposed to engage with the students.
I'd 100% do it.
Dude, I had a fucking biology. My first year in fucking college, I had a biology TA, and I would have banged his brains out. I'm not even fucking kidding you. He's hot as hell. I've been single too long.
We're just hearing Gina's life story.
Sorry.
No, I don't care. I told my life story.
Oh god, my dog came up to my hand and he's got a wet.
Talking about video games. I essentially told how I got into the gaming and shit. Playing video games. My grandfather introduced me to video games when I was probably 8, 9, maybe 10 years old. I had the game Pong. You remember that game at all?
Mm-hmm.
I used to play that game on the daily. And then my grandfather got us in television.
I've never played the Intellivision.
I actually have. I just have to go get it from my uncle. And that's where I know how to do. It had this big, thick book about this thick, and it told you, it taught you how to create a game. Like me and my brother created our own game on the Intellivision. Just basic programming, like first programming ever. Essentially, it introduced you to programming. You know, learning how to use a computer to programs with the original, whatever the original gaming program or programming, like C++ or whatever.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So that's how I got it. And then me and my brother, I was talking about how I had to, this motherfucker, every goddamn fucking time, have one fucking game where I'm good, and I can't fucking stop, and then I fucking get this fucking thing. Because out, I went like 40 yards away from him, and the guy jumps 30 feet in the fucking air and catches the fucking ball. What is this? Anyway, fuck the Dallas Cowboys. They really suck. This is another problem I have with these fucking games because they. But anyway, so I was explaining that me and my brother had actually, in order for when we spend the weekend at my grandparents. My mom has a picture of me and my brother sitting down and playing. I think we were playing Space Battle at the time, which is on the television. A picture of me and my brother and me sitting next to our mom. My mom's got the game console sitting in her lap while me and my brother play this game. But essentially, we had to sit down. We had to watch 4 shows. Hornswoggle. My grandfather's hourly, because he didn't watch it on Fridays. The Young and the Restless, and then Hee Haw.
Hee Huff? That sounds like a gay corner.
I had to watch.
I miss Hee Haw so bad.
But
I love the
it's the one show that I actually did not mind watching was Hee Haw. The one show I fucking hated was Doctor fucking Who.
Why? It's so
I
great.
hated that fucking show. It's Doctor Who with the fucking scarf and the fucking long coat. He just looked like a fucking idiot. Like it'd be 150 degrees out. This guy's wearing a fucking scarf and a long coat.
It's because he's an alien.
I never actually like my
I
grandpa.
didn't really care too much for Doctor Who, to be honest.
My grandpa only got 3 channels because we were out in the country, but like I grew up watching fucking Hee Haw, and then MASH, and Gilligan's Island. Oh, and what the fuck was that one called? The one with Gomer Pyle. Well, Andy Griffith's show, but there was another one, or not Gomer Pyle, with Hogan's Heroes.
That was like right after those.
Yeah, my grandpa. Apparently, my grandpa didn't like it either. Then because we changed the channel after that.
But yeah, we that's those shows. I grew up watching those shows, and Hee Haw was the only one. Actually, I don't mind 112. 112 was okay because it actually the music.
Oh god.
To be honest, I don't know. It says hype. I'm still fucking up.
JP, did you watch that one with Deplane?
Oh yeah. Oh yes. I had to watch
Fantasy Island.
Oh god.
Fantasy Island and Love Boat used to be on the same fucking night.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to watch them. My grandmother fucking loved those shows. I know who shot Jake. I had to. The night my brother burnt the house down when I think I was in 2nd grade. If I remember right.
Did you just say the night my brother burnt the house down?
Yes, my brother burnt our house down when we were kids.
Okay.
Which my brother thinks that it was his fault that mom and dad got divorced because he burnt the house down. I told him that's why mom and dad got divorced.
Oh my god, you're so mean.
The night that the house burnt down, JR got shot. My mom was so fucking mad because she didn't find out who shot JR. So about 2 weeks later, she found out who shot JR. Those guys. But I give my brother shit. Actually, what it was is my brother burnt my dad's porno. That's what he did. Porno magazines.
Oh my god!
He caught the styrofoam. My brother's a pyro. That?
Ah.
He was playing with fire in the basement. He's like, "Ooh, this looks like fun." So he just said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna burn the house."
Okay. I had a friend like that in high school, right? And like she came camping with us one time. And I'll never forget it. Like we were sitting by the campfire and she kept on trying to start like these little mini fires outside of the fire. And like my mom was like, "What are you doing?" And she's like, "I don't know, I just like fire." And my mom's like, "Gina, can you come here for a minute?"
She's never
nope.
allowed to stay at the house again.
I am not. No, I am not fucking kidding you. Luckily, we were camping at the park in our fucking town because she looked at me and she goes, "She needs to fucking go home right now."
Right.
I'm like, "Mom, what, really?" And she's like, "She's talking about starting fires everywhere. I am not burning alive tonight. She needs to go home right now."
Right. But no, that the night that JR got shot, my brother burnt the house. But it didn't really burn. It didn't burn to the ground because the police put it out. They did. The fire department actually showed up, and they were actually saved it. We actually went. My dog died in that fire.
Oh God, it's so sad.
Well, that's just super dark.
Right? Jesus Christ! Like he says, "Oh, Gina's having narrow life," and then he goes fucking Dark Ages.
Dark
Jeez,
Ages.
man.
Jesus Christ, I ain't that fucking old. But no.
No, I'm talking about with the dog dying.
Well, no, it wasn't.
dark.
It wasn't the dog. It was the cat. The cat died. Dad
Oh, that's
saved
okay.
the dog,
That's okay.
but he said "fuck the cat," which pissed my
Yeah,
mom
fuck
off.
cat.
Oh my
Which is another reason
god.
why I'm like, Jared, why is the reason the cat died? Is the reason mom and dad died. I used to give him a shit.
Do you ever feel like a terrible human being?
No, not at that time.
Yeah, it's what people do. Fuck it.
My brother's gotten me back since then. So
Okay, so like I legitimately, I don't. You say it's what people do. What the fuck? I never did any of that.
Well, I mean, people like like siblings kind of fuck around with each other.
Well, maybe
that
that's
way.
why. 'Cause I didn't have siblings.
See,
So
Oh, you're an only child. Disgusting.
Okay, so imagine, your house burns down and your parents get a divorce. Like,
Yeah, you'd be like, it's your fault.
Like,
it's all your fault.
year later,
It's all your fault. You're
you're
the
like,
cat.
dude, your fault, dude. And then my mom would say, it's not your fault. You're not the reason that me and your dad got divorced. Well, it's the cat. The cat is the reason why your dad got divorced because they go back to say the cat. So my brother, so it's not true. No, it's true. So my mom would have to explain to me, Jeremy, stop doing this to your brother. No, fuck that.
and in the meantime, JP's getting his fucking ass whooped. You know.
I did.
Did your mom use a wooden spoon?
No.
Okay.
No. It was my mom.
See, I
didn't get spanked with a wooden spoon. I got slapped across the face.
I never got any of that. My mom played fucking psychological warfare on me, man. She would take away all of my shit. Like, literally, one by one, all of my shit would disappear out of my room until I literally had a bed, and that's it. Until I started acting better. Like, my parents never fucking laid a hand on me, but they played psychological fucking warfare all the time.
Once I was old enough to learn guilt, my parents ruined my life with it.
Oh my god, my mom was the worst with fucking guilt tripping. Oh my god. Like, she can still do it to me today. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm 37 years old. How the fuck?
My mom never. My mom would ground after my mom and dad got divorced. My mom would ground us. 5 minutes later, she'd be like, I can only put up with you two fucking idiots.
My mom would do that
like,
too.
Grounded, she'd be like grounded for a week, can't leave the house. 5 minutes into the fucking ground, we were so fucking. Just go outside, fucking play.
You know what the sad thing is it was only me. I was an only fucking child, but my mom would do the exact same thing because I would just get on her nerves so bad because like I was a kid, you know, so I would sit there and I would ask questions over and over again, not even meaning to fucking do it.
Rayshawn, seriously?
It's electrifying.
Your mother put you in a bathtub,
Wait,
put the
what?
toaster in, and threw it in the tub to discipline you? That's
I'm pretty sure that's child abuse, bro.
That's child abuse.
No,
pretty
JP.
sure that I'm pretty sure that's fucking attempted murder.
It's electrifying. No.
Pretty sure that's
my
attempted
fucking
murder, bro.
My mom would punish me for things I didn't even do. It's like I had a friend, and it was more of an acquaintance that she saw me play with a couple times. He threw a rock through our window, and I was fucking grounded for a week.
Oh, thank God.
I wasn't even out there. I was inside.
Nice.
Fuck,
Okay,
man.
so it's a joke, apparently. Thank God
Oh
for
my god.
that.
Thank God, I was gonna say because that's really fucked up. I do know, and it's okay, Rayshawn. There are people out there that do that shit, thinking it is okay.
I actually had to review when I was in college. I had to review a case in one of my social worker classes, and they were based, reality-based cases.
Yeah.
And one of them was this person had fucking taken a cord off of a lamp and stripped the fucking cord and then zapped the shit out of their kids over and over with that fucking cord. Like, people are fucked up, man.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
I'm going to tell you guys something, and this is not joking. This is the truth.
probably okay. You get it out on the shoulders, get them
When
wide,
me and my
you're just gonna
brother
pick up
were
a holding call.
younger, and I'm telling you right now, my dad to this day feels bad for it happening. Um, Me and my brother were physically abused, and our sisters were physically abused because I said the word shit. Because I said the word shit. Which my dad, we know why he did the things he did. Because Vietnam we were emotionally, physically, and psychologically abused. I had to lick a floor. I had to sit in a corner and lick the floor
Ew.
because I would not tell. And the only way my dad was literally going to burn my sister's tongue on the oven if I
Oh.
did not say that I did something. Yeah.
Super
Fucking
fucked up.
torture, torture
Okay,
tactics,
so,
man.
so like,
It was.
okay, I have to say this. Knowing that now, JP, I have to say that it speaks to how who you are as a person, that you were able to actually forgive something like that. You know, I know that you're close with your dad now, so like
I
it
wouldn't
just
say that my dad and I are close, but I don't.
There's like a modicum of respect and understanding that
yeah.
you want
But I
to
mean,
help
you
out a
know,
family member that's in need.
The reason, and I'm not excusing what he did, and he knows this. He's very well aware of this. Had a lot to do with Vietnam.
I mean, yeah, but
He was,
I'm,
but I'm not. But
yeah,
It's an understanding, not an
yeah.
excuse. It's an understanding of, as an adult, you can get that a bit more.
Had the resources that most veterans do today.
So
they would tell him, "Oh, you are just going through separation."
Yeah, nothing was really
Here's
diagnosed the way it is
okay. So,
today, to be
like, here's my
honest.
question. Here's my question, JP. Do you think that like that had something to do with what landed you in the career that you're doing today, where you like help?
No.
You know, I mean, obviously you were in the military, but I know that you help families and soldiers that are in the or that are in the military or whatever.
What I do is I should say I take care of them because they don't come over to my house and yeah, you can sleep on the couch because I kick them the fuck out. But what I do on a daily basis is I send resources. Like if a soldier is homeless, I help them find a place to live. I'm not going to give them a place to live because I essentially can't. But I can.
Right, but what I'm
here you go. Here's your resource.
Excuse me.
Is that why I do what I do? No, not really.
I mean,
it might be like part of a reason for.
And that's
like,
what I was trying to get.
I mean, you never know, like how things affect you and moving forward. It's more of like having understanding for certain things that other people might not or might never go through, right? So, I mean, a job might suit you a bit better than other jobs. I mean, I wouldn't say the same. I would say the same thing as JP.
Well,
I'm not
I mean,
in my job because of my own problems and personal problems. No, but did they prepare me for being better at that job? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will say that.
Well, and yeah, and like that's. I guess that was. I worded it wrong. That was kind of what I was trying to allude to. Was
it's a very
like
legitimate question. It's not.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, because like a lot of people, like let's say you raised it as like a foster kid or whatever, that ultimately leads to a lot of people becoming social workers in order to try to help kids in foster care or whatever, you know. But I know it's a little bit different in the military because I know like you kind of, I'm not sure how it works after you kind of get out or whatever. But are you assigned to a certain spot or do you kind of get to pick what?
What I do is I take care of 17,000 soldiers and families in the state of Florida. and that's person. That's not 17,000 families. Is 17,000 people as being soldiers and families in the military.
And you know, in this league, you can never.
And is it like, okay? So sorry, is it like the people that you help out with, are they like relegated to be helped out with, or is it like a volunteer
No,
program?
if a soldier, even if a soldier was making $1 million a year, because they
Is
have
it to check on
jobs, and
well-being?
they come to me and say, I'm homeless. I have no place to live because my house burnt down.
Mhm.
That person that they come to saying, hey, is there any resources out there that I can get or that are available for me because I am a soldier to use to help me deal with my financial hardship at the time, even though they're
Yeah.
making really fucking
Well, you know, like
That's it's somewhat similar to some of the things I deal with at work. I did want to say, like, I mean, before we get too far gone,
yeah.
Alpha said, Rayshawn, I want to know something fucked up. My parents never told me I had autism all my life until a week before my grandfather passed back in 2017, and
I mean,
he's 28 years old.
okay,
They're waiting
okay.
until
So I'm gonna
what,
ask you this.
25 to do that?
I'm gonna ask you this question: how did they know you have autism without?
They
going
would
to
have
the
known, and
doctor and
they
having
would
a
have.
diagnosis.
Maybe it was done when he was younger.
But how can you?
It was a test.
I mean, but you know, you see this a
You can
lot with
hide
like
things from
a lot of
younger
different.
kids, even teenagers. You can hide this shit from.
But you know what though? Like you see, not just with autism, you see it with a lot of different things. I mean, some people don't tell their kids that they're adopted until they have their own children, and then you know you have your own children, and you're like, oh hey mom, dad, I need to know like what runs in our family, and then all of a sudden, oh fuck, wait, I'm adopted. Like,
I
And
feel like there's a certain time and place to tell something to anybody. I
my
don't know if I would do it right away, but I feel like there's a level of maturity you would see in
okay, so
someone to be
like
like, it's time they can handle it. And I don't think I'd ever wait until someone's 25 years old, 26
well,
years old
here's
to
the
tell them
thing.
that shit.
Okay, so like I didn't find out that my stepdad wasn't my real dad until I was 9 years old, and my mom
That's
told
not
me.
so bad
No,
because
no, but
level
like,
of
hold on.
understanding.
I understand, but like my mom told me, but like because of the circumstances, you know, because I was a rape child and everything, I didn't really understand at 9 years old what rape was. You know, I knew what it was, but I didn't fully grasp the whole situation because like she literally kind of like threw me into the fact that my dad was not my real dad, and it kind of threw me for a fucking loop. So like while I had the understanding of what was actually being told to me, I still didn't process it like right away or whatever. And my mom was like super upset telling me, you know, because obviously circumstances or whatever. So like it didn't help the fact that like she was upset. But uh, I mean, obviously I had to know sooner or later. But like her and my dad had a discussion about it, and my dad was like, "She's 9 years old. It's time to tell her." You know, I don't understand how anybody can let that go.
Well,
Until
I can
somebody is
agree with you.
5.
Not you want somebody to grow up without the knowledge that will weigh heavily upon them, or make them have decisions based upon the knowledge that got them into this world with that. So, like with Alpha's case, I mean, maybe that was the case, and Rayshawn, you're right, man. I don't know. Half the things I say are just going to be said from me thinking in the moment. I'm not going to be right about 90% of what I say, but I'm willing to like discuss it and see where people end up.
Yeah. I mean, you know, bottom line is, Alpha, I'm pretty sure that your parents probably had a like reason for
They might just wanted you to like grow up and experience things without thinking you like.
there's something
Sometimes,
wrong with you, you
sometimes
know.
when people are
and
told there's a
that's
reason you are different, it fucks them up more than
Well,
not being told
and
that.
here's the thing. And here's the thing. You also have to remember that, like, when we were growing up, and when you were growing up, Alpha, because you're not too much far behind us.
Yeah, nobody really talks
you're
about
way
autism.
the
Autism was
fuck
not as
behind me,
widely.
pal.
But okay, so
Right,
then,
you're not
like I'm
behind
30.
Heather and basement tonight too much.
I like, and I'm gonna say right now, like my childhood, I'm sure like 50% of the kids had autism and nobody talked about it because it
And
was just
yeah,
like
it
he's
just
a
was
bit
not
weird
talked
in certain things, and that's it.
Well, yeah, it just wasn't talked about. And then when it was talked about, people like that were kind of singled out and picked on growing up, or at least where I lived, they were picked on. So like maybe your parents were trying to avoid that whole situation where you would be confused and you would be picked on, things like that. Parents always have. I never fully understood it until I became a parent myself. But the fact of the matter is, parents always have a reason for doing whatever it is that they're doing. And if they're a fucking good parent, it's in order to protect their child from something.
And Rishon, if what you're saying is true, that he was a crack baby and was adopted, when did you learn that truth? Because
I can tell you, I was a weed baby.
well,
I used to
fuck, so was
pass
I.
around
Come
the
on.
fucking joint. I used to get
Uh.
high at the age of 4.
Oh, that's what happened to him. No, I'm kidding.
Essentially, that is what my dad will tell you, and Heather knows this. My dad said, yeah, he used to pass the fucking joint around. Like, whatever.
Jesus Christ.
Whatever. I knew it. I knew I did it. I pulled my pants down in front of a fucking woman at the age of fucking 7 and said, look at this shit. You like it, don't you?
Oh my God.
Wendy, shut your fucking mouth.
Jesus Christ. I don't know, man.
I feel like it's such a balancing act because you want to be transparent with somebody, and depending on the person and the time in their life when you be transparent, it might have this huge impact that fucking throws them off in anything that they kind of have going. I was like, oh, okay, all of a sudden, or you're a kid and you don't really realize or recognize what that means, and then you grow to understand it, and you might look at it as like a crutch, or you might look at it as something that propels you to be something else.
Well,
Who knows, man?
I've kind of been having to deal with a not this heavy shit like this, but a situation similar to it with Bella, because like you guys know what happened with Bella's dad. Like he got fucking addicted to cocaine and went to fucking prison, right?
That motherfucker snorted shit up his ass.
Exactly. But like
good dog.
We recently just received a letter from him after him not speaking to her for last time I seen her, she was like 4 or something. But being the mother because she's constantly asking about her dad, and I don't know what to fucking tell her, right? So like I always just told her, honey, your dad was sick, and he did some bad things, so he's in jail. I told her the truth. I didn't know what else to tell her. Well, since she was asking about her dad, I went ahead and he had wrote a letter to me, and then he wrote a letter to her. So I read the letter first, obviously, but I let her read the letter. And now I'm in a situation where it's like she wants to know her dad, but I don't have the heart to tell her all of the bad things that her dad has fucking done. And
I'm gonna tell you right now, Gina, and I can't say that you're a bad parent for doing that, but sometimes, and I'm sure you've heard some of the stories because my mom didn't tell me this.
Now I'm pro dad, even though he was fucking drop dead piece of shit.
I'm gonna tell you, it hurts her even more.
Here's the thing. I have told her. Yeah. But the thing is, like, I have told her, a lot of it, but I just don't know. It's not that I don't want to tell her, or that I don't want to make it appear like I'm trying to make her hate her father, because I don't want her to feel like she can't have anything to do with her dad.
Gina,
but in the same sense,
okay, so I'm just gonna,
because I don't want to put that on my daughter. I don't want.
Gina, I get what you're saying. I'm not saying
Yeah.
you are wrong for doing that. You're being protective. You're a protective mother. I've seen you personally be a protective mother.
Yeah.
Physically, I've seen you. I've been up at your place a couple of times, and I have heard you. It's like, oh my god, where's my fucking daughter? Like, she probably had playing. But so I know the kind of mother you are. I think you being the mother hen, and I'm gonna call, and I'm not. This is so weird that I'm saying this because I'm not even a fucking psychologist. The mother hen syndrome is a term that I can use so much because my mom had to say where she was so protective of her children that she didn't want them to
That's a
have
carry
to
they
deal
have to be
with the
satisfied
pain.
with, and throughout this game,
You know what I
they've
mean?
been
You
satisfied with
understand
Yeah,
what
what I'm
he's
saying?
given them.
but that's the thing, you know, like Austin, growing up, Austin went through hell and back with me,
Yes.
right? Because of all the different relationships that I was in or whatever, you know. So he went through hell and back. So I tried everything possible. Um, I couldn't take that back for Austin, you know. So like I tried everything possible to keep that away from Bella. But now that her dad is on the verge of getting out,
Mm-hmm.
um, I've like tried. I tell her the truth, but I left a few things out, if that
Well,
makes
and,
sense.
and,
Like
and
I
how
didn't
this
tell her
being
the part
said,
about like how he stole from me or how he stole from her brother, you know, and things like that because I don't want to.
But
Like
also,
I said, I
like,
okay,
don't want to
so
force
she's
her to
how
have to
old?
choose.
9 years old? 9 years old? 8 years old?
Yeah,
how is
and
this?
you guys know Bella's mentality because she is incredibly protected. She has been her entire life because I will not let anybody hurt this child.
Right.
But eventually, the
So
world will hurt her.
I
Like it hurts
understand that, but
everybody.
I
Nah,
understand that. But as
like, I
long as
mean, I'm
I
not even the
can, I'm
person to talk
protected
about
from it.
this. I'm not the person to talk
Yeah,
about
but
this. To be
basement in the
honest.
same sense, like you add just as much to the conversation as anybody else would. So I don't know. It
Eventually, it will happen. And I
yeah.
feel like, I guess holding someone near and dear and not letting them experience the I can't talk on your situation because I don't know. I know some of it. I don't know all of it, and
Mhm.
it's hard for like I mean, for me, I feel like I was raised on fucking tough love,
Yeah.
but I
Well,
I had hardships constantly.
my
So
I tell her everything that I possibly can because regardless of which, her father will not see her alone. Like that's not going to fucking happen. Um, but if he does want to see her or whatever, and she does want this relationship with him, I'm gonna do whatever I have to do in order to protect her, and
No,
even if that
and
means keeping
that's
her
a
away
hundred
from
that's what
him.
you're
percent.
supposed to do. And
Yeah,
But I
that is
mean,
so,
I'm in a
so
that is
situation
stupid.
now where it's like
this
I'm
is
in a situation now where it's like I'm sorry, JP, but like she wants
no,
to
it's fine.
see her dad, but in the same sense, I know, like he keeps on claiming in this letter or whatever that he's clean and that he's changed and all this stuff, but I've known her dad since I was 14 years old, and he does this all the fucking time. This is what he does. He gets clean, he apologizes, and then he's right back to it again. You know, so like I'm trying to keep her from getting hurt because
But
this is a
the thing is,
situation
like,
where like
the
he could
problem
hurt her
is
really bad.
the problem is you might need to be hurt in order to
I know,
understand who
and
her father is,
that's what
which is
fucking sucks.
terrible but true.
That
Yeah,
because he's the one
JP, we
person
gotta invite him to the chat somehow.
I,
He's
I,
not part of this Discord.
who.
oh, he's not. Do you know?
No, it's a different Discord, and I don't know what his Discord is. Rayshon, I don't know what his
Oh,
I
Discord
got it.
is.
I got it.
but I mean, you
Alright.
know, like it's kind of a situation where like I am trying everything I can to protect her as much as I possibly can because I don't want her to be hurt by the one person that shouldn't fucking hurt her.
And that one person is the person that will hurt her, and I mean, like it's gonna be fucking
There he
destroyed.
is.
But
What's
at
up,
the
Ray
same
Sean?
time, it's
Yeah,
probably gonna happen.
Hi
What's
there.
up,
I know.
Black
What's up,
Hammer?
Rashawn?
Love his name.
What's up?
Hmm.
What's going on, brother?
Now I'm just sitting here
We're
listening to
having
you guys
therapy
talk.
sessions
Apparently,
tonight.
we're doing a therapy session this week.
Apparently,
I
I
mean,
was looking at you. You said you were adopted. You don't have a biological family.
Learn to live with it. Makes no
Well, we
sense to
all
have
do.
too much anger.
I mean, like, okay, I don't know, but like, I don't know how I would feel. Like, would you have you like? Did you feel the urge to search for them at all, or
Oh
was it
my
just like
god.
this is this?
Plenty of times, but I had to stop because it was all like anger issues. Like I'm going to look for them and track them down and kill them. So I
Oh,
stopped.
holy shit! Oh,
wait a minute. Is that how
are your
bad you feel
biological
about like
parents?
biological
Yeah.
parents?
I feel that
I don't
I
know.
feel
Like,
you.
I don't know if I would a
No,
huge grudge depending on what situation my biological parents were in when they said that we can't have a kid
I
and
mean,
we shouldn't have a kid and we
I,
shouldn't
I
raise a kid.
I
but
understand him.
that might be completely different for you. Sorry, go ahead, Gina.
I was just going to say I understand you to a certain level, though my situation was a little bit different. If I ever came face to face with my biological father, I would probably shoot him in the face. I'm not fucking lying but that was a whole different situation. You know, my mom was a rape
It's
child.
non-consensual terribleness.
Yeah. Whereas,
I'm gonna interrupt real
you know,
quick for the game's sake here. All right, so
yeah.
I'm actually at the point where I'm gonna build the stadium.
It's got to be open concept. I need air, and I need
Okay,
yeah.
so I can do the deluxe hybrid stadium, and it's the
It looks like the Sky Dome.
Listen,
Fuck
listen.
that
The
shit.
city will fund it at 57% if I get it.
But why?
Because they're stupid. So, hold on a second. Let me see. We got the deluxe canopy stadium where they'll fund it at 57%. The building costs $1 billion. The weekly cost will be $200,000 a week.
That's a lot of money.
There's 66,000 seat capacity. $4,000, 4,000 suites, which means there's 4,000 suites where the rich people.
How many people are willing to watch you lose and pay for it?
Oh, I'm gonna be winning. I'm gonna be winning pretty soon. I guarantee it. Just
I mean, that looks like an anus, so choose that.
looks like an anus.
The Lux Canopy Stadium. I don't know.
The deluxe
Choose what you want. To be honest, that's nice.
I like
that's
this
that's
one.
the Sky. Do it. Go for it.
The deluxe
Go hard.
hybrid?
Go home. Yeah. Come on, Sky Dome, basically.
Essentially.
All right,
All right.
Rayshawn. Sorry. Go ahead, man.
Go ahead, Rayshawn.
Oh, I wrote it in the chat.
Yeah, he's typing in the chat. It's probably something that
right.
shouldn't be aired out. But
well, it's up to him.
I personally think that we should lighten up this conversation a little bit. What do you guys think?
We can.
It's up to you guys. I mean, I'm down to talk about dark shit.
Face is like, I want all of us crying by the end of this call.
Everybody crying. Well, I mean, if we haven't seen by JP's play, wait.
But
you can shut your fucking mouth.
But I mean, you know, it's kind of good to do this every once in a while. Everybody deserves a fucking therapy session every once in a while.
So
no, and you're absolutely right.
So,
True.
and I was gonna say, so you see us like when we do shows and such, and we're all laughy, jokey.
I'm dying inside.
Not everybody's gone through. I've had a tough life. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It hasn't been easy. I'm not gonna lie.
Heather's probably had a pretty tough life. I've only known Heather for what, 4 years now? 5 years now?
But I think that's what we share as just people on this planet, man. Everybody has their own story.
Exactly. And you know what?
My point is, we all come from somewhere. We've all been through something. Our society today has become pussified.
Well, we cater to 20-year-olds. Like, when I say 20, 18 to 20.
They need a safe space.
You could probably say, like, you are a piece of shit. Well, you shouldn't be mean to people on Twitter. You know what? You fucking moron. And these are the same fucking people that are being mean on Twitter for other things. But don't be mean to fucking Britt Baker. And if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, she sucks as a wrestler. She's constantly injured.
She's fucking a terrible fucking wrestler.
I mean, I would say, like, to anybody, okay? She wants to wrestle. Follow that goal. Become to a place where I don't have to make fun of you, because if you're good at what you do, you ain't gonna get made fun of. For the most part, you don't have that like silent, the small part of your fan base that hates you. But you know,
I hate her.
Well, I mean, she was pushed way too soon. She's a gangly armed fucker that can't really do much.
Okay. So. God, you guys hate her so much.
Oh,
I feel like the easiest thing in wrestling to do is to be hateable, to be a heel. It's one of the easiest things.
It really is.
If somebody paid me money and said, make everybody hate you, I think everybody on this call could do that.
Honestly, I think the only person that probably had a really hard time playing a heel was probably Bailey, just because naturally she is such a fucking nice person.
But also, she doesn't have like a very emotive face, so it's kind of hard to be
Exactly.
angry when you look like you're in a
She
coma.
had to work at it a little bit more than most
she's
people
still
would. But,
fucking terrible, by the way.
I mean, I have
No, she's
resting bitch
fucking
face.
god awful. Her and Sasha Banks can take a flying leap off a fucking building, and I can care less.
She's the Mandalorian.
No, fuck, she's not nothing. Everybody, oh my god, you want to get into that shit? I'm fucking on Twitter. Fucking, and I'm like, everybody's like, oh, Sasha Banks was great. She had 2 fucking lines. And the one time that she had more than one fucking line or a quick, nope, that's not what happened. And that, I think that was literally one of her fucking lines. Nope, that didn't happen. When she actually had more than that, she started, and Heather, she sounds like a fucking Valley girl. I'm gonna shove a fucking corn cob up your ass. That's exactly what fucking Sasha sounds like in a woman's voice. She did it tonight in the build to the fucking match between her and fucking Asuka for fucking Survivor Series. He's like, I don't like the way you're fucking talking. Just keep talking your shit. It's like, shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear you talk.
And
all they want to do is see you fucking wear these, whatever the fuck she's, a bandana outfit.
And
it looks fucking just, I want to punch her.
And her face. Her face says it all. Like when you say she talks like a Valley girl, it's not just the way she talks; it's her face. Her face reads Valley girl 100%. Like whenever she's talking, she's like, "Oh my god, duh," and she literally does that little head nog.
Well, that was her whole. That was the only character that. Well, hold on. That is the only character she can actually pull off. And I mean, I don't understand. Like, people love her because I literally think they would lick the sweat off her ass crack because they're that creepy.
My God.
Like, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's fucking, I am Sasha Banks' number 1 fan. That's their name. That's their picture. All they do is retweet Sasha Banks shit. You know that person would literally eat her shit and be like, can I have some more, Miss Banks? Like,
I know,
like,
right?
I can't stand that fan base. And that fan base, like, the problem is the Kardashian fan base for loving someone because of their physical beauty and popularity has become so intoxicating for a lot of the male fan base that just wants to get a good jack off in before they fucking cry themselves to sleep.
That spelled a bath water.
People bought fucking bathwater of this fucking nasty ass girl that looks like she was fucking infected with leprosy and her eyes don't work right. Fuck her.
People got fucking sick because not only did they buy the bathwater, but some people were fucking drinking it. Like, do you have any idea how much like bacteria is in regular bathwater alone from the bathtub itself, let alone the skin cells from the person that are?
I mean, so I don't. But the whole thing is that she was in the episode, last week's episode of The Mandalorian, right? Yeah. So, and I thought for sure Baby Yoda was going to die today. Fucker's still alive. But anyway.
They better not.
No, they ain't going to kill off Baby Yoda. They should, though. That's all I'm going to say.
JP just wants him to do it so he can be like, yes, fuck you, Baby Yoda.
I'm sitting there watching the episode today, and the fucking Mandalorian is sitting there. He's going to take the blue wire and plug it into or take the red wire and plug it where the blue wire was. So I'm sitting here like, oh my God, he's going to electrocute himself. He's like, and he specifically said, don't touch the wires. So what does Baby Yoda do? Fucking electrocutes himself. I'm like, shit, he's dead. And then the motherfucker's just like, doing his fucking Baby Yoda coos is the fucking.
But I mean, you know what though? But every generation has this like cute little figure. I mean, you know, you look back at like the 80s, it was Gizmo. 80s and 90s, you know, and then we had Baby Groot for a while. I think we also had like Baby Jabba or something like that for a little while, and now it's Baby Yoda.
Right. Well, anyway, needless to say, Sasha Banks was on
Baby Yoda is
and people
Gizmo.
are like, people are like
They're
Sasha
the
Banks
exact
did-
same thing. Hairless.
100%.
Yeah, Sasha Banks was on this episode, and she may have said maybe 10 words throughout the whole.
Well, the thing I
And
hate,
it's
and I
like,
kind of
go
feel
ahead.
well. The thing, Sasha Banks is a diehard wrestling fan. She's done a lot of she's made her costume, done moves that are like paying homage to old wrestlers. Her fan base is not diehard wrestling fans.
No.
Her fan base is thirsty assholes that want to slip into her fucking butt cheeks.
Yeah, that's true.
It is.
And it's
Just like
unfortunate.
Alexa Bliss.
Well, I mean, I would actually
mean,
I feel worse for
I
Sasha
would-
Banks because Alexa Bliss.
I would slip into Alexa Bliss.
Alexa Bliss was kind of played in more to that. I would say Alexa Bliss is great on the mic, but Sasha Banks, I feel, is a better in ring and is more of a fan of wrestling.
Okay, but here's the thing.
But she's slowly turning into a fan of herself, which is a problem.
If I feel bad for anybody in this situation, I feel bad for Sasha's fucking husband because all these guys are coming at her nonstop, and it's like, do you not respect the fact that she's married?
Well, no, obviously. Fuck, man, like, come on.
I mean,
look
who
at
the
people.
fuck am I asking though? Because nine times out of 10, it doesn't even fucking matter if you're fucking famous anymore. Like nobody respects same-sex marriage anymore.
Half these guys don't give a fucking shit about anything except for the fact that they're in love with Sasha Banks, not the person, because they have no idea who the person is. They're in love with the character. They're in love with her look. There's like cherish she got a movie role. I like it's literally I will lick the ground you walk on type person,
Right.
and that's 50% of her fan base. It's disgusting, man.
But people on Twitter were like, "Oh my God, she needs to win an award for this." She didn't fucking do anything.
No,
She
but
said
that's
10
her fan.
words.
That's her fan
She
base.
said 10
Fan base is
words.
disgusting.
Yeah, but she
They're
said 10
they're
words.
not they're not fans. They're idol. She's become an idol for them, and it's disgusting.
Okay, but
and
here's
nobody
the
should
thing.
ever get to that level.
10 fucking words. She said 10 fucking words. And there's like, oh, did you see that back kick she did? It wasn't even fucking her. Because when have you ever seen her do that in fucking WWE? If she would do that in WWE, I'd be like, holy shit, Sasha Banks can actually fucking wrestle.
With Sasha Banks, here's the thing. Sasha Banks loves wrestling so much that she's willing to try everything. The thing is, she's not willing to perfect anything because I'm almost 100% sure 75% of her schedule is built around her doing a photo shoot.
Well,
at this point,
and John, I am not a fan of Becky Lynch because somebody asked the people on Twitter put out those tweets. Get rid of one. Every single fucking time, it's Becky fucking Lynch. Why is it Becky Lynch? Because she is the epitome of what I do not want to see in a women's wrestler. Even though
I mean, I think I would rather have Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch and Sasha Banks are kind of on the same level for me.
Here is the thing, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm pretty sure you've all have heard this. The problem with Becky Lynch, Sasha Banks, Charlotte Flair, and Bayley is that they are the only four that ever get anything done to them. What everybody's like, well, what are they gonna do with? I want to see Bianca Belair. Do you know what Bianca Belair is going to be used for? Sasha Banks to go to that next fucking level of unfucking beatable. That's it.
Yeah, that's fan. It's fan base driven, and it's thirsty fan base. It's not the same as the Attitude Era where people are like, I just love Stone Cold Dick or anything, but I love him and he's great, and they're like storylines are good. For Sasha Banks, it's like she could literally go out there and eat a snow cone and the most popular thing the whole fucking night.
But you know what, though, I do have to say that, like,
WWE's OnlyFans now.
But I do have to say that, like, okay, with Becky Lynch, there's a reason why we didn't see any pregnancy pictures of her until just recently, you know, and there's a reason why she's no longer on fucking Twitter while she's out during this pregnancy, because right after people fucking found out that she was fucking pregnant, they were already trying to name her and Seth's child. They were fucking taking
that's part of it, but I
of
also
both
feel
of
like
them and meshing them together in order to get their child. It's stupid.
I also feel like her being very vocal on Twitter during her pregnancy, where she can't rebut anything that happens in ring, something like that, is kind of a detriment to the character she built. So
yeah, but I mean, like the Twitter isn't just for her wrestling. Like it's her personal Twitter account too. So she could have.
I'm like happy that she didn't, in my honest opinion, because I
Mm.
think I'm
But I
100% one of those guys that say social media should be to move your character forward, to not to be your like place where you just become a fan favorite.
I can literally sit here and say the only reason. How do I say this? Them four don't give a shit about fucking wrestling. They're more worried about what their character is. Charlotte Flair is probably least about her character and more about the wrestling than the other three. But then
I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore.
Charlotte Flair
we
has
haven't
turned
seen
into a
Charlotte
plastic
in a
Barbie
while, so
doll.
I don't know.
Women's wrestling has become Kardashian era wrestling.
It is.
Yeah.
And people want to
Unfortunately.
blame the fucking Bellas, but no. If
No, you
wanna
blame the popularity.
If you want to blame anybody for that, you want to blame the WWE. Why? Because what is one of the most popular shows on fucking TV? Well, the
Total
Kardashians.
Divas.
Well, it's not even the Total Bellas. It's the Kardashians are even more
I said
popular.
Well, I mean, that's what it was based on, right? The bottom line is the WWE wants to create icons because icons make money.
Yep.
The problem is the WWE also wants to control icons. That just ain't gonna fucking happen. When someone becomes too big for the bridges, becomes too big for WWE, they gonna leave WWE and have with The Rock. And I don't think Sasha Banks will be as gracious as The Rock with continuing to accommodate them in their schedule. But also, like, Sasha Banks is no Rock. Sasha Banks has not done anything close to The Rock.
No.
So come on. I don't know. I just like women's wrestling is failing for a completely different reason, and the reason is that women in entertainment get idolized sexually, but they also present themselves that way.
They do.
Because it's a way to get ahead. I mean, right now we're at that interim where people are like, women were like, oh, the only way to get ahead is to be, sexualized. And now the only way to get ahead is not necessarily to be sexualized, but they still have the ability to sexualize themselves to get ahead. So it's, I don't know. It is what it is.
Women's wrestling, and it's another reason why I don't care about women's wrestling. Women's wrestling anymore is not something that I watch any wrestling show for.
Which is like, the thing is, I've never watched shows for women's wrestling, but there was when I got back into wrestling, when I was watching NXT, and this is when Charlotte and all those guys were in NXT. All those, there was a competitive nature, and there were good fucking women's wrestling matches. And I'm not saying they don't happen now, but there's so much more. Like, they've kind of regressed in terms of building women's wrestling. Instead of they're building women's wrestlers.
Right.
I don't know, Rayshawn, what do you feel?
I feel that there's more women's wrestlers than before.
Well, there definitely is more, but like,
to the point.
But are they built on wrestling or are they built on sex appeal? Because it's kind of. Remember the Attitude Era? Yeah, remember the Attitude Era?
Yeah.
It's the same, but it's presented differently.
Charlotte was flat chested, if you remember.
Yeah, I mean, they're always going to appeal, but like, I feel like now it's getting back to the way, like, you might as well do bra and panty matches. The only thing is the bra and panty matches are happening on Twitter.
You're right.
Right?
I can understand that.
Which is like so disgraceful for the people that brought the women's wrestling. So anybody like Charlotte Flair, Sasha Banks, Bayley, I can't really hate on too much. Alexa Bliss, they are all kind of putting women's wrestling back a bit by being it's more about the way I look and the people I intrigued by the way I look than what I do in the ring. Charlotte Flair is so solid in ring, but she's like nonstop making these poses and turning her face into a mutant to adhere to nowadays standards. Oh God, no.
Carmella is actually debuted like a few weeks ago.
Carmella sucks.
Carmella sucks. She really, really sucks.
Well, okay.
She's
Well,
not great.
she's going to be in a program with Sasha Banks after Survivor Series.
Oh, God.
She's probably going to take the title off of fucking Sasha Banks. They have her. They've repackaged her to be Emma. Remember when Emmalina? They have repackaged her to be that character.
Because that's all she can be. She was Emmalina before she disappeared for a while.
But the outfit that she was wearing, you know how what she used to show up in? Now she's wearing a garter belt.
You know what though?
Like there's nobody in the world that can tell me WWE women more about sexualization than anything else. Because that's exactly what it's about.
Carmella reminds me more of like a more sexy Summer Rae. Or not a more sexy, but like a more in-ring capable.
Well,
no, she's Summer Rae. She's Summer Rae.
and from my observations, everybody, Lana's being put through a table every fucking week.
Yeah, Lana sucks. Jack sucks.
Okay.
They're all garbage.
Here's the thing. Everybody's like, oh, they're putting her through a table because of fucking Rusev. No, they're putting her through a table because they're trying to build fucking sympathy for her. It has absolutely fucking nothing to do with him.
But what they don't understand is doing something, putting her through a table 18 times isn't going to really build sympathy for pretty much anybody. Like WWE's the main roster is fucking hopeless. Like honestly, like wrestling is fucking garbage 90% of the time. Like I can't stand most of it because it's like half the wrestling companies out there be like, oh, we're gonna build wrestling off nostalgia. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. No, you just turn into the exact same fucking thing that's out there, just like slightly different to a degree.
Yeah.
Cool. Why you just watch New Japan?
Well,
and even then,
a little bit overboard because
even then with New Japan, it's like they lost so much.
Here's the thing.
Evil was not the
option. They're trying so hard to, and I like New Japan. I like it for the wrestling. I don't care about anything fucking else that happens in New Japan. You do need a little bit of the storytelling, but they are trying so hard. Well, we're doing this, and this is what we're going to do with Sonata, and this is what we're going to do with Evil. There's a reason why Evil won the title. There's a reason he won the title.
Doesn't have the title anymore.
Not tell me that you were going to put the title on Evil just because you think he's a great wrestler.
Well, here's the thing.
You're not.
No, he was the fucking turnover.
I agree with that. But here's the thing. I have noticed, and I don't mind it, don't get me wrong, because it's not like, poorly done or whatever. But I have noticed with New Japan a lot that they're building matches off of if you watch after the show and you watch the interviews and shit that they do after the show, they're building a lot more matches off of that, and it's a lot more storyline based, where they're starting to act out stuff like the thing between Jay White and Kota Ibushi, right after Kota Ibushi won the G1.
Yes.
They're starting to build a little bit more on storytelling during that time, and then they build even more of it when they're walking out to the ring, or when they're in the ring and they're saying, whatever on the microphone.
Well, my only issue is, and I watched all of the G1, and I enjoyed the G1. I did. I thoroughly enjoyed the G1. My only issue is I watched every match, and every match was copy and paste.
I didn't think so.
Well, I feel like
Gina, come on. Every time Jay White came out,
I
What
love
was the
him.
first thing that he fucking did in every fucking match? Every
Showed his
match.
ass.
Well, what was the second thing that he did? He would roll
Chop
out of the ring and walk around the ring,
Oh
crapping his
yeah,
pants.
but that's the typical Jay White. Like he does that shit all the
Well,
time.
no, because then you sit there and you watch Zack Sabre Jr.
Well, yeah, but Zack Sabre Jr.
God,
is a heel too.
even that baby faces do it. Tanahashi did it. He would
Yeah,
do
but Tana.
his. He would do his. You know, Kazuchika Okada would do it. We got to
I
do
mean,
copy and paste. So it's
I
not
mean,
just
this
the
is what I've
heels.
said for the longest time. The more attention you pay to New Japan, the more you realize that it's similar to WWE and AEW
I
and all.
still fucking
No,
love it.
no. But once they get into the match, it's way different because then they don't
I
focus
mean,
on
there's sorry,
on the character of the
there's
person.
New
Yeah.
Japan. They focus on the tropes of the wrestling match they're gonna have, which I see as a trope in and of itself, because you have these two bulldogs facing each other. It's gonna be Slap City, Headbutt City. It's gonna be Brawler City. You have these like New Japan falls into a category in its own, where most matches they do, where like you're the technical wrestler, you're the brawler, you're gonna play that role. Not necessarily you're gonna play yourself. You're gonna play that role.
JP, have you guys
just disappeared?
what? Oh, I was just gonna ask, have you guys gotten a chance to watch any of World Tag League or Best of Super Juniors yet?
we just got caught up with what's going on tonight.
Okay. Okay, I'm not exactly caught up, but like I found it interesting that Jeff Cobb is the new fucking member. Basement, you don't watch it anyway, so
Yeah,
like I found it.
the thing is, like with New Japan, I don't feel like I want to treat it like the way it should be treated. And in my mind, like if I was to come up with like something wrestling, I feel like I'd be like something tertiary to all the wrestling companies and just do like 4 event a year, best in the world tournament, and we're gonna go from there. Because like the day-to-day storylines don't intrigue me so much. I just feel like if there was a company out there that did, we're gonna have these certain amount of people fight each other, and then they become the next level of best in the world, that actually aids WWE, AEW, NXT. It like builds something for that character. I just like that's what I feel is missing in wrestling.
Yeah. I was just gonna like I'm not all caught up with it, but I was just gonna say like I thought it was really interesting how like Jeff Cobb joined Will Ospreay and Great Okan in their little faction. Yeah, because like I mean Jeff Cobb and Will Ospreay have such an amazing fucking like background together. That's a really good pairing.
That's what I was just gonna say. Because they have been partners before, it makes sense for him to go there because this is his return debut thing. Because he was fresh to New Japan.
Well, and not only that, but it's kind of refreshing to see a heel Jeff Cobb again. Because like during G1, he was kind of like this little baby face, and he just I don't know, like heel Jeff Cobb just seems to have a lot more fucking power behind him than face does.
I honestly feel like Jeff Cobb.
You could he has that more menacing feel to him. He's supposed to be.
Jeff Cobb's best role was Matanza Cueto, and I feel like he'd be best suited behind a mask in NXT. I don't ever see him being a main roster guy because of his actual stature, but his strength is ridiculous for his size.
But that's the thing, Basement. You said WWE where he wouldn't be a main roster person. He went to New Japan, and he's now up there on the level.
Yeah, because like 90% of New Japan is 6 foot tall.
Right.
That's true. That's true.
It's just size difference.
He reminds me of like a younger Ishii.
Ray Sean, do you watch New Japan at all?
No, I just started. I got the membership last week.
Dude,
Yeah.
just watch it. Just watch it. I mean,
What do you watch? What is your favorite like programming for wrestling?
I don't have.
You don't, but you don't
But
like.
if I, mm, nah,
If you had
I
to choose,
can't answer
just
that.
for in-ring wrestling, let's say that.
NXT.
Yeah, you'll love New Japan.
Rayshawn, just to let you know, like, I don't know if we're going to end up doing it this year, but usually we end up on some sort of a call for
Mhm.
Wrestle Kingdom. I don't know if it
Okay.
happened this year, but for the past, like fucking 3 or 4 years, we've ended up on a group call.
The problem is, when does Wrestle Kingdom actually take place? Like 3 a.m.
It's January 4th and January 5th. It's another 2-night event.
But what's the time that they actually like?
They start at like fucking 3 a.m. your time, I think.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit there and watch some Japanese program. I'm gonna wait till the English commentary.
No. When they have,
I think they were live both in both.
when any time that there is a big live or pay-per-view like Dominion, Wrestle Kingdom, and a few other ones, there's live English commentary.
Okay.
It might be delayed this year because of COVID-19. We don't.
No, it won't. What they're doing is they're having Kevin Kelly and the other guys that they're on like a Discord call or whatever, and they're
I will
calling the
say,
event from that.
when it comes to like the big wrestling moments, like Royal Rumble for me, Wrestle Kingdom, those are pretty much the only ones I can actually think and care about. SummerSlam, maybe. I will definitely be there in some way or the other. And yeah, if you want to be part of that shit, man, just let us know.
What's that?
Now, don't get me wrong. I don't mind watching WWE pay-per-views. You know, I grew up on WWF. Okay, I'm not
Who
gonna
didn't?
shit on WWE.
Who didn't here?
You
Right.
know what I'm saying? It's all I know. However, it's just
The main roster is
all wrestling, and I'm not judging New Japan because I never watched it. Shitty. I'm sorry. Everything is shitty. Everything is the same. You're not going to tell me one promotion is better than the next when at the end of the day, what's that main promotion that was out for 40 years? And
I'm gonna
is
say
WWE.
New Japan probably puts on the best wrestling centric show. I'm gonna say I've seen more 5-star matches that I would say for 5-star in New Japan than I would ever see in the other promotions. And it doesn't require you to know the background. They'll tell you a little bit. It doesn't matter.
yeah, Kevin Kelly's really good at giving you the background.
I will tell you
Sorry.
this. I will tell you this right now, and you know how critical I am of wrestling. If I wanted to, like, Wrestle Kingdom, by far is the most entertaining wrestling show that I have ever fucking watched. Like, this last one is probably the best wrestling show I have ever seen. I have been watching wrestling for over 40 years.
And that's night 1 and night 2. Like, both of those nights were just fucking mind blowing.
Well,
They're
night
great.
night 2 kind of had a
I'm not a huge fan.
Night one. Okay, so the best match of the whole thing was Kazuchika Okada and Kota Ibushi, which happened on night 1.
And it was
the best
fucking
moment
great.
that happened in that whole fucking thing was the match between Jay White and Kota Ibushi.
Oh my
He
God.
punched Gato in the chest, and Gato went fucking rigid and just felt like a fucking.
Oh my God. That was
If you
fucking
haven't-
great. Rashawn, like,
you said
you're.
So
You don't need to have.
you,
You don't need to
Rayshon,
have.
you said you bought New Japan?
Yeah, I got the membership
Go
last
watch
week.
Very
Wrestle
first
Kingdom
thing.
14. Go watch it, and you'll be like, "Oh my God!" It
Wrestle
gives you
Kingdom 14.
them shows
Just start
give
with
you
night
a
1.
little bit of everything. They give you comedy,
So
yes,
fucking great.
but it's great fucking wrestling. If you like wrestling, New
That's all.
Japan is probably the best
Yeah.
you will see.
Start with night 1 and then watch night 2 after that. The only thing that I didn't really care for in night 1 is, like, to begin the night there was a lot of tag matches.
Well, there's always a lot of
I will say,
No.
and I'm up.
I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're gonna say, but
the tag matches.
no,
If you
don't
want to
skip them. Don't skip them because okay. First of all, don't skip them though because like if you like Jushin Thunder Liger, like night 1 and night 2, those are his very last nights that he wrestled.
Jushin Thunder Liger is 75 years old
from WCW.
Yeah.
If you want to see his last match, where he walks around as a geriatric, you get it.
Okay, but hold on.
But it's the actual Jushin Thunder Liger. It's not Chris Jericho.
You know what? It was that Battle Royal. That was actually kind of fun because they were all older.
Okay, but here's the thing.
One guy looked like he ate out a bee's nest.
Exactly, but no. Here's the thing. Don't get me wrong, Rayshawn. The tag matches in New Japan, they are fucking great. Like they have some great tag teams in there. But night 1 had a lot of like tag matches where it was like 2-on-2, 3-on-3, so on and so forth. Whereas night 2, did I just say night 2? I meant night 1 when I said that. But night 2 had a lot more one-on-one matches. Like that's where you see Zack Sabre Jr. versus Sonata.
The best thing, Boto was like, every time I watch a Madden game, and 90% of the time it's the coach, it just shows the
Fine, I'll play a game.
Show the coach for like 45 minutes. AEW is best. You know, teach their own. I actually like all promotions, but like I kind of like them for different reasons, and I kind of won't watch 90% of them.
Okay. I know JP's probably not going to like this because like he doesn't really like the campy shit, but there was a fucking fantastic moment on AEW this past week. Don't huff at me, mister. But okay, they did a fucking Chris Jericho and the Inner Circle went to fucking Las Vegas, right? And they did this whole fucking skit where it was like The Hangover. Chris Jericho fucking woke up next to Elvis, and fucking MJF comes out of the bathroom. He was sleeping in the bathtub, and his forehead says like Sammy was here, and then it says soft all over his face. And then at the end, they bring in fucking
SAWFD.
Okay.
They bring in Hornswoggle dressed as a fucking baby, like you know when in Hangover.
These are the things I like from AEW. It sucks that the thing is like I love when they do something clever and funny and out of the box. I just hate when the rest of the programming kind of like takes that comedic tone. Like they would just be so good if they kind of just kept it to 15% and kept the rest kind of above board.
Here's the thing though. One thing that I don't really, I mean, I don't want to say I don't like it about AEW because like there are there are certain things that like I don't like about AEW. I'm not like a huge fanatic. I love AEW, but I'm gonna call them out on their shit too. And one of the things that I want to call them out on is the fact that like most of your skits and things like that do grab the attention and they're humorous and stuff. They all have Chris Jericho. They're all Chris Jericho.
Okay, so I wanted to say this, and I'm asking everybody, even in the chat. You can put a 1 in the chat. I don't give a fuck what you do. Show of hands, or however you want to show me your hands. Show of hands. Who thinks Chris Jericho is one of the best wrestlers?
Hand up.
Wait, the best wrestlers of all time?
No. Right now, today.
Oh, right now, no.
Okay.
No, my hands down.
Okay.
No, not right now. I thought you meant all time.
I mean, he's still one of the best promoters of all time.
He's
or best wrestling personalities.
He's one of the best.
And one of the best wrestlers of all time, to be honest. But he might end up on my 10th or 11th or something, or maybe 8th or 7th. I don't know, somewhere there.
Okay, so
he's not in my top 5.
And this is literally what I see. Is you start talking about AEW and people automatically go to Chris Jericho. Well, he's still one of the best wrestlers in the world. I want to know what kind of shit people are fucking smoking that can actually sit there and look me in the face. A person that has watched wrestling years. And I'm not sitting here saying I've never been inside of a wrestling ring. I have wrestled. As far as folk style, freestyle, Greco-Roman, all that shit. I've never been in. I've never taken a bump.
But
But I will honestly sit here and tell you, I think I could pretty good judgment on what a good wrestler really is. And Chris Jericho, in his time, was one of the best wrestlers in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I know, and now he's
Okay,
serviceable, but he's
here's the
more a
thing.
mouthpiece than he is anything else.
But here's the thing.
He is nowhere near.
But here's the thing. I think that people, they misword it when they say that he's one of the best wrestlers, because one of the best entertainers in the wrestling industry.
People include that into being one of the best wrestlers in the world. Is having.
Hello, can you hear me?
Did we lose JP?
Yeah, we lost him. I'm gonna say, like, when it comes down to it, some of the best wrestlers. Oh, there he is.
I never left.
Yeah, you're lagging like big time, JP.
You took a hiatus.
And yeah, and the stream is lagging.
I'm gonna say when it comes down to it, like with wrestlers and who's the best and who's not. I mean, in my mind, Jericho serves his purpose, which is a mouthpiece. He can still go in the ring at his admirable. He's not a great wrestler, and when I say he's not a great wrestler, he's not really putting anybody over. He's putting them over on the mic more than he's putting them over in ring, and that's almost kind of what he would have done.
Here's the thing. I will say this, and I know that JP fucking hated this. I know JP fucking hated this, so I know I'm gonna hear it from him already.
Yep,
but
I hated it.
One of the best things that I have seen in a very long time in wrestling, and it's because of its originality, because we've never fucking seen it. They actually gave us something we've never seen, and that was that whole musical bit with fucking Chris Jericho and MJ. That was fucking fantastic.
Didn't WWE did a musical chairs thing?
They've done
Vladimir Kozlov.
So many times.
I don't remember a musical thing in WWE. I mean, Vince.
Stone Cold Steve Austin played the ukulele.
Yeah, but that's different. I mean,
rock concert.
I've never seen any of those. It's no different. But okay, when you
I'm not 100% against it. It's just like how many layers does your cake have to cheese?
I don't know.
Because
Whatever.
like
I love it. So
the AEW is so fucking cheesy, man. They just like I like what they do at times, but they seem to like just it's like layer upon layer upon layer of cheesiness, and it's like it kills me, man.
Sorry,
it's okay that Gina likes it. I mean, it's okay for you to like it.
Yeah, it's okay for anybody to like it.
At the end of the day, it was done already.
Sit there and say it's the greatest thing you have.
Oh, I never said it was the greatest thing.
I'm not talking about you.
Oh, hey. Why did you get that there?
I wasn't. No. I don't want you condescending.
I'm kidding.
I just feel like AEW kind of like they leaned way too heavy into the clownery of wrestling.
See,
and that's why I'm to a like I'll watch the pay-per-views, but I'm kind of turned off from the weekly programming because of it.
Here's the reason why I enjoy AEW so much. Okay, not that I have to explain, but I'm just gonna tell you guys. Okay, so like, no, listen. Okay, so like NXT. Oh. So like NXT, New Japan, they have great wrestling, right? Okay, especially New Japan. So like I watch New Japan for the wrestling alone. I mean, yes, I love the characters on there too, but it's the wrestling alone. AEW is kind of my chance to actually let my mind fucking take a break for a second and just enjoy it. Because it is so campy, and it does have a lot of spots where you kind of giggle to yourself or whatever. So I love AEW because I don't have to take it so seriously.
But, okay,
well, the thing is, I love Jack Frost, but I don't want to watch it weekly. Is basically my answer to that.
But I mean,
because I do feel like they lean very heavily into the camp, and it becomes the camp is more popular than the wrestling. That's why I don't really. I think the closest thing for me for wrestling perfection is NXT, and even then they don't capture it because the characters are fun and everything. There's just no fanfare behind them most of the time. There used to be. Now I don't know.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this. I'd probably get a little bit more behind AEW if they would just say what they really are, instead of saying it's the best wrestling you've ever fucking seen in your fucking lifetime, and just say, hey, we're here for the entertainment aspect of it, and give me good but let me finish, please. But give me good wrestling matches. I would probably get even more behind AEW. Just say,
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but AEW is hashtag wrestling.
Instead of trying to sugarcoat it and tell me, "Oh, this is great fucking wrestling," I'm sure it is, but every WWE has great wrestling.
Okay, but time out for a second. Did anybody on the call watch Kenny Omega versus Hangman Adam Page a couple weeks ago?
The match, I bits and pieces of it.
I thought it was a really fucking good match. I mean, it's not
again,
it's not the best that we've seen.
Okay, but again, Gina, you're talking about Kenny Omega and Adam Page, who are two very good wrestlers.
But that's all it's about. The thing is, that's all it's about. Because, like, if you're looking at WWE, you're not going to talk about Bo Dallas versus Curtis Axel and be like, look at the show they put on!
But my whole point...
It's more going to be like, you know, the actual stars of the program.
Right. My whole point to asking about that... I'm sorry. But my whole point to asking about that was to see how many actually watched it, because while it was a pretty good match...
watch it with you?
Yeah, no, because we ended up watching Full Gear instead, remember?
Oh, yeah. That's what I thought.
Wait, was it at Full Gear?
It was at Full Gear,
yeah. I'm sorry, yeah, it was. I was thinking it was on
fucking my brain, man.
So yes, we did watch it together. Sorry. But the reason why I asked was because while it was a very good match, we have all seen Ray Sean excluded. You know, hopefully you go back and watch some shit from when Kenny Omega was in New Japan, and you'll figure out what we're talking about. But while it was a very good match, all of us have seen Kenny Omega and Adam Page in New Japan, and there were Kenny Omega and Adam Page matches from New Japan. Not against each other necessarily, but they both had matches in New Japan that blew that match out of the fucking water.
Yeah, well, the problem is, like, quarantine, the fucking COVID-19 shit is killing everything. And for me, it's killed wrestling. Because I don't care what you say, JP, and what Heather says, like, I need fans. If I don't have fans, I don't give... I like... This problem is, I don't... Like, I can say when I would appreciate something, cool. But, like... What is worth the momentum of something? When somebody enters, you hear the Undertaker's gong. Without fans, it's just a gong. That's it.
It is.
You know what I mean?
Okay, so when I say that I don't so much care about what the fans do, I'm talking about during a match. So, like, if there's a promo going on, and I think people misunderstand. Remember, Gina, when we were doing a show and I was talking about the whole the fans in Louisiana. Remember that? And I said, I don't care what the fans fucking do, because I don't care what they're doing during a fucking match. When there's a promo, the fans, that's when you...
I think Basement was on the call with us too, because I remember we were talking about how dead they were.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they were dead. And it's like, well, what do you want them to do? There's a match going on. I'm not there to watch what the fans are doing when there's a match going on, but when I want to hear them when...
I mean, the thing is, like... The thing is, like, imagine watching a fucking... any performance done by anybody, because that's what wrestling is. And imagine removing the fan base. It's fucking bullshit.
Well, see, for me, I honestly don't think that it hurt WWE main roster all that much, because I'm not meaning this disrespectfully, because WWE main roster, like a lot of places that they went, their fan base was not very vocal anymore. So they were kind of more used to it. New Japan, New Japan.
Well, yeah, New Japan is like
hurt them.
they sit on their hands.
No, not anymore, bro. Like before COVID.
No,
Hold
man.
on, listen. They're not as rowdy as American fans, okay? But they were starting to come out of they were starting to come out of their shells, a little bit before COVID.
I feel like New Japan fans are about to like be asked to build a railroad.
But here's the thing: they were starting to come out of their shell, and they were starting to cheer and all that stuff before COVID. Okay, but that was actually the best thing that could have happened with New Japan, because now the fans they clap, but because they were kind of
I can't get behind the idea that like you're gonna pay to watch something live, and it's like, well, we have to be respectful when we clap, as in we will not clap.
Culture.
I know, but it's such a weird it's so hard to understand.
Well, that's because you were raised in Canada.
Clown is sus.
But
sus.
But okay, but like what I'm saying is, I think New Japan was probably the least hurt out of anybody with the whole COVID thing, because their fans were already kind of.
Oh, because their actual like society knows how to.
Exactly, rules. Like they're not fucking retarded like we are.
Yeah, you dead.
American, Canadian, Europe, we're all fucking dumb.
I love you, though.
We're not dumb. We're just rowdy.
No, we're dumb. We're dumb. We're dumb as fuck. Let's be real.
When I was that whole, the fans, I don't care about the fans. It's not that I don't care about the fans, but when they're cutting a promo, that's when I care. Because, or when there's a huge move
or when there's a reveal or an entrance. I mean, 90% of what they've done has been fucking shit on. You turned Roman Reigns heel when fans can't be part of it. What the fuck is shit?
That was ridiculous.
That was bad.
But I mean it.
It's suspect. Because Tiger the Clown is 100% suspect. I've seen him around my sister. She's married. Bro.
But no, I mean, okay. You guys are probably gonna laugh at me, but at least with turning Roman heel, of course. But at least with turning Roman heel, they at least had the fucking dome shit. I mean, it wasn't completely.
It was. They've done everything that everybody wanted in the worst possible time.
Yeah, right, but I mean, what I'm saying is, like, I mean, doing it in front of a live audience obviously would have been the way to fucking go, and they should have pulled the trigger on.
You know, they had 10 years to do this, but they decided when COVID hit that how do we trump up people watching us? Turn him heel. Everybody asked for it. Okay, cool. Let's do it when there's no fucking fan base. Okay. I'm fucking stabbed.
Heather actually brought it up in the chat, or she pointed it out in the chat. New Japan is kind of fucking genius in this aspect, because, like, yeah, they can clap and stuff, but since they can't yell physically, they have an app that they, like, I'm not sure if they have it on remotes when you get in there, or if you can download it onto your phone, or
it's
what.
It's called the Tamagotchi, okay.
But no, they have an app, and like, you push the fucking button, and it yells for whoever you want. So like they're kind of genius in that aspect, because
it's like the least interactive audience is putting technology forward to be the most interactive, which is hilarious.
They have gotten a lot more fucking interactive.
They want to be. I think since COVID happened, and I do want to.
They just want to yell.
How is Japan, who has more immunocompromised people than we do?
They're small.
Able to have fans.
They're small.
Okay,
they're small and they know how to wear masks. They're small and they know how to wear masks. That's it.
And they know how to fucking behave themselves. Like, they don't go touching each other.
Yeah.
But then,
I mean,
these fucking people, they're like, well, you need to behave in your shows, or, you can't touch people. I mean, I don't care if they do, but if you get punched in the face, that's round waiting.
Yeah. Well, and
it's a different culture. That's
all. Yeah, I mean, their culture is much more restrictive and respectful.
But But I mean,
Them or culture.
that was actually a benefit that Japan had prior to COVID because they already were trained to do. I mean, while they were becoming a little bit more interactive and a little bit more vocal before COVID, because they were starting to take on more of that, like encouraging the fans to cheer type of thing, like you would see in in an American promotion. But because the Japanese audience has already been programmed
It
to
is.
be like that, it was
It's
so
in
easy for them to revert back to being that way.
I'm telling you right now, I might kill everybody
Oh
if we
yeah.
keep talking about COVID. If we keep talking about COVID-19, that's all I'm gonna say.
I was
Oh
actually
my
gonna.
fucking Christ!
So we actually, me and Trek and Bob had actually talked about that, and I was hoping that you were there.
Oh, I
And
don't want to be there.
I said it in our chat. I said we are next. So we're gonna be right with you, basement. Trust me.
I can't. I can't. I just can't. I can't anymore.
Well, let's
I
talk about anything else.
I just want to say this, and I said this earlier, and I'm going to say it again. I dare anybody to tell me we're not going to go see Madden, and they need to social distance. You can go fuck
Yeah.
yourself.
Well,
You
my
need to social
best friend
distance.
actually.
The thing is, like, that mentality is basically what end up with us
But
being in lockdown.
my best friend, she just called me panicking last night, because she was supposed to have Thanksgiving at her house next Saturday, and I'm like, you should be fine because like I'm thinking it's just gonna be her, her
What are they
boyfriend,
going to
her
do?
son,
What are
and
they
her
going
parents
to
and her
do? Are
sister,
they going to
right?
have a policeman stationed at everybody's house saying you can't have any more than this
Right.
many people outside?
Well, I mean, here's the funny part that kills me. Like, cause I see it from behind the scenes. They're like, "Yeah, we're gonna." Anytime, basically anybody breaks the bylaws for COVID-19, we're gonna the automatic $750 fine. And in my mind, I'm like, you don't have a. First of all, you don't have a police force
Mm-hmm.
to enforce this. Second
Well,
of all, you haven't told any of us how this is enforced.
yeah.
So fuck off.
Well,
First
okay,
of
like, okay, so like I told her, I'm like, oh, you should be fine because I'm thinking like in her family, I'm thinking like I'm adding it up, and I'm thinking there's going to be less than 10 people, right? So I'm
well,
like, oh, you should be fine. And then she's like, no, you don't understand. There's 15 people coming in my house, and she's like, I'm so scared. What if? Because she's like fucking. She was scared because she thought that because like the governor said, that you were subject to either a fine or jail. And I'm like, first of all, you're not going to go to fucking jail because they said that's for like repeat offenders. So second of all, it's fucking Thanksgiving. The cops around here are not going to give a
Yeah,
fucking shit.
no
But
shit.
I,
And that's the
but I said,
thing.
here's the
well, I
thing.
mean, you guys are in a different world than I am
Yeah,
because
our cops here don't give
we
a fuck.
can't.
Like, they don't give a fuck
Like
unless
at
you're
this
having
point in
a
time,
party outside.
at this point in time, legally, if your father passed away, JP, you could not attend.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, like
I mean, that's the extent of where we are. But the thing that kills me is that like I said earlier, I'm like the media only talks about the spread of the virus, not the severity of it. And you can create like a fucking feared state or feared world because of you
That's
talking
what
about
they're.
numbers and
Oh,
spread.
that's what they're
But
doing.
where is all these talk? Where is the talk that needs to be had about the severity of the if you're gonna shut down the fucking world, tell me how deadly this is.
They don't get
Yes,
no
it will kill
reaction
100
out of it.
people.
They
Yeah,
get
exactly.
reaction out of a
This
scare and
is
stuff like that.
this is why I'm fucking so irate, man.
But like, okay, I told her, I'm like, all right, first of all, the cops aren't gonna give a fuck. And she's like, well, what if they do? And I'm like, all they're gonna do is tell you guys to split it up and go home. They're not gonna give you a
Keep
fine
it
that first time
down. They're
around.
not. Yeah, they're not going to sit. You sit outside
No,
the
but
door and tell everybody.
Well,
but I
here
told her,
I talk to people daily that want to find everybody. I
but
mean,
but
like there's so many people that want a police state to the point where
mhm.
like nobody can do anything without being like, you walked 17 feet away from where you should walk. Like people want that for
Yeah.
some fucking stupid reason.
But
Okay, so
I
here's the
mean,
thing,
I
like
can't
I
stand
told
it.
her, I'm like,
I actually talked about this earlier. One of the sheriffs in Orange County, California, which is one of the most populated areas in the United States, he actually put out a statement saying, "Do not fucking call us for saying somebody's not wearing a mask or people are gathering for Thanksgiving because we're not going to fucking show up at your fucking house and tell you to disperse. So essentially, what the cops around here are saying, and they have said it around here, is we're not going to enforce the law. Enjoy your families as you see fit. It's up to you. Just don't fucking go out and fucking spit
Well,
on
this is the
fucking
problem
people.
here. We took that approach, and then it failed.
But here's the thing, okay? Like, I told my friend, I'm like, okay, they're not going to do shit. But the thing is, you need to decide because, like, she does have like some illnesses that it kind of suppress her immune system,
Right.
and her mom has MS. I'm like, you need to take it upon yourself to ask yourself,
That was the okay. I'm going to tell you right now.
To bring it into your house and allow you or your son or your mom to be sick.
That was the whole thing.
Okay.
From my level, like government was like, we're gonna allow people to police themselves. If they can't police themselves, then we're gonna have to intervene at some point in time because the numbers are getting out of control. And I'm gonna tell you right now, like fucking most people aren't gonna police themselves.
Fucking arm, dog. My dog is currently trying to fuck my arm, and he's latched on. Get off.
But the problem is with the people that aren't gonna police themselves, whether they don't think they should be policed. Whether they don't think they should be policed, JP, or whatever.
No, okay.
Well, here's the problem. What you're actually leading to is your own demise. Because the longer, because the longer you go on fighting against what should be done, the more you're going to be.
But I'm not fighting against it. I'm really not.
Well, you just said like, no matter what anybody says, you're not going to stop me from seeing my family on Thanksgiving.
Well,
so not. if they're fuck, what does that mean? What does that mean to you? Does that mean you're following the rules, or if the rules were there that you couldn't do that?
Earlier, JP said that when he goes to the store, he has a mask on.
Well, here's the thing.
I'm not talking. Okay, so if the rule existed that you couldn't visit your family for Thanksgiving, would you follow it?
No, because it's my family.
Sorry. This is why the rebellion to do what is asked will lead to further policing. You don't I can understand where that's coming from. Where like eventually the state and the government will be like, "You're not listening, so we're gonna have to hit you harder."
But they aren't here it's different. They aren't gonna fucking do anything.
Well, but I do understand what he's saying though, because he's not directing it directly at you. Like
I'm just saying like that's the mentality that's existed here. Why we are fucked.
Well, here's the thing. If somebody's going to think, like, okay, well, fuck that, I'm going to see my family, then somebody else is going to say, well, fuck that, I don't need to wear a mask into the store. And it's going to keep on going like that.
Okay, so here's the thing on that. And I'm going to say this right now. It is up to that business whether or not they enforce that. Which, like, you go into a Walmart.
Here it's not.
You cannot go into... Okay, so... Here, they can refuse to let you in. The only way that you can get away with it is if you have a condition. Now, that being said, I actually seen one day.
You will be pestered.
Said, well, you need to put your mask on, sir. He's like, well, I have a condition. And they let him go. That I can understand.
They will. They will let him go.
Here is the thing. And I do agree.
That's the law.
If
they let it go.
No, what I'm saying is, if you let me finish, I'm not disagreeing with you on this aspect.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you either when I said that. But...
That person needs to show a doctor's note saying yes.
They don't. Legally, they don't.
But
because it's covered. It's
legally, they don't.
I am saying that is what needs to happen.
They can't because
it's that's a breach of
privacy
laws.
We have a thing called a HIPAA law that says that person does not have to do such thing.
You don't have to. It's privacy / HIPAA laws. You do not have to disclose any medical.
It's the same thing here.
There is no way and it sucks, and I understand what you're saying, but there is no way that they can police it.
Okay, but
nor
no, the thing is, like, with the whole pandemic, there's no way it was ever going to be policed. It would never be policed. There's not. You have to invent a police force to police it. First of all. So it was never going to be policed, but people just don't care. And I mean, the problem is for me, like I like reside on the border of two thoughts, and one of those thoughts are, I don't think COVID-19 is and the reason I'm saying this, I don't think COVID-19 is a huge fucking omnipotent force that's killing everybody, and the reason I say that is because the news hasn't shown me what it does to people. I haven't seen. Yeah, I've seen people say like, "Oh, you know, my grandfather who was next to death, he can't speak. He's dying now from it." But that could be fucking bronchitis. That could be any other flu that exists in the real world. My problem is the news focuses on the amount of people being impacted versus the impact on the people that are impacted, and that's where I think they're failing horribly in controlling a population. If they want to, this is my honest thought. If they want to do a fucking spin the wheel and try to control the population through like scare tactics, they've succeeded. Okay,
here's the thing. But no, they haven't. Not in my area.
Where is the proof? I need the proof. I get it. Listen, if the government comes out and says you shouldn't be like congregating with your neighbor or whatever, sure, we'll follow it. But at the same time, it's like there's this thing in me that I'm gonna be like, I'm always gonna question everything that happens. And Rayshon, we talked about this before. I'm always gonna question why I'm doing this. And if the only actual factual evidence I can get from the news is how many people are getting infected, not how many people die, but like the thing is, how many people die from COVID-19 is the same amount of people that I'm going to say die from some sort of other respiratory failure that is like bronchitis or something similar to it, that they're like, oh, you know, he had cancer but he died from complications of bronchitis. How are we going to classify that's where I have the problem, because I don't feel like the news is they have not been transparent with the deadliness of the virus, yet they're treating it like it's the Black Plague, where we don't understand medical fucking technology.
But here's the thing.
The problem that I have, I'll shut up is we have a old man coming into office saying he's going to shut our government down, shut everything down. The only way that we can beat this thing is if we do shut said government down. Is that really what you want to fucking do? You want to be
our fucking monetary system is fucked anyway. Like, we are fucked. All of these small businesses and stuff
wouldn't be.
Well, here's the thing. We're gonna be regardless of which, unless Congress can get their fucking head out of their ass
all I'm saying is make the difference there. Make us see as a populace.
I'm not talking about a stimulus package for individual people necessarily. I'm talking about a fucking stimulus package in order to help these small businesses out that are fucking going under.
Make the populace see. Make the populace see what's the difference. And not only just numbers, but like actual people being like, I had COVID-19. This is what I experienced. The media won't do that, because I'm going to say 90% of people that had COVID-19 were like, I had the sniffles, I had a cough. It was not a great flu, but it wasn't the worst.
Well,
there's a reason why you haven't been told how bad something is.
But there's a number of different strains of COVID-19 already. Like, they have said that it has developed
like any flu.
Right, but like, okay, so like what I was gonna say before, in my area, when this shit first started, nobody took this, like, a lot of people in my area did not take this shit seriously because it was not affecting our
But wouldn't the government being transparent allow people to take things seriously?
I agree.
Instead of the government being fucking full of shit 90% of the time. Don't know what they're doing. Telling people left, right, and center. Oh, this is what's allowed. This is not what allowed. Wear a mask. Don't wear a mask. Wear a mask every time. What the fuck?
So like I agree with you 100%, and this is why. Okay, when this shit let me rephrase this. When this shit very first started, like when we first went into lockdown, people lost their fucking minds around here. Toilet paper was being bought out.
Everybody I talked to lost
minds. Nothing. But then like immediately after that, like over the summer and shit, people didn't believe it because our area was not being affected. We only had like maybe 20 cases for like the longest fucking time. Okay, so people were being dumb. They were not wearing their masks. They were going on fucking vacations, not wearing their masks on vacations. A bunch of people went over to fucking Sturgis over in South Dakota. What happened? They brought COVID back. Okay, so now COVID is in my area, and people are starting to freak out again. And the governor just fucking put us back into like kind of a partial lockdown type thing. And people are starting to freak out all over again. They're buying all the fucking toilet paper. All the meat is getting, and groceries are getting bought up. But here's the thing, like, nobody started taking this shit seriously until recently in my area, because suddenly we went from less than 50 total cases with one death, and now suddenly we're up to over 900.
This is my argument.
9 fucking deaths.
This is my argument. Cases versus, like, you can tell me numbers about cases.
Okay,
tell me numbers about the people that like died or had a terrible time with it. Where's that?
But that's what I'm saying, Basement, because like people are starting to freak out now because there are several different strains of this virus. Some of the strains are just like they're just like a fucking cold or like the flu. You know, you'll get over it. But then there's that other strain that's that more deadly strain, and that both of them have come into my area. Because
why can't we just be transparent with it? Why does it never get televised? Why the only thing I hear is how many people got infected? Oh my god, we got a huge amount of people infected. It's like, cool. Obviously, you're gonna have an infectious disease spread like wildfire. That's the way it happens.
Different in your area.
Guys, I'm going to bed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Alright, man. Come here, Sean. Have a good night, bro.
Have a good night, man.
Yeah.
Good night, man.
Wait, question. Are y'all streaming tomorrow?
Okay, speaking on that, Heather probably will, because Thursday is when she usually goes, so she will probably be streaming tomorrow night.
Well, I think she was talking about next Thursday, which is Thanksgiving for you guys.
Yeah.
She might go on Saturday.
Yeah, she's going Saturday.
But you never know. We might be live tomorrow.
Yes.
I don't know.
All right, no problem.
Yep. So
I'll
Heather
see
will be
you
going
tomorrow.
All right.
All right. Have a good night, man. Thanks for joining us, man.
Thanks for showing up.
Yeah, sorry you couldn't talk very much.
It's fine. The company is what's more important.
Exactly.
All right, man. Love you, bro. Good night.
Talk to you later.
So, okay, I'm going to say this. I don't think I told anybody here. I said it earlier. My niece tested positive. Casey, you've met her. My little niece tested positive for COVID. That Saturday before she tested was at my dad's for his birthday party, which, when did she get exposed to it? It was come out that it was at school, which she was on a weekend. She had been exposed to it that Friday before.
Yeah.
She didn't get sick. My dad, who is immunocompromised, did not get sick. So
it's like it's a super small sample size, but when it comes down to it, I agree with what you're saying, kind of to a point.
But it doesn't matter. It takes one.
Well, exactly. And again, that breaks down to like the different kind of strains that are going around. You know, some of them are powerful and some of them aren't.
What are these strains? I have not heard.
Yeah, I mean, there's been talk. About
here's
like,
the thing. It's been scientifically proven. Basement, they did tests on it. But anyways,
when
they might have done tests on it, but it's like, not something that comes by me days in, days out. I mean,
okay, but here's the thing.
Like, the thing is, like, here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you right now, news and like uncertified websites can do whatever the fuck they want.
Okay, but this
It's
wasn't
not
a
gonna.
website. It was a fucking medical website. But okay.
Which website? Because
I don't
this
know.
has
It was
not
a
been
fucking
brought.
Oxford
Like
or
I'm
something
telling you
like that.
right
Okay,
now,
sure,
if there was multiple strains of COVID-19,
okay, but here's the
I
thing.
would probably have been approached with it already.
Here's the thing. It's just like any other virus. It's mutating. That's all it is. That's how you
I've
get
said
different
that,
things.
and I have
Mutate.
said that. It does
So
mutate.
I mean, the bigger question for me is whether it's a social experiment, versus an actual virus that is just taking place. And I do feel like if you want to treat every outbreak, I'm telling you right now, I had the Norwalk virus, and that virus would kill anybody that is 75 years or older. 100%. That virus, I'm pretty sure, is as deadly as this virus would be if it hit you as hard as it could. I'm not saying like. Here's the thing: is the response to a viral outbreak going to be this? Because the world can't operate this way.
Exactly. And here's the thing. This isn't the first fucking virus that we have fought, okay? We lost how many fucking people to the Spanish flu worldwide?
Yeah, but that's just that's without really knowing how to treat. I mean, with the viral
you have
response.
the Norwalk virus, you have the fucking there's been 1,010,000 different viruses. I mean, even the actual flu.
But
alone.
if you look at like the big viruses, Norwalk, bird flu, any of the ones that were like set to kill more people than others, I don't think statistically COVID is going to end up higher unless the statistics are padded.
Well,
in my honest opinion, and I like it sucks, and this is why I hate the fucking government.
Well,
because
this is why we need the transparency, because of the fact that
exactly.
Let me talk.
Well, I'm just agreeing with you. Fuck, man.
Every positive test needs to be reported. So therefore, how do we know that a good portion of these numbers are not multiple tests on the same person?
Well, okay, and here's
the thing.
Hold on. To add to what she's saying, those tests need to be monitored more fucking carefully, and not only that, but the fucking nurses that are in charge of giving the results to people need to be fucking monitored big time, because just a couple of weeks ago, we got told on a Saturday that my daughter tested or that my son tested negative for COVID, and that I was clear to send my daughter back to school. So I did on Monday. I sent her back to school. What happened? Tuesday morning, I get a call from the fucking nurse again saying that it was a fucking screw up. They didn't even have my test or my kid's test results back yet, and I had to go to the school and I had to explain to the school and pull my daughter out of school. Now, luckily, that test did come back to be negative, but that fucking nurse should have been fucking fired on the spot.
Come on.
I'm not even fucking kidding, basement, because what happened if that test would have come back positive?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. The nurse didn't do the test.
No, but the nurse, okay, let me explain the situation of what happened, okay? I get a call on Saturday morning from the nurse, right? I missed the call. I give them the call back that the clinic is closed. So the ER nurse gives me the test results. She says, oh yeah, the test results are back in. It's negative. Okay, fine. Monday morning comes around. Before I send my daughter to school, I called up to the clinic just to make certain that I got the right fucking result, right? So again, a nurse tells me, oh yeah, it came back. It's negative. After, of course, she chewed me out saying that I already called on Saturday, right? But she tells me it's negative. But then the actual nurse that was with our actual doctor when Austin had the fucking test calls me on Tuesday morning and says that those two nurses fucked up and that Austin's test wasn't even fucking back yet. Those two nurses, maybe not fired, but they should have been reprimanded big time, because if his test would have come back positive and I sent my daughter to school and she was exposed, she could have exposed that entire fucking school.
I'm going to tell you right now, most of the people in that position are overworked and underpaid. And they don't know what they're doing.
I'm going to tell you right now, I don't give a single fuck.
No, well, you don't have to give a single fuck, but if you have to work a job you have to work a job you have no training for, because there was no training available.
No. You can't tell me these bitches don't have fucking training, okay? Because I know the
ER nurse. Can't.
I know
for
the
a pandemic. For a pandemic.
Maybe not for a pandemic. But
it's not what you think,
happened,
man. They might see a positive result, and it might change to negative. It's happened before.
No, but listen to me. This is what happened. They were reading me the test results for her fucking strep test, not her COVID test, or Austin's COVID test. His COVID test wasn't even fucking back yet, so they were giving me the test results for a strep test and telling me it was the COVID results.
Okay, and now Gina, breathe for a second. I'm going to tell you this.
Sorry, I don't know why.
Even though JC tested positive, neither Hayden nor Paige, who were both very close to her, for an extended period of time, tested positive. They were negative.
And Wendy, who is right up her ass.
I get that, okay? But, like, my whole point, I don't know why the hell I was getting so angry, but my whole point to this, I think I was getting angry because, like, never mind, I was just trying to get out what I was saying. But anyways, my whole point to the whole situation is just that they need to be more careful when they are reading those fucking test results. Because
it's never going to happen because the government can't tell you left from
well, and
you expect too much.
I understand, but my whole point, and I was even talking to like the nurse at the school, and there was a public health nurse there too.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing either.
No, but I understand. But when I went to pick up Bella, and I was explaining what happened, the nurse herself even said, that's a big mess up, because she said, thank God, like the next day when we did get the actual test results back and I called her and I said they are negative, she said thank God, because we never know who is going to be exposed. She said Bella could have not been exposed if he had tested positive, or she could have been, and if she would have been tested positive, then that whole school
I'm going to tell you right now, I talked to a version of you and everybody else in this call 100 times a night.
Anywho, I think we should stop talking about COVID.
And it's just like it's literally asking somebody that knows nothing about cars to fix your car.
I get it, but I mean, when you're reading me a test result for a fucking stress test and telling me COVID, I mean, come on.
I'm just telling you,
because and I get
they probably in your county or your city or whatever, they probably brought some people in that don't even know what they're doing.
They didn't. These are all nurses that have been there for fucking years.
Well, fuck, I can't answer for a nurse that's dumb as fuck. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, they have. The one that I talked to on Monday, she has been there for 37 fucking years. She should know when she is looking on a computer, she should know the difference between a test result for a strep test and a test result for a COVID test that isn't even fucking back yet.
I'd have to see the program to understand why somebody would use one and the other.
Well, and you also have to know this
because I'm telling you right now, working for the government, we work with programs made from the 80s.
Well, here's the thing. Like this nurse,
Discord or anything close to it. They are fucking horribly shit.
Here's the thing. This specific nurse, the one that I called on Monday, okay, like the ER nurse, okay, fine. She sounded like she was young.
I mean, I also would say, like, their point is to get you off the phone.
And that's the thing. Like, the nurse, the first thing, okay, this nurse is a bitch, okay? I've dealt with her for fucking years. Like I said, she has been there for 37 years. She does not think that she needs to listen to anybody.
Heather, like, in a perfect world, yes. But mistakes happen.
But here's the thing, okay? Like, the first thing that happened when I called her, and this is why I was like, so fucking angry about it, and that's probably, I'm still a little angry about it. That's probably why I ended up getting angry on this call earlier, but...
You're still angry.
I am still angry, but because... this nurse is just, she's always so fucking rude, right? And whenever, okay, the first thing that happened when I called was she goes, okay, well, let me look it up. She looks it up and she goes, well, you already called on Saturday for these results. And I said, well, yeah, but I just wanted to, verify that it was negative, and I wanted to see the results for both tests, Right then and there, she should have, hello, ting ting, both tests. Like, she should have seen that there was only one test result back, But she's like, oh yeah, they're negative. Really fucking bitchy, and she just fucking hung up on me.
But what is do nurses they say that they're trained. You hear people say that
No, there was no training for COVID-19.
there is no
Nurses or anything
somebody that
else. They were
says, "Oh,
just
you tested positive."
thrown into a system they don't understand.
Yep.
And when I say a system, I mean a computer system because none of them understand it. They don't know what they're doing. They were never trained because it was the response.
Okay, maybe in certain areas, but like this
No,
nurse
in
in
this area for
particular.
sure. Every area. Nobody knows
But
what to expect with the
okay, but
pandemic.
this
It
no, but
just changed constantly.
I understand that, but okay, so like I've seen like how their test results come up on the screen, okay? Because like the doctor has just pulled test results up in front of me before, okay? So like with the strep test, it literally says STREP.
Yeah, but with COVID-19 testing, it's kind of, I'm going to say right now, weird. Because I've had people that tested negative and then tested positive, and then I've had people that tested inconclusive and then were told to
Yeah,
test again.
which I
Because the
understand.
public demands immediate results. But the problem is, we don't have the infrastructure to actually report that.
Okay, but like I understand that. My whole issue was not the fact that like not necessarily that the COVID test wasn't there or anything like that. It was the fact that she was reading me the results of a strep test and telling me it was a COVID results. Okay,
You know
and
why that is?
obviously
Is because the
Literally,
person you're talking to,
basement.
the
What
person you're
she's
talking
saying,
to is an emerged nurse or a nurse that was hired an RN. No, I get it. Like they conveyed the wrong information.
No, what she's
But anyway,
saying is that the computer screen actually says.
it actually said.
It might
I
have.
mean, there is no, it might have. I've been to the doctor 50,000 times for strep tests, and I've seen the results on the screen for strep. It literally says STREP on there.
Yeah, but like, I mean, the program you're talking about isn't going to report it like there was no in programming for what
Okay,
you're looking at to report that.
okay, hold on. But my question, basement, a nurse that's been there for 37 years and is an actual trained RN, supposedly.
It's
Okay,
not even about being the fucking trained RN. It is
should
whether or
So
not
what
she knows how to fucking read.
like you don't have what you have to understand. What you have to understand is how publicized COVID-19 is. You can't say anything you're not told to say.
But here's the thing.
Legally.
She is a nurse, okay? And in my town, the way it works is the nurse is the one that tells you whether you test positive or you test negative, which means that stupid fucking cunt should have known how to read the fucking test.
You should have.
Not only
Have you
that,
ever like done something wrong in your life? Have you ever fucked up at a job?
Okay, but here's the thing, basement. Okay, this is like say I fucking.
You have to understand. Like I don't know about your town, but here
no, you don't know about my town because these nurses. We only have like fucking 20 nurses, and they're all trained to read the fucking codes on the computer. They all are because in any test result, not just COVID.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm in a city way bigger than yours. I've never been trained to do anything since COVID.
And I understand that, but I understand that, okay? But in my town, these nurses, no matter what test result you're looking for, okay, if you're looking for a fucking blood work test, a strep test, a COVID test, whatever, it is the nurse's responsibility to call you and tell you what your test results are in my town. Okay, so nurse
you guys actually get like test results over there?
We do.
Yeah, it's like pretty much illegal here to get that.
Heather has gotten a test from like for Wendy.
Yeah, you have to visit the doctor to get the results. It's not
They will call. They say we'll call you in a few days.
Yeah.
To let you know what the results are.
There's certain tests that they won't here, like let's say like you have a biopsy or some shit like that. Well, here's the thing. If it's a biopsy and there's nothing found to indicate anything is wrong, they'll call you and be like, okay, well it was just a benign biopsy or it was benign, whatever. But if there's something
there's literally nothing that gets conveyed over the phone.
No, here it's mainly if there's something seriously wrong, then they will call you and ask you to come in. But
I mean, in the end, I'm gonna say like, yeah, maybe you have fucking shitty nurses.
She's a shitty nurse. I mean, like, trust me.
She might be,
100%.
but like, I mean, I also feel like people should realize the amount of pressure that's put on people that weren't prepared for that job.
And you know what? I probably would have been a little bit more relaxed on this nurse if she wasn't constantly such a fucking shitty person. Like, she treats people like shit. She treats us like we're fucking commodities. She does not give a fuck about anybody. She's rude as fuck all the fucking time. Literally all the fucking time. She has no compassion in her fucking bones. Like, she was not meant to be a nurse. I'm gonna say right now.
There's so many people that are meant to be what they are. I mean, I just feel like Plain State, your guy, you at least just something I deal with on a daily basis.
I mean, I think that it's like so hard to like
it frustrates me
something.
so much because I had to tell the guy he couldn't watch his fucking dad's body be taken out of his home because of COVID-19.
See, and
that kind of shit where I'm like, I can't tell you shouldn't do this because you're in quarantine because you tested positive. In the end, do what you want. If you want to, there probably won't be a fine. Nobody's gonna care.
But
Nobody
you know what,
knows,
I think
man. Just do what you want.
That's the difference between like where you live and like where we live, because like JP and Heather and myself, we all three of us, we live in very small towns.
Yep.
Okay, theirs is even smaller than mine.
Oh, yeah.
And it's so much different in a small town, in like a hospital in a small town versus where you are. Like the regulations are just going to be so much different just because of the population. Because like there's going to be certain things that like your town is going to do so much different because you have a bigger population.
It's 100% true. I mean, I think the government is a pile of shit.
Agreed.
Because even here, when they preach, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, but only during the business hours that we're ready to be. And most of the time at work, it's not 9 to 5, it's after hours. And like, okay, cool, you're going to put lockdown in on Monday, and you're going to leave us at 3:45 p.m. And I start at 4:30, and I'm like, oh my god, this is going to fucking kill me. I kid you not, 90% of the calls, oh, so I know we're going to lockdown. What does that mean? I don't know.
Oh my god, I would literally. No wonder you're going insane.
It's not a regional fucking choice. It's a provincial choice. It's like a state choice. I don't know. They haven't told us. And oh my god, some of these people are fucking killing me, man.
The whole thing is
the whole thing is killing me. I just prefer for COVID to be done, and I also like the more I think about COVID, the more I think about COVID-19, the more I think of like making the flu like the big villain, and this is 100% on media. If you only want to talk about the cases, the amount of cases, not the cases individually, you create this conspiracy theory where you're just it's full of shit.
My thing is, and I'm gonna say this, and I've said this numerous fucking times. I've said it to Heather. She's probably sick of me fucking saying it. Okay, the flu killed people, but does that make? So tell somebody.
You know what? I'll go one step beyond that. The Norwalk virus, the bird flu, was more serious than the flu.
Somebody that died of somebody's family member that died from the flu, that it's no more deadly. And I'm talking about coronavirus because they're both one.
Well, I would say coronavirus will probably be treated similar to the bird flu.
One person dies from a disease or a virus is bad. It doesn't matter if it killed more or not.
I mean, in the end, though I hate the idea of doing it, I will lend myself to believe people that are in disease prevention.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I said this before, and I'm going to stick by it, okay? 1969, the Summer of Love. They broke out with a huge fucking virus
that was before they even understood that men could be women and women could be men.
I understand that. But what did they do? They had fucking Woodstock, okay? I'm sticking by my guns, and I'm saying the solution to this whole thing is alcohol and drugs and happy rock music, okay? I'm sticking to it.
No, I mean, the solution to this thing, not, I think, the pandemic that was posed. In all honesty, I just feel like let it burn itself out because that's what's gonna happen anyway.
But here's the thing. This whole virus has been used by the media in order. It has become politicized, and what I mean by that is
what hasn't?
What I mean by that is like one of the reasons one of the things that Joe Biden preached so much about during his presidential term.
As soon as Joe Biden talked about like you're letting people die because of the coronavirus, I was like, hey, it's kind of a virus and it doesn't really care who's in charge. I mean,
but I mean that's what I mean by it went politicized because like you can't even tell me that that's not one of the reasons behind like why he won because like people are so afraid of this fucking virus. And he was talking about putting all these measures into place, and in reality, those measures are not fucking attainable. They're not attainable. They're even if they did do something, they're not attainable. Like that's what I fucking hate so much about presidential races because they always make promises that they can't fucking keep.
Yep.
Every single fucking one of them. Donald Trump did it. Mind you, Donald Trump he promised to fucking get the economy up, and he did before coronavirus shit. It was up.
But apparently he brought on the virus.
Yeah,
I mean it was a total shit show.
But,
Macabri, let her speak. I don't know. I hope I'm her. I don't know. Macabri said let her speak.
But
I hope that's me.
Every single fucking election, they always promise shit that they cannot fucking keep. We saw it with president. Every single one of them does it. Trump did it. Biden did it. Fucking Obama did it. Clinton did it. Bush did it. They all fucking do it, and they get the people fucking. You look back at President Barack Obama, okay, and like I have nothing against Barack Obama, fine, whatever. But like the thing is,
well, you know what's funny? Barack Obama's presidency wasn't built on a divide of race.
It was his whole mantra
is built on Trump versus another white old age fucking pensioner.
And that's the fucked
I
up
don't
part.
get it. I don't get it.
But that's the fucked up part because like Obama, his whole mantra, like his whole slogan was "Yes, we can," and he kept on promising all of this stuff, right? And then what happened? The very last year that he was in election, that's when they decided to do fucking Obamacare. Well, when he goes out of fucking office, Obamacare's all fucking fucked up, and Trump comes in. And he's fucking left with this Obamacare that's all fucked up and all this stuff, and he's left with a fucking horrible economy. So then he tries his best to get the fucking economy back up. We're doing good, and then this virus fucking takes over.
Trump was 100% a piece of shit human being. And the problem is like when you need to like run a country, you kind of have to be not that.
Well, but that's
like FAQ, you don't have to be a piece of shit. I mean, he kind of like sailed on his fact that that was that. And though I feel like if he kind of like the best thing I could think that Trump could do. So say he's not president-elect and somebody else is, just leave and be like, this is how it happened. I'm done.
Yeah.
Instead of fight tooth and nail for something that.
That's my whole fucking point to this whole thing. Whether you're Republican or you're Democrat, it doesn't matter because whatever presidential candidate that you have running for office, they are going to make you promises after promises that they cannot fucking keep.
Donald Trump, every single person.
Exactly. Like Donald Trump at least got the fucking economy back up and running before coronavirus, but he had no fucking. He had no control over fucking coronavirus. Nobody fucking did. Okay, but
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this real quick. I don't think Joe Biden would have done any fucking better.
He wouldn't have, But and like the thing is, that's what I don't understand because everybody's like, oh, I'm Democrat or oh, I'm Republican. They're both fucked up. They're both super fucked up, and they're gonna make you promises that they're not gonna fucking keep. So, like, they're liars. That's all they fucking are. That's what every politician is. You cannot believe a fucking politician. And until people start fucking realizing that, our country is just gonna keep on getting more and more and more fucked up.
The promises aren't to you, me, and Jay. The promises are to the super rich. Let's be real.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only reason they became. because the super rich runs every country that ever existed for all time. And that's just the way it is. And be like, oh my god, this guy out of the mud became one of the president-elects? Yeah, no, you know what he became before that? Super rich. Somehow, some way, or he was going to be super rich. Obama? Nobody knew about him. How did he become so rich? Like, come on.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, every politician is out. I'm sorry? I was just gonna say, like in the end, it's a dog eat dog world, and every politician is out for themselves.
I will say this.
Yeah, but are you gonna be dog chow?
Exactly.
Here's the thing. All of the Obama can sit here and Biden and Trump but Trump's never sugarcoated who he is ever.
Nope.
He's never sugarcoated who he is ever. He knew his family was rich. In fact, how he got his started in his father gave him $1 million loan, which was a running joke on Saturday Night Live. What does
Trump?
Biden tell you? I was a blue collar, lived in a fucking white picket fence, and I lived in a fucking house where I had to sleep with my sister in one bedroom, and I was a lawyer. But how? Are you really that fucking smart? Listen to the guy talk. One fucking time. How did this guy become a fucking politician? Obama. I came from a poor family. How in the fuck were you able to fucking go to law school?
Well,
with
Obama, I think he got a scholarship. But anyhow,
it don't fucking matter. It still costs them money to go to school. Okay, military-wise, I'm gonna explain this to you. Yes, you get money to go to school, but you still have to pay for it. It's not free. Nothing is free. It helps.
Well, nothing in this world is free. Period.
Exactly. Well, even with all of the GI Bill and the Montgomery, where they pay your student repayment loan, you're still paying for it. They give you
all you're getting.
Yeah.
With Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is Hillary Clinton claiming throne.
Yeah.
In my mind,
that's basically
because they're all terrible, and I mean Trump is a pile of shit. They're all shit. The fact of the matter is, like, you guys live in a country where, like, the most important thing is the person with the most fucking plastic in their face.
But you know what? Though?
What do you expect to fucking run that country?
But you know what? Though?
Garbage is what you get.
You know what?
That's what you kind of set yourself up for.
To touch on what JP was just saying before. Trump never tried to be anybody other than who he was. Like,
yeah, I mean, Trump lied left, right, and center about the things that he didn't do.
He knew flat out that he was a rich son of a bitch, and that he was a fucking cocky son of a bitch.
Trump was garbage too. Come on.
He was. I mean, like, change who he was. He stuck
but the thing is, he stuck to who he is, but he also lied about 90% of what he said. Like, I mean, there's somebody that can stick to their fucking guns and not actually tell you 100% of the truth, or bury 100% of the truth.
People in general.
I had this discussion with my father. What has he lied about?
Probably the same amount that Biden has, because I can't tell you what Biden lied about.
Okay, so this is the discussion that I had with my dad, and I'm going to tell you right now. What? My dad's like, well, he's a dictator. How did Donald Trump, and this is my conversation with my dad, how did policies did Donald Trump enforce that made him a dictator?
My question is, like, why didn't he just say no to white supremacy during the chat?
Exactly.
He didn't.
Yes, he didn't.
No, he didn't. You can say it was somewhere else or somewhere else.
He said, I denounce.
No, but you don't understand what I'm saying. Why didn't he say it then?
Yeah, right then, like right then and there. But
you're he did somewhere else, somewhere. Why not then?
Okay, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the debate. Like,
he didn't. He skirted around the issue that was like the obvious issue why he lost. To be honest with me.
No, and you know what?
I gotta agree there.
That's a bunch of bullshit. No, that's wrong.
Yeah, that's the reason why he lost the election, in my honest opinion.
I agree with
the
Bateman on this one. I
why
think
he
that's
lost,
it.
then everybody. Here's the thing.
Why wouldn't you on the like? Okay, I can tell you. Okay. Come on. If he said it 17,000 times, why didn't he say it in the most important time? He would say it.
But to touch.
Like, think about how stupid that is.
Why does
if I'm going to say it,
repeating it?
Okay. No, wait, that's stupid. That's fucking stupid. That's the
but
stupidest statement I've ever heard.
Okay, hold on.
If you're on the world stage where you can say, I condemn white supremacy, and you're not willing to do it, it's going to look kind of bad. I don't care how many times you said it in fucking closed doors.
Say that you have to vote for me in order to find out
what I'm
gonna fucking do. Fuck that shit. I wouldn't vote.
No, I'm gonna say anybody that's not gonna condemn white supremacy is kind of not gonna be me voting for them.
I'm not gonna sit here and fucking sugarcoat. Yeah, he probably should have said it, and I did tell Heather.
No, that was the difference maker. I'm gonna tell you right now.
And if that's the issue,
think that it was
if
too.
that is the only issue that everybody's gonna fucking stand on, then
that was the biggest issue in America for 2020.
The biggest fucking issue is COVID-19.
Yeah, but everybody saw, like, in my mind, I could see Joe Biden, like, playing that role, being like, oh, you know, he caused so many people's death, which is horseshit.
I'm telling you,
but, like, if you're not gonna at least go out there and condemn white supremacy, come on, man.
To office, with Joe Biden coming into office, it's gonna get fucking worse. It's never gonna
or
get
it'll stay the same.
better,
I mean,
because all of this fucking bullshit started when Obama
I'm
was
saying, like,
fucking office.
why wouldn't you at least? Why wouldn't you at least do the thing that's the easiest, most obvious thing to do? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Isn't so much why didn't Trump say it? Why didn't Obama fucking say it? How come
because Obama wasn't asked it on national television during the debates.
Fucking pass on this shit. It's bullshit.
No.
All of it is
the only thing I'm gonna say why Trump fucked up is because he wasn't willing to literally say hates. Come on, man! Fuck! It's a no-brainer to me. I don't understand this. Like, all I'm thinking is like everybody's making decisions for him, but I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
You know what though? In the same sense, it wouldn't have mattered if you would have fucking said it or not, because people had already made up their mind about it.
I think it would have mattered to be honest.
But what I'm saying is, in the grand scheme of things, it wouldn't have mattered.
I think it would have. Okay, here's the thing. I think it would have mattered more worldwide, even if he wasn't president. At least people wouldn't think he's a fucking lover of fucking white power, because he literally did everything to say no to something that was just such an obvious yes that is fucking disgusting. Like, that killed him for me. And I'm sure I'm not alone.
Well, because I don't know why somebody has to fucking every other fucking day.
Well, here's the thing. If he said it 18 times, what's the 19th?
Well, how many times does he need to fucking say it?
Well, he needs to say it when it's the most important. Like, what the fuck? Like, I could tell all my friends. Be like, I mean, there is a moment where it's most important.
Well,
and that was that moment.
Nobody ever say anything. That's what needs to happen. Nobody should have to debate anything.
But that's not what I'm saying at all. Just like, holy fucking Christ, man! They softballed his ass, and he was like, "Well, I can't really like. What do you want me to say? What they wanted me to say was obviously what they just told you, man."
I'm not
white flag in it here.
All right. I mean, I'm just curious. So I'm like, in my honest opinion, it's like when somebody asks you, "What do you want me to say?" I want you to condemn white supremacy. It's like, well, you know, like I'm agreeing with him, like kind of shutting down the whole I guess like racist-based talk in schools because I think it just breeds the same thing that racism has bred for forever, and that I'm with him. But like, oh my god, man! Like, just it was it was lobbed. It was lobbed to you. Like,
I'm
what
with
the
Gina.
fuck, man?
Even if he would have denounced, it wouldn't have fucking.
But I mean, to get back to him, like,
basement.
the basement. Okay,
I mean,
hold on.
worldwide, yes,
Hold on.
it would have mattered.
Okay, hold on. Time out. Here's my viewpoint on this, okay? Now, while I do agree with Basement in the fact that, like, he probably should have, or not probably, he should have fucking said it for the 19,000th time right then and there. He needed to say it because it was worldwide. However, I do see you and Heather's point where he had been asked that same question time and time and time
but
again
that, you
before.
know what?
And
Here's the thing.
here's the thing. They were setting him up, Basement. They were setting him up for fucking failure.
But
And he played right into it.
I know, but you guys are looking at like just America watching.
And I understand that. Like, that's why I said that I agree with you, where, like, he should have denounced it for the 19,000th time.
America, Basement, if you look at all of America, you say you live in a big city, right? Imagine,
Yes, I do.
Imagine being a voter in a fucking town or in a state that doesn't even equal what Los Angeles fucking does. So
yeah,
like, if
but I mean, like,
no,
Trump.
Let me finish.
Trump knows how stupid it is to not comment.
It has
okay. What we're saying?
It doesn't even. I'm not even talking about fucking Trump here. I'm talking about just in general. You look at how we vote. We are based off of an electoral vote. Look at each state. If you go look at each state, California has 55 electoral votes. Okay. Why do they have 55 electoral votes? Because Los Angeles has the county. Do you know how many congressmen they have in Los Angeles alone?
So my question to you is his indecision is his indecision just to get like
if he would have said anything or not? I'm telling
no,
you
it would
now.
It would 100% mattered if he said
here's
anything
the thing,
or not.
like, okay, I understand
to be honest with you.
But I understand what JP is talking about because, like, the electoral college vote is what wins the election. And
but okay, so let me ask you this question.
The fact of the matter is, the electoral college, the more senators or congressmen you have in a fucking state, the more electoral college votes you have. Therefore, a state like California is never. A Republican is never going to win the state of California.
Never.
Republican is never.
So here's my question. Here's my question.
Yeah.
What would you be like if you had to choose? Would you rather choose a leader that said, like, obviously, white supremacy isn't going to be tolerated, or would you ever choose a leader that says, well, I don't know, what do you ask me? Of course, they should tone down.
I would rather choose a leader that doesn't factor race into the situation.
Such an obvious choice.
Guys. Basement, would you then sit there and choose a leader that says, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black?
Yeah, but that's I mean, well, here's the thing. You're looking at like what's actually proposed at a presidential debate, not something that's happened in the past. I don't think anybody you have run should be president. I think they're all fucking garbage. I think they're in there for themselves. They've always been in them for themselves. But I think that was a huge misstep by Donald Trump.
And I agree, but here's the thing. I do not believe that the factor of race should even be a fucking issue in 2020 because I understand that it is in certain places, but where I'm from, people are people. And I don't understand why we can't just fucking people are people.
Fucking hell, man.
Fucking understand this. This is 2020, and the biggest fucking argument of a presidential election is fucking racism.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but racism should not
the best thing, and I know Heather will join in with me. The best thing I ever said is like, you want to get rid of racism? Stop talking about it. Morgan Freeman, baby.
Fucking agree
exactly.
With you.
That's it. Stop talking about it. Stop making it a topic.
You know, in Basement,
when people don't think about black people, white people, yellow people, brown people, whatever, it doesn't matter.
But Basement, you and I have had this conversation 1,000 times, and I believe Heather might have been in on it a couple of times too. back when we were growing up, I mean, yes, racism was like a huge thing in the early 90s. But like the mid to the late 90s, even the early 2000s, we didn't hear very much. I mean, yeah, there were some here and there, but we didn't hear very much about it.
But I also think there was like an acceptable level of stereotypical talk. And the thing is, like, stereotypical talk will always exist.
Yeah.
So the new world, all these young kids, 16 years old and not, need to understand that, like, you can't not keep stereotypical talk. You can't get rid of it entirely. And when you get rid of it entirely, you kind of kill comedy and everything that is like built upon stereotypical. It's like, I met a black guy the other day, and you can't be like, oh, well, he was perfectly normal, and we just exchanged numbers and we walked the other way. You can't live in a world that's just fake, because people are inherently flawed. Bottom line is, accept certain things to be. You want to call them what you call them, but like there's certain cultures out there that practice things that we can make fun of. Hell, there's certain fucking cultures, and when I say certain cultures, white, black, brown, yellow, any color you want to adhere by, they're made fun of in a certain way. So why not just like join in on the fun that exists when making fun of each other without pinpointing it and being like, oh my god, I don't like being called. Yeah, there's obvious racism where somebody's been like, oh, you're lower for being this color, but like, I mean, our society is not built on that. It hasn't been built on that for fucking 40 years. And the fact that, like, media has pinpointed it is absolute bullshit. Because I think people have been way more together than they are now.
But this is why Barack Obama, who's a Democrat, their whole platform is the race issue. And if the race issue goes away, guess what? They have nothing to stand for. Absolutely nothing. So why was Donald Trump asked that fucking question?
Because that was the main driving point of the fucking Democrats.
Won the fucking election is because
it was
Trump answered the question the way he fucking did.
Well, Joe Biden is the savior for black people that apparently have just been born since the the age of slavery. I don't get why we're like taking like 18 million fucking steps back to get to be like, oh, everybody's suppressed. This is the world of suppression.
You know why?
Suppression exists, but at the same time, it's like, oh my god. I mean, like you can't just promote someone for the color of their skin. Like what's gonna happen is like we're going to get to a place where I hate the term, but reverse racism is promoted. Where it's like, you could get a job, but your name is Alex Smith, and your name is not Fadiq Wahidi.
Honestly, it's already there.
Well, we've been there for a while. Where,
but you know what? Like, here's the thing. Politicians and stuff might be there, but the thing is, in my daily life, I have friends that are Mexican, I have friends that are black.
I mean, I would say the exact same thing, but I hate the fact that, like,
we don't look at each other like, oh, that's my black friend. No, that's my fucking friend.
The thing that kills me is the fact that it's literally non-existent where I live. Yet the people that I know, and because my friend base is every color but my own, kind of buy into it. It's like, yeah, we've had a hard job getting to this $120,000 job. I'm like, what? You are going to buy into this systemic racism where you are literally the director of fucking Gap. Like, you are literally going to tell me that you have had this huge hard job getting your super high paying job. Every single person I know, I'm gonna tell you right now, the people that I know are like direct, like they have very high paying jobs, and it's like, I can't believe that they're buying into this fact that like people of color are like held down. I don't get it.
Well, here's the thing.
I'm like, holy fuck, all of you are of color and you're super rich for the most part.
But you said something before that you don't understand why we are back in this like level of suppression. Like somebody has to be suppressed. And it's because history is literally on a fucking wheel.
I get that. It's almost
but it is on a fucking wheel. It is always on repeat. If you look at anything throughout fucking history, sooner or later we start making the same fucking mistakes again, and we backstep, and we end up passing the same fucking spot.
I guess what I'm frustrated about is the fact that I'm the one white guy in the group, and I'm not the one making $150,000 a year. And it very much frustrates me to hear the people that I know that are doing that, being like, "Oh yeah,
fuck Whitey."
No, not fuck Whitey. It's just like, "Oh yeah, there's been racism every step of the way." I'm like, every step of the way. You think if there was racism every step of the way, you make me $150,000 a year? Don't talk to me.
Here's the thing. I'm not going to sit here, but here's the thing. I am not going to sit here and say that racism does not exist, because I know people in my town that are fucking racist as fuck. Okay? It does exist. My whole issue is it shouldn't fucking exist. Because if we would actually learn from our fucking history, learn from our fucking mistakes, and move forward with that new knowledge, if we would actually fucking do that for once, this shit would not be a fucking issue right now. Okay? If we would have taught our fucking kids, or if some people's parents would have taught people that are our age, taught them that racism was fucking bad, okay? And that it's not fucking fair to look at somebody and judge somebody based on the color of their skin tone. Learn from your fucking mistakes from history, okay? That's the problem. You have pig-headed people out there that don't want to fucking learn from the past mistakes. They don't think that there were past mistakes that were made, okay? They want to live in a naive land. And that is why we are dealing with the shit that we are today. Because people don't want to fucking face the fact that we made mistakes.
I'm gonna say that goes both ways, because I honestly feel like the people that think that the world was held above them and they exploded beyond it only think that, like, diversity hire existed in 2020.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing. The bottom line is,
I just don't like the idea of somebody being like, man, I fucking talk to them every day. Somebody being like, I make $150,000 and we should talk more about the black people, where, like, you're not black, first of all, and second of all, you had nothing in your way. You're making $150,000 in this world yearly. Like, shut the fuck up, dude.
But this 110%, if we would actually learn from the mistakes of the past, then none of this shit would be a fucking issue. Not just racism, okay? It goes with sexism.
You don't understand how, like,
everything. If we would actually learn from our fucking mistakes, even down to war. If we would learn from the mistakes to the fucking wars of the past, we would not be making. Okay, yeah. What I'm saying is not the wars themselves, JP. I mean what led up to the wars. Okay, like, if countries would actually be able to get along with each other the same way that, like, the people
that's never gonna happen.
Get along with each other, it's never
gonna
happen. Okay, this is a dream world, but
honestly, that Basement said it'll never happen.
100%, it'll never happen.
Because the Middle East does not like this.
No,
I understand that. I mean, there's a lot of countries that
I'm gonna tell you right now that any war America gets in is 100% a war. That's 50.
Because I'm gonna tell you right now.
It is America. I'm gonna tell you right now.
I'm gonna tell you no.
Why are they there? Why are they there? Why are you there?
We're not anywhere right now. We're not anywhere right now.
You're everywhere. You're everywhere constantly. Yes.
Well, I mean, yeah, but we're peacekeeping missions. Yeah, but that's because the countries have.
Because they want us to fucking.
Yes, they want our help.
But the whole thing is, the Islam religion.
You usually don't have somebody.
I mean, let's not. There you go.
No, I honestly feel like
we're gonna get banned.
They want to
but, like, I mean, you automatically assume evil versus good. And the thing is, like,
I'm not sitting here saying we are the greatest thing that has ever happened, because that is farthest.
But
I get it, but you're also not saying that in Kandahar.
But okay, so like the war thing was a bad example, okay? Because obviously that's going to happen no matter what. Because I mean, fucking countries are constantly fighting over something. But what what I'm getting at here is like, as a fucking human race, we are evolving every fucking day. We are
Well,
evolving.
I feel like
But
most
the
people are
problem
stuck in we must fight each other constantly to
That's the
we're past
problem
that point.
because
We're past that point.
but that's the problem because we are evolving every single day, and throughout history we should have taken that information
Yeah,
that
but you
went
also like
through and
America
absorbed it
lives in
and
a
evolved from
world.
it, and we didn't, and that falls on the fucking people, and that's not just America basement, that is
Well,
worldwide.
America is a warring nation. They've been a warring nation for how many years? They're only at home when they're warring. When they're
I
not
mean,
warring, they're
that's
warring
not
against
fucking
themselves.
true. That's not true.
When
That's
they're
not
not
true.
warring, they're warring. Okay, so explain to me how it's different.
That's not true. I mean, in the '90s, we had a very fucking long period of time where we were not involved in anything after Desert
Well, you were at
Storm.
war. You were at war in the 90s.
Desert Storm in the early '90s, but then after that, we were in Desert Storm in the early '90s. But then after that, there was a very long period of time up until September 11th where the United States was not anywhere unless they were asked to be there.
And if we were somewhere, it was to make sure that we weren't involved in wars.
Right, because that country had the ally had asked us to be there.
I get what you're saying, but don't you realize like just being a foreign entity in a different
Okay,
country would
so
make you an enemy?
you're attacking my country right now, so I can turn it around and say Canada's a bunch of pussies because they're never anywhere.
Well, we were in the World War.
How fucking long ago was that? I hate
Well, I
you
mean,
so much right now.
we don't look for wars to be part of.
But we don't look for them either. We can't help it that America isn't.
I'm gonna say the last war you were in was monetary value.
Well,
Oh, God.
okay. The last
that
four
one.
we were in, one of them. Keep in mind, they attacked us first.
Did they?
9/11.
9/11.
Did they?
Come on, baby.
9/11 basement. Come on, man.
I mean, I'm conspiracy theorist for this, the name. Probably.
Oh, don't get on 9/11 conspiracy theory. Don't do it. Do not do it.
I think I would do for this one more than anything else.
Let's not say that we didn't.
Say we did because no.
Because I was fucking I was very much alive during that, and I very much remember all of that. And
I was very much alive, but like there's so many things that just don't up for that one.
Okay.
So I mean, especially with Gina, you the conspiracy theorist.
Okay,
I mean,
look,
I think you'd like.
Okay, time out. I am not going to sit here and pretend like I haven't fucking looked into the conspiracy theories with 9/11, and I am not going to lie. There are a lot of things that I do believe in conspiracy theories about. 9/11 is not one of them. Okay, mainly because I have watched documentary after documentary after documentary, and I'm not talking about these bullshit documentaries where they're one-sided. I am talking about the ones.
Why did America go against somebody that technically wasn't involved?
Okay, what the fuck are you talking about? First of all, second of all, these documentaries that I was watching, they had interviews of people that were actually fucking there with the footage of them being there. Okay, this shit, 110% was no conspiracy theory. You have people trying to say that there was bombs in the fucking towers. No.
Gina, stop. When
Decent,
you say, what are you talking about? Let's try and keep this.
I'm just saying, like, you can't really technically talk about people that were there because it obviously happened. I'm just saying,
happen,
like,
what do you mean? When you're
they have radio transmission
about what 9/11 itself. I'm not talking about 9/11 itself. What I am talking about, and what I think Basement is getting at, is even before 9/11 happened. Yes or no? Because this whole 9/11 thing happened way before 9/11 even happened. Think about it.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. I don't.
So my thing is we it goes back to the Iran-Iraq war.
Yeah.
I feel like when
here's the thing.
It also goes back to when Russia invaded Afghanistan.
Okay, but here's the thing.
We give weapons and money to
Afghanistan, and then that fell into the wrong fucking hands.
Not to Afghanistan. We gave it to the
You
freedom
did,
fighters.
though. Didn't you not?
Right, but then those very weapons
to the freedom fighters who wanted to fight for. Afghanistan's been at fucking war for thousands of years, even before we got involved.
I know. So is America.
But here's the thing.
Lifespan.
I fucking hate you so much right now.
You can't deny that you guys are a warring country. You've been at war for 90% of your existence.
Okay, time out a second.
The first one was because we wanted our fucking freedom from fucking some king that thought he was the shit.
Yeah, God forbid we want freedom, right?
But you also have to understand, what's freedom and who's freedom.
Look, I mean,
any war that's being taken place. Yeah, but any war that's being taken place is going to be presented to the public different than it's going to be presented to the government and the governing body.
Okay, here's the thing. To get back to the whole 9/11 thing, the whole reason why the fucking Taliban and all that shit became into the whole thing, was the war that JP was just talking about, the freedom fighters that we had given the rifles to.
Money to Osama bin Laden.
Yes, they fell into Osama bin Laden's hands, and then those very rifles that we gave to them.
They didn't fall. We gave it to them.
Right, but then, those very rifles that we gave to him was then turned against us. Okay.
I mean, you had no rifles on the plane. It was just fucking box cutters.
Okay, but you can't take a fucking rifle on a plane, basement. You can't take a rifle on a plane, and they had fucking bombs too, bro.
They didn't have bombs on the plane.
They did too have bombs. You obviously do not know very much about 9/11 if you do not know that they had bombs.
I'm not talking about 9/11 anymore.
They had bombs on the plane that was driving into a building.
The only war that we have been in the past, I'm going to say...
Was every war known to mankind?
If you shut the fuck up a second and let me fucking talk, then I can actually say it.
Tell me your truth.
The only war that I do not agree with was the war in Iraq, and that to me was more over. I mean, don't get me wrong, I understand why we got involved to begin with because of what Saddam Hussein was doing to his people. Don't get me wrong, but after that it turned into a war for oil.
I don't know if that's even true because we have more oil than Iraq does.
I mean, I don't know that.
I don't know if you do actually.
No, we do, but so.
But most of our oil rigs are drying up. You got to remember that too.
9/11 happened because Osama bin Laden is a.
Here's the thing: you guys want to believe everything against COVID-19, but you're willing to believe everything that's for.
Time out, basement. I will tell you one thing right now that I do not believe. I do not believe that Osama bin Laden died on that fucking warship. I do not believe it because I don't
know what you're talking about, to be honest.
Okay, he didn't die on a warship.
He didn't die. They disposed of his body. They disposed of his body off the side of the fucking ship.
Yeah.
Okay?
So
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
I do.
I don't believe it.
The only thing you don't believe is how they got rid of his body. Who cares?
No, I don't. I don't even believe that they fucking. Here's the thing. I don't believe that they got him. I think that he fucking died of old age in a fucking cave somewhere, and they claimed that they got him.
At that point, does it really matter?
No.
It doesn't matter.
All the things we're discussing, it doesn't fucking matter. I don't care if he died of leprosy.
But it matters significantly because then if that's the case, then whose body did they throw over the side?
Yeah, who cares? Because you've been lied to 99% of the time, so this matters.
And you haven't, Mr. Canada that doesn't get involved in anything.
We've been involved in the wars that actually matter, not the wars you guys invented.
We didn't invent shit. We did not invent shit. The reason why we got... Okay, tell me one fucking war that the United States has been in that we did not have a reason to fucking be over there.
The last one?
No, we had a reason. 9/11 was the reason that we were over there.
My whole thing is like that's the reason.
But we didn't. No,
but it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
But we didn't.
Okay, but we didn't start it. We didn't start that war. They started it with 9/11, and then we went to Afghanistan, and then with Saddam Hussein, he fucking started that shit, and we ended up in Iraq. And my dog is trying to fuck my arm again. Get off of me!
Running around, not knowing. It's like, why would you? Like, it's
Do
basically.
you have any idea what Saddam Hussein was doing to his people and threatening to come into Afghanistan and do to the Afghan people?
Do you have any
United
idea
States
what
people?
Trump did to his people before he was taken? It's the same idea. You don't
not.
understand.
But not because we're talking about fucking genocide.
That's the way. Yes, and people would say the same thing for Trump, which is ridiculous, but it's true. I mean, I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying, like, people would paint someone terrible, and all history remembers is.
Let me just ask you a question. Do you have any idea what Saddam Hussein was doing to his people?
Yes.
What was it?
I know he did terrible things to families and stuff like
genocide.
that. But also, like, do you have any idea how history is told from one point of view?
But this is my whole issue, okay? You say that this is the same thing with Trump, okay? It's not even fucking.
No, I'm not saying, but it's like you know how history is told from one point of view.
And I understand what they're saying.
You guys can fuck off, man, because like, yeah, you can listen to like the American history of everything that's gone. You guys paint yourself like champions.
I'm
but
not
at the same time,
painting myself like a champion. Am I saying that there was wars that America was involved in that they fucking probably shouldn't have been? Sure, there has been.
When we've talked about the ones they shouldn't have been, you said no, we're there for this reason,
because our allies fucking asked us to be there.
I can tell you a war that we were involved in which we should not have. Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, 100%. I can agree with that 100%. I am not saying
the only reason, and I can agree with Korea. The only reason we were in the Korean War, and the only reason that we got involved in Afghanistan is because of communism. We were trying to end communism. We were trying to end people controlling other fucking people, but yet we're becoming that fucking country.
But that's what I'm saying. When it comes to like I'm saying, you guys are like kind of like into the thing you've been fighting for. I mean, even when it comes to Trump, people like you're gonna apologize for things that have been bad for him because like it's not the same, but it technically is the same. It's just like
you know what? Here's the thing, Basement. We probably wouldn't have been so fucking ornery like we were if you wouldn't have come at the whole situation the way that you did. If you would have explained it the way that you just explained it, I probably wouldn't have gotten so ornery. Okay, but like the thing is, of course, America has been involved. God damn it, dog! Stop trying to fuck me.
I mean, America hasn't just been involved; they've been in control.
But that's and I can agree with you. There have been, but there's been wars that we should not have been in. So I can understand you saying like America is a warring country because of that. But
because the country that's been the most wars, like outside of like the small ones.
I understand that, but here's the thing.
Britain's been in more wars than we have.
But
are they treated the same because they're so old?
But here's the thing, okay? But here's the thing. America, 90% of the wars that we have been in is because one of our allies asked us to fucking be there, okay? And most of the time, the ally is fucking Great Britain. Great Britain has asked us to be in tons of wars.
I also feel like any time an ally says be in a war for me, there's more on the table than just being in.
Of course.
Well, obviously,
right? I mean, this is how a nation. This is how a nation gets power, right? In the end, like America is the most powerful, and I honestly think like the best thing America can do, and North America in general, even us, is just refuse the fucking Chinese trinkets because that's what they are.
And I agree with you.
Store garbage. Like, I mean, who needs a fucking picture of a kid laughing at them? Like, holy fuck, made in China, whatever. But like, you know, I do feel like America has gone so far with warring with somebody else that they're now warring with themselves because they can't give up the idea of like fighting against something.
Here's the thing. As a
not bad.
No.
It's not good.
But I'm gonna tell you right now, as a non-American that you are, the worst thing that you can probably do to an American that's actually a true blue American is fucking attack our country, because we are gonna be just like what happened before. We are gonna be on stand guard, because when it comes down to it, just as other people love their country, we love our country too. So we're going to come to
I think you actually love your country more than I love my. To be honest, true. I mean, I think all
your
of
country's pretty fucking chill. I mean,
we're kind of just like the vestigial dick of America.
Well, here's the thing. Canada, God damn it! I swear to God, my dog keeps on trying to fucking like hump my arm, and I swear to God.
I mean, when it comes to like respecting their country, I think I would respect whatever JP says because he's been part of somebody that an entity that has literally protected your country, and I will. No matter if it's U.S. or any other country, I've met people in the Canadian military. I will respect them no matter what. In all honesty, I might see things that are disrespectful, and I've been corrected when I have. But
here's the thing: like, I can talk about being an American and all this shit, but I agree with you. Like, JP was actually in the military, so he knows a hell of a lot more about like war and shit than I do. But yeah, I mean, just as being an American who loves my fucking country, if anybody attacks my country, and I still have that 9/11 mentality, that mentality was instilled in me and set. I mean, don't get me wrong, because my grandfather was a veteran from World War II. So like,
war is fantastic.
Right.
Monetarily, yes.
Dreamed it would ever be.
No. Yeah, but I mean,
I want to kill myself. To be honest.
But I mean, here's the thing: like, I have been like a patriot to my country since I was a kid, because my grandfather was a veteran, so I was brought up, respect our flag, love our flag. That's why, like, what happened these days with seeing people burning the flag, stepping on the flag, shit like that shit pisses me off, because not only the way that I was raised, but I still have that 9/11 mentality. Right after 9/11, everybody was fucking looking for blood because our country was attacked.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you. Don't be offended when people burn. I mean, but don't. I want you to think about this. It is not against the law to burn a flag.
No, it's not. But it's just
the
slap on the face.
It's the ethical thought. It's like, why are you doing this to something that? And this is what is ingrained. We are in the military. If you want to, I heard I was actually taking a pee while you guys were talking, and I
was wondering why you're so quiet.
It's because
I want to take a pee so badly, but I'm just gonna say before you, it's afforded you your life. For fuck's sakes!
Exactly.
Is essentially okay.
It's a symbol.
50 stars. It's a symbol. Do I, oh my God, I'm going to, if somebody comes and steals my flag, am I going to go fucking ape shit and look for everybody that I thought stole the flag? No, I'm not going to fucking do that. But I will say this, if I do catch you stealing my flag, I will fucking take that flag, pull, and shove it straight up your ass. But I'm not gonna, the flag is a symbol of freedom. The 13 stripes, and you have to go look it up, because honestly, I was in the military.
Well, it's for the original 13 colonies.
Honestly, they taught us what each fucking stripe represents. But I honestly don't know.
Wasn't it the 13 colonies, like the original 13 colonies?
No. Well, that's part of it, but the red and white part of those stripes means.
Oh yeah, I learned about that too, but I don't remember.
Honestly, I'm not going to sit here and say I pretend that I know, because I don't. I know that the stars on the flag represent the states, and the blue part of the flag represents the country itself.
Well, see,
but it also represents something else. I don't know what that is, but here's the thing. Yes, we defend our flag. Do I? There are people that have died fighting for the flag. So when you see people on Twitter saying, "I can't believe that the fucking football players would kneel for the national anthem," take it as a badge of honor. Do you want to know why? Because for every one person that kneels for that flag, there are 10 that stand for it.
Exactly. And I was always one of those ones that stood.
And it's okay. If you sat down for it, there's some people that literally, you know how I take it? I'm going to tell you right now. Here's how I take it. Because there are some people, some of our veterans cannot stand. They can kneel, and they will. Kneeling is almost a sign of respect in a sense.
Yeah.
But if you can stand, please stand. I'm not going to sit here and say you need to stand because I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to tell you, and I'm sure I've said this before. Toby Keith had a song. You know what I'm talking
about. Red, white, and blue?
The red, white, blue. And I was in a bar before I got, with heaven. Yeah. This is like a long fucking time ago. And it was in a bar on post, in a military post. And this motherfucker should have known better. And I'm sitting there with my hat on, drinking a beer, minding my own business. And this motherfucker comes over to me while this song is playing. And I actually liked the song at the time.
Yeah, I mean, it was a patriotic song.
Comes over to me and says, "Take your hat off and respect the flag." So this isn't a fucking national. What the fuck? Get the fuck away from me. And he's like, "No, take your hat off."
I mean, that sounds like a drunk fucking idiot.
Because I will fucking punch you in the face. There are certain songs that I will stand up for. I won't sometimes. If I'm in my house, I'm not going to stand for the national anthem.
Right.
That's why you always hear me say I don't care for the national anthem unless I'm there.
But it's still the respect is there.
But I don't need to stand up out of my fucking chair.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
What the fuck am I gonna do? Who's gonna see me? Oh, you the man. You're the most patriotic motherfucker ever. You know what?
But this is why.
No. Go ahead.
But this is why, like, when it came to football players kneeling and things like that, like, I was like, yeah, they should stand, obviously, because I was taught to stand. But I understood what.
You kind of wish they kind of established that beforehand, before being like, I'm hip and I'm cool and I'm kneeling.
But not only that, but like JP was saying when you were going to the restroom, kneeling is actually a sign of respect too. So people,
I'm not gonna
it is, and I agree with that. And it's just like, I don't think his decision was made on any respect. It was made on like, I'm going to be different, and then I'm going to capitalize on it.
And this is why Colin Kaepernick can go suck a dick.
I agree with you.
He is the only reason he is kneeling is he thinks that he is making a statement because he feels oppressed, and I think his hair feels oppressed.
I honestly feel like he was like, hey, I want to drop the ball as the main quarterback last year, but I should be the main quarterback this year.
Yes.
That's what I got from it, and I feel like the world took it a different way, and he was just reacting to everything that happened.
And
all of a sudden, he's a trillionaire because of that.
He's in Madden. He's in Madden 21. He has his character,
and he's a 450-pound fucking linebacker.
What I do. No, but it's funny, and I'll do it one time. I don't.
But like what I was gonna say.
Big afro hair. But no, this motherfucker, what I will do is I will sign him and then diminish everything that he has so that nobody will pick him up, and he just sits there looking up all sad.
I wouldn't do that because I've come to this the acceptance that in a capitalist society you just going to capitalize.
Okay, but
I don't think he is this like fucking saving grace to the black community, because I don't think that's ever really what he tried to do. I feel like he just fell into it, and he was like, yeah, that's what I was doing the whole time. It's me. It's true 100%.
But
I'm like,
there are
what?
some, and I can, but like now people kneeling for the national anthem. I don't care. This is why I don't know why in the fuck they need to make an issue out of it. I know why they need to make an issue out of it, just to make a statement saying, "Hey, we stand with you." But do they really?
Well, what does he stand with?
No,
Oh,
I'm not
making
even
money.
talking about him anymore. I'm talking
Making
about
money is what he
I'm talking
stands
about
with.
the NFL and
The
all of
thing
these
that's funny is he didn't even know what
stations.
he didn't even know what he was doing.
I'm not even talking about Colin Kaepernick anymore.
Okay, but like when I initially said that like people disrespecting the flag, I wasn't even referring to the people that are kneeling. I was referring to the people that are burning the flag and the people that are sitting on the flag and shit like that. Like,
I mean,
you are
I don't
so
think
much of a better.
anybody should do that. That's
You
fucking
are so
harsh.
much of a better human being than I am, JP. Because if somebody fucking burned a flag in front of
Oh
me,
no
I
no
would
no no
fucking
no no
punch
no
them
no
in
no
the
no.
fucking face.
You're
Because
misunderstanding me. You're misunderstanding me.
stop trying to fuck my arm bear.
I'm
God damn it.
not. I
Sorry.
am sitting here trying to explain to you that I'm
My
not.
dog is like super fucking frisky. Like that's like the
Okay,
sixth fucking time.
I mean, even myself, I don't think I'd be okay with this. Somebody
Here,
burning the American flag
here
is
is the thing.
not
Here's the
great.
thing. This is the way I look at it. All right. So I served in the military for 23 years. Okay. And I did it of my own accord. Personally, what do I think? I think that everybody that is able should at least serve 2 years, 4 years, whatever. Not saying that people want all this free shit. Trust me, you get tons of free shit when you're in the fucking military.
I mean, I looked when I was like fucking 25. I looked into joining the Army Reserves, and I'm a fucking pussy, so I know what you mean.
Not here in Canada.
Sometimes the National Guard, which is a state funded, gets more money than the reserves or active duty does. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. I have come to the realization that after serving for 23 years, not everybody's, you're going to get those. And I've never seen it, because if I would have, I probably would have throat punched the fuck out of somebody, walk up to me and call me a baby killer. And I'd be like, look, bitch, you don't know. I'm going to become a woman killer here in a minute.
Oh, Jesus.
But I have come to the realization that not everybody is going to agree with you, and justifiably so, because what does our country, what
You
does our
fought for our
foundation,
freedom of
no,
speech.
what is the foundation that our country stands on? What is the one
Freedom.
thing? Freedom of this, freedom of that.
And that's what I said. Like, you guys fought for our freedom of speech, so you're fighting for the people that are disrespecting you too.
But yeah, the people that walk up to me and call me a baby killer, I say thank you.
Yeah.
Why? And people, a friend of mine, this woman literally came up to a friend of mine, and he was in uniform, and he came up to him and said, "You're a baby killer."
But you know what, though?
He said, thank you. And do
you know what?
I looked at him, I'm like, what the fuck are you thanking her for? She goes, well, I gave her that right to say that to me.
Exactly. You know, but like, okay, I have another good point referring to what JP said, but I want to get what I was going to say before out. The reason why I would throat punch somebody, while I have never served myself, my grandfather fought in World War II. That very flag that they are fucking burning may not be the very same flag, but it is the symbol of the flag that my grandfather was on top of my grandfather's fucking casket. So that flag means something to me, you know.
And I get that.
I guess the right to burn it is kind of there.
But anywho,
even though I hate it, it is what it is.
I literally, and I will pull up the fucking video and show it to you guys. The guy that was in my unit, there were people protesting and trying to burn the flag. He literally walked in, grabbed it, and walked away. The cops did nothing to him. Why did the cops do nothing to him? Because it was his right to walk up there. He didn't show violence. He wasn't being violent. He walked up there and he said, "You will not burn my flag. I fought for this flag. If you don't want it, give it to me. I'll take care of it."
I think I've seen the video of this dude doing this.
And I would love if I talked to people that were fucking insane.
Okay, but what I was going to say was...
I tell people they're
What
going
I
to
was
say it
gonna
all the
say.
time. I'm just going to say.
What I was gonna say before, JP, about when you were talking about how people treated soldiers, or whatever. That's the exact same way that people are treating police officers now.
Oh yeah, of course. It's
Yeah, I'm
not as
100% against
prominent.
that.
It is not as prominent as it was in
As you,
Vietnam. We sit here and
yeah.
talk. We sit here and talk about my
Oh
dad.
man,
My
those
dad.
vets from Vietnam, man, those poor guys.
My dad, literally, he has never been welcomed home the way our soldiers have been welcomed
Yeah.
home.
But even like the fact that
they were welcomed home with spit in the fucking face.
Yeah, it was bad, but they were only doing what they were told to do based on a lie.
I can't believe there's such a majority of people that don't understand where being told and where, again, this goes back to when we started talking,
Yeah.
Okay, so
being told and doing what you're doing, it seems to be
but once you're
confuddled.
in, once you're in, like for me, I joined of my own free will, and if I was told you need to take this person out, and you were giving a reason,
But you were given orders, and whether you joined on your own free will or not, you
there
had to.
is a uniform code of military justice
Right.
that does say that if you are not given a reason as to why this is being done, then you have every right to question why it is being done. You can take the punishment that's given to you, but then you can go challenge it after, not even
Yeah.
after.
Okay, but like, here's the fucked up part. Okay, like people these days, people volunteer to join the military, right?
Yeah, there is no
give them
draft. There is no
right.
draft.
We
The
give them
draft
a
was never
military
brought back.
welcome, but yet the poor guys from fucking Vietnam. If any soldiers out of any war deserves the most credit, it's fucking Vietnam, because these guys had no fucking choice. They were drafted into that war. They had to go.
And I'm gonna say the same for the people that told you the result for something that they weren't trained for or don't know what they're doing.
So much right now.
I agree.
I'm telling you right now, this is the honest to God's truth for how this is working. Like, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They have not been taught. They don't know. It's not trained.
Okay, but no, this bitch knows it was a strep test result.
No, but you don't understand the
I do
intricacies of how
understand, Basement.
No,
You
but
don't understand what I'm saying. It said flat out on there that it was a strep test result.
It's
Even the
cool.
even the nurse that called me the next day with the actual results said that nurse should have known better, because it said right on there that it was a
It's cool, but like, have you ever been like checking out at anywhere and being like, well, you didn't count this or you counted this
Hey, like,
twice?
here's the
Come
thing.
on, bro.
Okay, here's the thing. I could probably buy that. I could probably,
you have
hold
like
on.
a weird expectation.
Time the fuck out for a second, because let me talk. I could probably buy that whole she fucked up scenario if I didn't call right away at 8 o'clock in the morning and I was the first fucking person on the phone, because she told me that I was the first person that called in. She had a fresh start to her fucking fresh new day, so she wasn't stressed.
The same person? I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest, and I see where Gina's coming from.
I do get her like frustration, but at the same time, like, from living in the spectrum of people hating on shit, it's like, hey, have you ever like hated a retarded kid that tried to play basketball?
But here's the thing, this goes back to the differences between where we live, okay? Because this fucking cunt-ass nurse, who I've known for how fucking long, pretty much my entire life, at 8 o'clock in the morning, I'm her first fucking call on the phone.
Okay.
There's no reason why she should have looked at the screen and been like, oh, the COVID test isn't back yet.
I mean, what screen is she looking at?
the computer screen with the test results on it.
You know what
you
she's looking at.
You too.
She literally was typing on the computer.
I'll tell you right now, the things
Okay,
I
you know
look
what?
at,
I think I need to go to bed because I'm so far past done with the shit.
No.
I'm just saying, like, when it comes to somebody,
I'm just
like,
saying, you don't know, man.
No, but when you want an easy answer, the job you're working ain't gonna give you. You have to enter a code to end up in a computer program.
Right, and if she doesn't know how to enter the right code, then maybe she shouldn't be a fucking nurse.
Guys. I don't even think it's about the code. I think
he's just argumentative right now.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying.
No.
Like, I mean, come on, man.
I understand what both of you are saying. Gina, you talked to the lady and she was fucking rude, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Gina's trying to say.
But it's not even the fact of the rudeness.
I think the rudeness is what annoys what Gina's trying
to say.
Obviously
the
rudeness. What annoyed me was the fact that she gave me the wrong fucking test results and I sent my daughter to school anyway. That's what annoyed me.
There you go. It was the rudeness that annoyed her and the ineptitude. But the ineptitude could be created by the institution she's part of.
The ineptitude of an institution that has over 20 nurses that are working in a clinic that maybe see 5 patients at a time.
Yes.
It's the whole institution. I don't think he's talking about just where the hospital is that you were talking about.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like that's the thing that I am.
I don't know how it's like operated because here it's regional. I assume
it's regional here too. But the thing is, it's one nurse. It's one nurse.
That's even worse. That's even worse if it's one nurse.
One
Holy
computer
fuck.
system that she has been trained in over 37 fucking years.
You actually thought she was trained for the computer system for COVID-19 in 37 years.
It doesn't matter, basement. What the fuck?
No,
shut up.
What are you not understanding?
Shut up and listen.
What I'm trying to get a
Shut
point.
the
Goddamn
fuck up and listen to me, okay? Because
no.
It would be different if the COVID test would have been back, okay? But there was only one test result on there, and it fucking said strep. Because even the nurse that called me the next day said she gave you this result for the strep test, not the COVID test.
But
that was my whole issue.
And I understand that, but I think more.
I can't. I'm gonna lose my mind.
I'm gonna see what's gonna happen.
More or less, more of what Gina, whether she's going to admit it or not, which.
It had nothing to do with how rude she is. I'm used to that bitch being rude.
So Gina said she needs to learn how to fucking read. That's what Gina's trying to
say. Exactly. Just take the fucking second to read the results that are on the screen.
Take your job, bro. Take your job. Do it.
I will in a fucking heartbeat.
Do it perfect.
You know what?
Perfect.
I'm not asking anybody to be fucking perfect here, asshole. I'm asking her to fucking do her job and read a fucking screen correctly. That's what I'm fucking asking her.
You don't even know what the job entails, to be honest with you.
It was 8 o'clock in the fucking morning, and I was the first fucking person on the phone. She literally
that
just
doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything.
Oh yeah, well, okay. Let's just give her an excuse to fucking just. Oh well, let's just go.
No, you have no idea. Like, what the fuck? You have no idea what we're talking about. You have no idea. You have no idea what we're talking about.
Let's just go and deliver a baby and fuck that baby up and make it mentally retarded for the rest of your life. But you know what? It's okay because people fuck up all the time.
No, you have no idea what you're talking about.
It's the same fucking thing. Like whether you're fucking up in a surgical room or you're fucking up by reading a computer, regardless of which, what you're saying is people fuck up. I understand that, okay?
No, but I also say like they fuck up on purpose.
I'm done.
They fuck up on purpose when they can't help you.
I'm done.
You realize that like there are restrictions for what people can do. You do
okay. I just fucking. Do you fucking listen? I just explained this before. The nurses are the ones that are responsible in our area.
You're the worst.
The nurses, if you would actually shut the fuck up for 5 fucking seconds and let me explain something instead
I'm gonna do my job right now. Go ahead.
Nope. Fuck. I'm done.
All right, you two. Calm down.
No.
I mean, I don't even understand what we're talking about. To be honest with you. It's like, I wish they would have done something faster. It's like, it's not going to happen. Faster! Faster, motherfucker! I want nitrous.
I mean, I can understand her frustration.
Yeah, but like, is it logical?
Well, these people are college educated, so yeah.
But I mean, what's like if the ask is perfect?
Basement. I think the problem isn't so much that they. I can agree with you. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on.
Exactly, but the ask is perfection, and that ain't gonna happen ever.
The problem is it's not even COVID. The problem is that these nurses are they're not even properly trained on how to read a fucking computer.
This is my point. No, it's not that they can't read a computer. It's the fact that nothing is sure of anything. You're asking for surety in a world that doesn't have it. I mean, I don't get it.
I think
I don't get it.
Literally, it's basic reading. Literally,
it's not.
Yeah, it is.
The thing, where I'm going to say it's not.
Basement. Listen to what is being said here. Just hold on. So somebody looks on a computer, and they say it tells you exactly what they tested for, and if it comes back positive, read a fucking computer. Gina said. It'll literally tell you with the computers, with the program that they fucking use, because I know people that use this program that tells you in layman's fucking terms what they tested positive or they tested negative for. And what she is saying is that it said strep, is what I'm gathering.
So it's strep.
They said yes, but that's not what they told her. As far I don't know.
Here's the thing: public health ain't prepared to handle this.
But it has
There's not enough people.
Again,
it has everything to do with public health. Yes.
Okay, hold on. How does reading have anything to do with public health? Looking at a screen and saying, "Oh, they tested negative for strep throat."
Well, I'm going to say right now, here at least, and I can only speak about here, we don't get test results.
Okay,
at all.
Here we do.
Public health doesn't convey test results. Public health is there for positive test results and building.
When you speak of public health, what do you mean public health?
Public health is our version of health regionally. So it's different cities combined that become one region, that become one health unit.
Okay, so we have one hospital in each county around here.
I mean, it's not so different, kind of. We have a couple hospitals.
So essentially, if I was to go to the doctor, where I go to the doctor.
What's ever closest to you?
Well, actually, the one that's closest to me is not even the one that I use.
Well, then go where you want.
No, I actually go, well, see, that's where it's different. So we have health insurance, and whatever our health insurance will cover is where we can go.
Yeah, here you go to the closest doctor that you have in the region you're on.
And you guys get the free health insurance.
No, it's not free, but yeah, I agree with you.
Essentially is what I call it. It's free health insurance. You don't have to pay out of pocket up front saying I got to pay my doctor bill as soon as I walk in the door or for services rendered.
You are correct.
Here we have health insurance where you might have a copay of $20 depending on what you go for. If I go to a specialist, it's $50. Okay. So if I go to just, get I'm feeling like shit, my body, like feel like I might have,
yeah, you're fine.
And then I go and they test me and they do run a bunch of tests on me or whatever. I pay
You
this
might
so
hit
much.
like a $20,
The
$30
insurance will
thing.
cover. I don't have to
For
pay
the
for
for the
those.
for the
I don't
most
have to
part, you're
pay
good.
for those services up front. It's covered by my health insurance. Whatever is not
I
covered
mean,
by
you
my
might
health
have
insurance,
a certain
a health
percentage.
insurance will be covered. I have to pay for, which
Yes.
usually like an X-ray, I might have to pay $10-15 for.
I mean, it depends because X-rays are expensive, and
They are.
percentage-wise, they usually cover more than that. I mean, you might pay $5 or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, so essentially, I mean, I feel Gina's pain because as a parent, if somebody went in and tested and we had a test and they say the test takes 3 days and you call them and they're like, well, they tested for this, and it's like,
I
well,
mean,
and then
what
now you go
what
in
I'm
and
saying is the behind the scenes look.
I
They don't
get the
know.
behind the
They don't
scenes.
know. They don't know.
That's where I agree with you. So I understand the plight on both sides, but I do understand where Gina is coming from. She isn't
Well,
so
Gina wants answers right away, and that ain't gonna happen.
yeah. I mean, who doesn't want answers?
Yeah, read a fucking computer, Gina. Like that is a dumb fucking response, to be honest with you, because my computer doesn't tell me your answers.
The
I mean,
program,
yeah, come on.
the program that they use for hospitals
Is
is exactly what she's talking about. And this is what I mean. That program, there is a college course for nurses that do take this. They have to go to school for this and they have to understand all of the codes that come out of said computer.
I'm gonna
But
tell you right
here's the
now,
thing.
I
Here's the
legally
thing. Here's the
cannot
thing.
read a fucking computer and tell you your test results. Legally, I cannot do it.
No, and that's not even what she's trying. But here's the
I
catch.
know she's
Here's the
like trying
catch.
to accommodate it
As
and
long
saying,
as
it's easy
okay,
as fuck, but
so
the
is when
job
she
behind it is difficult as fuck. Is what I was trying to say. It's
yes.
not. It's not just, hey, you're positive, you're negative, you're this, you're that. It's not. It's not this easy fucking. Just do what you want. Fucking get over that. There's no job that exists that way, unless you're super lucky.
I mean, if I was to call my nurse and they said, well, they call you. Here they call you and they tell you, say, they do call return your calls. So we'll call you in a couple of days to let you know what your results are. So I went in to have my stool sampled because I thought I had, and I can't even remember the Crohn's disease.
Crohn's disease, yeah.
Yeah, I thought I had that
Makes
because I have
sense.
stomach issues every once in a while, and I had to get it tested. So they tested me. I actually had to do all the shit myself. They didn't do anything. And I took it back to them and said, we'll call you in 3 days for your results. So they called me and it
Mm-hmm.
came back that your test deemed negative. And Gina, actually, I'm pretty sure I've never tested positive for something to where, well, you need to come back in because we need to run some more tests. I've always come back where it's come back negative. So I've
I
been
just
lucky.
don't like
But
the idea that like it's on the person relaying results where what's actually realistic.
mhm,
I mean, like, just understand this is the way things work.
yes, well, I mean, I understand her plight.
I mean, really,
I
computer is something when you don't understand
well, they tell
what
you.
you're saying.
Well, here's the
No,
thing.
it's
No,
100%
basement,
what
basement.
it's truth.
Here's where it's probably different. I don't know what you guys use in Canada, what your doctors use, what the nurses use, whatever they use to give test results. But here in the United States, they literally have a program where it tells you
Yes.
and they send you and they can literally look on the computer and they can tell you, oh, you tested positive for this. Well, you tested negative for this. So that's good. That's what she's saying. when she says
Yeah,
read a
but
fucking computer.
here's the fucked up thing. We don't get that here in Canada.
I get that.
I don't know anybody's test results. I'll never know anybody.
I understand.
So read a fucking computer ain't gonna work. I mean, and also like the idea of that is, but also the idea of that is kind of like stupid. If you have no knowledge of how what you're talking to operates. In my honest opinion, like I wouldn't be like, build me a fucking computer.
But they are taught.
Do it.
They are taught how to do this. Yes, they are. Here they are taught how to read code on a computer that tells you.
But the thing is, it's not even code. It's just It's just availability.
No,
availability is stop. No, but availability is stop for person like considering the person more than anything else. It's for privatization reasons. That isn't like worldwide.
Huh? You're talking about HIPAA laws. But
no, just like you can't know your neighbor is positive.
No, that's not. No, I don't give a fuck about my neighbor.
Well, that's what I just said. Like, it's not necessarily.
No. I'm talking specifically for her because she's trying to find out if her daughter had tested
and it's
positive.
Going to take time.
And they ran the test and they called her, or she called them. They said call back tomorrow. So she called them, from what I'm gathering. And they said, well, she tested negative or positive or whatever.
Okay, so what's the problem?
But then it came back that she read the wrong fucking result because she doesn't know how to read the writing on a computer.
I'm going to say the person conveying that probably didn't make the message wrong. It's just they're their messenger. So please, God, understand that. Because I can't deal with you if you're going to fucking bury the messenger. Living in customer service for as long as I have and realize that 99% of the time I'm telling people things they don't want to hear. I'm telling people they can do the should or should not do terrible things.
But I do understand that aspect. Again, I am not disagreeing with you on that aspect. Because I would not be one of those people.
Well, what's your point then?
The only point I can conclude, and this is just because
it's like, why didn't that person know their job 100%?
Okay, so
nobody knows their job 100%.
Okay, I do understand her plight because she is.
I understand her frustration. I do.
Okay,
but
that's
like
what her frustration is.
I get it.
She is a scared, concerned parent. She is.
I get it. But like, I mean, that should have happened in their conversation with whoever is answering that. If it haven't, then whatever. But like, expecting to know everything, known to mankind, is just no. She said multiple times. You should have known. You should have done this.
I'm going to tell you this
they don't have training, bro.
This conversation with my dad in the fucking car about doctors and nurses. He's always saying these doctors are overpaid and the nurses are overpaid. Nurses aren't fucking paid. You know who's really overpaid and they don't get enough fucking credit for? It's those people that fucking clean the shit off of somebody that can't wipe their own fucking ass.
I just feel like the expectation of like the mass public for people that don't know what they're doing and at a time that nobody knows what they're doing is kind of intense. And like that's kind of what she was leaning into, and that's why I fought back against it.
And the people that think they know what they're doing, they don't even know what the fuck they're doing.
No, nobody knows what they're doing. But like I mean that's kind of why I like fought back on it. Like it did irritate me where she was like, they should know what they're doing when they're doing. I'm like, nobody knows. Absolutely nobody knows. I get your irritation. I get it. But also don't take it out on your fellow men because they don't know. Yeah, nobody knows, man.
But I understand her why she did what she did.
I get it. It's just like, I mean, the problem is like I live this life. I take it day in, day out 100% of the time, and people don't realize that like the world doesn't work at your whim.
Have you ever seen
It
the
doesn't.
movie? Have you ever seen the movie Internship?
Maybe.
With Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson, or Luke Wilson, Owen Wilson, where he was sitting there and they were going for the internship at Google, and he's like,
I did.
Okay, so he's like, can't you just like give me a blanket statement?
I'm not even asking for that. I'm just asking for a realistic point of view.
Yeah,
and I mean, the idea that like the government knows exactly what they're doing and they're going to do what they exactly. Like, I mean, hey, the government is a mirror on your wall. So if you know how to handle this, tell me and tell me how it's going to work. And then also have the clout to do so. Like, I mean,
so here's the thing. Here in Iowa, well, we're going to do a mask mandate because the cases in Iowa are rising.
We are very similar.
The literal answer to the fucking everything. Let's just throw a mask mandate out there. I get it. So everybody's got to wear a mask while they're in public. There are some states here where if you are not wearing a mask in your car by yourself, you can be pulled over and fined or warned for not wearing your fucking mask. What am I going to give my fucking steering wheel COVID-19?
Well, I mean, this is where I propose the idea that, I mean, there's an argument for, like, rolling the dice on control, and like what we can get away with and what we government. I mean, I'm not 100% with like I hate conspiracy theories, to be honest with you.
Yes.
But like when it comes down to COVID-19, I'm like, hey, they kind of use the flu that was more extreme that I've had before that I fucking hated and almost died from. Whatever. They kind of use that same thing to run a test on how people just be like, okay. I mean, in the end, I have my own COVID-19, and I feel like it's a legitimate flu.
It is.
But I also feel like, why wasn't the legitimate flus before like this thought this way? Why aren't the media actually pinpointing people sick instead of pinpointing infected numbers, which 100% can be conflated or faked? Like, why is the media attention on numbers more than like? Okay, so let me tell you this: if we were in a zombie apocalypse, if I came out on the news and said like, oh my god, everybody got bitten, this is a zombie, or I said like, zombies, and like, come on, man, be real.
Yep.
Tell us what's happening. How do people get infected? And how bad is it for the people infected?
They speculate in the media here on how people got infected. But they more or less, now it's not even, they don't even care about how people got infected anymore. It's about who is the reason why. That's reason why all of the numbers are fucking.
That is my main reason that I fucking hate anything in terms of 19. Because everything I've seen is like numbers, but numbers mean nothing if I don't know the severity of anything.
But that's all
18,000 people got a cough, but one person died. Like, I mean, this is why, like, this is what I'm saying when it comes to the media and anybody like that's portraying something. It's like, you cried wolf for how long?
Yeah.
What do you think that's gonna happen? What do you think is gonna happen?
Yeah, I mean, like H1N1, which was just another strain of the flu.
Mm-hmm.
And you can hear it. You've heard it. Oh, we got lucky. The person that's going to be Joe Biden's fucking whatever, he said, well, we just got lucky. We didn't know what the fuck we were doing.
I do feel like in the end,
it's like
when
scary. It comes to viruses and illnesses, why is Joe Biden all of a sudden an expert? Why in the fuck does Donald Trump need to be an expert? Why doesn't Donald Trump listen to the people? Dr. Fauci doesn't even know what the fuck's going on. Half of them, like nobody knows whatever is going on. Nobody ever knows what the fuck is going on.
And this is why I'm going to say, though we meet on par most of the time, I am going to say, like, don't hate your corner store dealer, because I'm pretty sure they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
No.
And when I say that, I'm pretty sure like 99% of people don't know what they're doing. Don't really hate them because you have like I guess an understanding of how people should handle something. They don't know. They don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what they're doing. 100%. So I mean, if she fucked up something and said something wrong, she probably fucked up something and said something wrong.
Yeah.
It could be hugely detrimental. Yeah. Should she be held accountable? Yeah. But at the same time, it's like, it's a fucking shit show with health and public health. Nobody knows what's happening. Nobody's trained. People are asked, like, I answer fucking health questions that I have no need to answer.
No,
I mean,
nobody knows what the fuck is going on, especially with COVID-19. Nobody knows what's going on. The only reason that people don't talk about the flu anymore, and I had this discussion,
because people are talking about COVID-19 and nobody's going anywhere. And if it's a flu, it's COVID-19.
So the whole issue is immunizations are not going to cure anything. It's just going to suppress it a little bit. You get the flu shot, you're still liable to get sick. There's no guarantee that you're not going to get the flu. There is no guarantee that if you get the COVID-19 immunization, that you're never going to get it, because you're going to get it. It's going to happen. People get sick all the fucking time. I mean, Jesus Christ, what have we... Cancer. First it was cancer. Well, no, first it was fucking cancer, then it was fucking AIDS, then it was the flu, the plague, whatever. I'm talking more recently. First it was cancer. Cancer, how do we cure cancer? Well, you can't. You can, but you have to fucking be put on some fucking radiation that makes you even sicker, that kills your immune system, so you could die from fucking pneumonia.
Or you have to be fucking Magic Johnson.
And then the next thing was AIDS or HIV, which, why wasn't that a pandemic?
I mean, what I don't get is the fact that, like, when there's research that, like, proves the point that people can exist, the fact that it's like, okay, well, Magic Johnson can be AIDS forever. Why can't any of us else be AIDS? It's like, well, you
he
part of the NBA? Are you popular?
AIDS, well, the AIDS thing and HIV and AIDS, yes, they are one and the same, but HIV,
well, I mean, they're not one and the same. They're one's precursor to the other. But the fact that I don't get is like, okay, here's my thing. I don't know him, and I don't know what he's done, but I hope to God he was a guy that just, like, especially like with like his son and being his son being like homosexual or whatever the fuck he is.
Who's this?
Like him being like more like, well, I'm gonna fund money into trying to understand like how this works, and I haven't seen that. I mean, in the end, I don't care. I literally I could give less of a left testicle to say you're a black guy, a white guy, Asian guy, an Asian girl, fucking 2 testicles and a ball sack, 17 fucking midgets thinking about lifestyle. It's just like when you get to a point where you want to like suspend disbelief and be like, hey, I'm a fucking space station. Here I am blasting off. It's like, in the end, it's just like, I feel like I'm 100% willing to be there for you when you're something that's realistic.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's not who you are born with or anything like that. It's like, hey, you realistic about being a man or woman or, you know, something between. I'd be okay with that. as long as you're not like telling me what I should not and should, and
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That whole fucking issue is a whole nother ball of wax, and I could probably be up and talking about that until 10 o'clock tomorrow night.
I mean, in the end, I accept that. But also, I don't know. I can't really like speak on Gina's point without saying what's already been said. So
right, no, and I get it. I think, like I said, and it's not.
It's just the frustration of a mom and
yes, and that's
giving her an
I
ideal.
think that's
I
what
get it. I
more or
get
less
it.
she was
I get it
trying
100%.
to convey. Yeah,
I get it 100%. But it's also like the same frustration you face as a single mom with a child you don't know what to do with is the exact same frustration people that don't know what to do with a pandemic that's changing constantly. And yeah, that's gonna be a bit of failure.
I think I'm not going to say they've blown it out of proportion, but all of these if we're able to get through, if the people in the 1600s that didn't even know that the Spanish flu, if people were going to get through that, I think we're going to make it through this with the technology that we have today, unlike we did back then. I think we're going to be okay.
I mean, you'll be okay here. We're back in lockdown. Nobody can see any.
But I might be in a state. I might be in a town where we don't have a case of, and I don't know if there has been a case
which I don't 100% get
where
because
I live in the town that I live. I couldn't speak on that.
Well, where I live, we have 1,400 cases daily, and 1 million plus people. So I can't really speak on that.
So my thing is, and it was with my niece. She never got sick. She just tested positive. So this is where I have questions on this.
But like, I mean, your like rise of attention is similar to like what Gina was saying. It's like, how do we know what's right, what's wrong? It's like you're expecting perfection from a system that isn't. No. Like the bottom line is like, I'm gonna say it could be a false positive. There's been so many false positives. I'm gonna say like 25% of the positives out there have been false positives.
But
here's
the thing. If you test positive for something that doesn't, and this is what I'm trying to get, and it's not.
Yeah, but like, it makes sense, right? To like not do anything.
You may test positive for it, and this is where the numbers come in. The more people that test positive for it here in the United States, anyway, the more money you get. The more money.
Not here.
No, here you do. Every hospital that has, if they test and you test positive, they receive money for that. That hospital receives a I don't even know what it is called.
Well, I mean, you're fighting a battle you could never win, to be honest with you, unless you like just disregard the world. I'm gonna say like this is in the same realm as every fucking conspiracy theory. This for me is in the same realm as fucking 9/11, because in my honest opinion, 9/11 has a lot of talking points. This has been more like
we've talked about this numerous times. I can make a conspiracy theory about a fucking TV and people.
Yeah, I can make a conspiracy theory to be jacking off to Chestergito. I mean, that in the end, that's what they're worth, right? But like, it's still fun to talk about as long as it's not taking personally.
To talk about. But like the conspiracy, I was sitting here talking to Heather, watching the Scientology thing. I'm like, the government's involved in this fucking election because
the government's been involved.
But there's some plausibility to it because they have billions of dollars.
But like, I mean, in my honest opinion, you'd have to be retarded to be like, what I voted for is on. I mean, you might as well be dead because it's the exact same fucking vote you're gonna get.
What?
Like,
The one I voted for is what?
In the end, nobody cares. It's just gonna go the way it's gonna go.
So
It might have got out of place, but it's gonna
posed to me.
Go back.
The question was posed to me, and I'm like, all right, what is your question? And they said, well, what if Joe Biden wins? I said,
he wins then.
I'm not gonna do anything. I'm gonna go on with my life like I have every other fucking day.
But that's the thing that I find very funny. It's like the news is trying to find like a huge amount of like they're trying to find what the left did when Trump won. They're trying to find a bunch of people like going crazy and going wild. It's like, I mean, you kind of like, in my honest opinion, the American left vote, yeah, they had their crazies, but for the most part, they were just, I'm tired of being fucking treated like I should vote for somebody just because they have a good show game. Because that's exactly what I've saw. I mean, when it comes to fucking, oh my god, when it comes to Biden, he's the fakest human being I've ever seen in my life. He has, there's no real. It's like, and you, I don't like. I mean, you remember the American and you fucking statement with fucking basically American Sam or whatever his name was. I mean, that's who he is. That's what he is. He's so lazy that he's built himself upon something that existed fucking 20 years later. He doesn't know. He doesn't care. I mean, I think Donald Trump lost this because he accepted losing this. And like I said before, he accepted losing it when he didn't actually just take a stance. Just take a fucking stance, bro. It's so easy to take a stance. But he was so concerned with like his subsidiaries behind the money and behind the showcase that he couldn't.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's why he lost. We can speculate.
I feel like that's where he lost.
Okay.
To be honest with you.
I honestly am not gonna sit here and say that that's what cost him. I can honestly tell you, I don't believe that.
It's not even the belief, which is funny.
I honestly believe that this election had nothing to do with policy. It had everything to do for the hate.
I'm saying this election was manufactured to get somebody out of office.
It was.
And when I say manufactured, I'm even gonna go down the. I'm even gonna go down the weird realm of COVID. To be honest with you, I honestly do feel like, I mean, with them using it as a sales point.
Well, of course, but
which literally
they've used just the worst
point too. Yeah, but like that was such a sale. It's like, will you let 2,000 people die? It's like, well, I know I wasn't the virus. It just kind of happened that way. Yeah, and also, like you look at a huge population of people. That's the way it's gonna go. Joe Biden's gonna fix that by what? Fucking being fucking crazy ass fucking old man wandering around.
He ain't gonna fix anything. He's gonna do exactly what every other president before him has done. He's just gonna sit in the Oval Office with his thumb up his ass and pretend like he's the greatest thing that's ever been created. Because that's what every other fucking president has ever done. Even Abraham Lincoln. Sugarcoat that. That's how I feel. You there, basement, or did you take a pee?
I'm taking a pee.
I can tell. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean, in the end, it is like, yeah, I might criticize America. I love all you guys. I always will, always have, and it's fun to talk that shit and like see different perspectives because I can't be of the perspective of an American person. But in the end, I do feel like, I mean, neither Canada or America is like fucking
both
transparent
countries.
to
we're going
criticism.
to become exactly one and the same because
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden and Justin Trudeau are one and the same, and that is
Yeah,
exactly
Justin
what
Trudeau is a Instagram model, and he's our prime minister,
Joe
and I hate him.
Biden's no Instagram model.
Yeah, he kind of seems like dust in the wind.
They both of them.
Don't worry, Kamala Harris will be your president in 2 years.
She thinks even more like fucking Kim Jong-un, but that's besides the point.
I just don't like. I hate the idea that like I get it. I you know what? I'm 100% in agreement with like the base ideas of everything that's been presented. I'm 100% in agreement with somebody like, I don't feel like a woman. I feel like I'm. Yeah, I want to change that. Cool, go for it. Like it's just like when they create this like political problem with it. I don't care. I don't care. You want to become a man? Go ahead, go for it. You want to become a woman? Go ahead, go for it. In the end, it's like I'm going to just treat you the way you want to be treated. There's not going to be this huge debate of being like, is it a man or a woman? Are we going to wait forever? I don't know that person. And even if I do, I'd be like, oh, what do you prefer? I don't care. I don't care. So the media created like this maelstrom of like hate. Mm-hmm. And now we're living with it. The fact of the matter is, like, so much has been focused on media-wise. Media needs to fucking man up. Because if this fucking dumbass is gonna write a story about something that I'm, like, part of, I'm gonna be like, what are you talking about? Because, like, I'm tired. I'm so tired of the media. The media has killed our world.
It has. I don't.
I honestly think, like in the end, the media is to blame because they are YouTube without the added value of being demonetized.
Yes.
They can say the most heinous shit. They can paint somebody in the most heinous colors, and the problem is once you're painted in a bad state. Mm-hmm. Good fucking luck getting out of that at this point in time in real world.
Our government has become so ingrained, and I call it the establishment. We have tried. I will not vote for somebody that has been in office ever again for more than 10 years. And I'll say this, that has not been in Washington, D.C. for a long time and here's why. They are so ingrained and it's becoming like a cult. Like they literally sit there and
the funny part is
every politician has just game speak. They'll speak the same fucking things every year. Mm-hmm. Like Joe Biden's platform is the same as it was the last election.
And this is why I laugh. This is why I laugh.
The last election before that. It don't change.
This is why I wanted Trump to win. Though I hate Trump and I think he's garbage, it's just like a reinforcement of the fact that like the people don't give a fuck for the carbon copy, I'm the best guy, thumbs up, black people, thumbs up, this, thumbs up, that. Can you be a human being? Or are you just a fucking robot until you die and be taken over by somebody else?
There is a literal fear in this country right now. And it's going to happen because Joe Biden will ultimately become the president of the United States.
I feel like Trump is terrible, but like at least he gave that the side that hated him. Now people are going to be like, well, okay, the problem with government that existed with the Clintons and the Obamas is just going to be progressed. The fact that, like, just because people love you with a fucking asterisk, they are going to not care about what you do. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, you can tell me that he's going to win. He will do nothing wrong for the next 4 years. You know why?
I've actually
You know why? Because they're never going to report anything he does wrong.
Right. No, they're not. They're not going to. I've literally asked a few people who they voted for, and they were gracious enough to answer that question. And I said, and they voted for Joe Biden. And I've literally asked these people, why did you vote for Joe Biden? Because they didn't like Donald Trump in office. That was literally their fucking answer.
Yeah, that's
Just
the answer for
anything to
99%.
get him out of office.
People I
It
know
didn't
that
have
are in
anything to
Canada
do.
that would
It
be
didn't
like,
have
I would
anything to
vote
do
for
with
Joe
policy.
Biden because he's terrible. It's like, what's terrible about him? Oh, what you've heard. Cool. You're 100% a fucking statistic. You're not a human being anymore. I'm gonna say like, yeah. I don't know if I would vote for him. I feel like he kind of fumbled it. In my honest opinion, I feel like Donald Trump lost this more than Joe Biden won this.
No, I agree.
But at the same time, it's like, is your world going to change so drastically either way? And this is my question to a bunch of Canadians that I've talked to, because like they are so like, oh my god, thank God he's out of office as a tyrant. It's like, okay, so what is gonna change in your life day to day? So why don't you stop fucking buying into the fucking bullshit and just like live your life?
Understand. I mean, okay, so foreign policy wise, I understand.
I get like why Canada would be involved, but like the problem is
I
like,
don't even understand why they give a shit who our president is, unless they have something to do with foreign policy.
I mean, I would rather. I don't think Biden's gonna change rules on like Canada can trade.
He's not gonna change.
I mean, the bottom line is I'd rather have Trump to. If I was a trading partner, I'd rather have Trump than Biden, because I feel like Biden's the kind of guy who's like, yeah, maybe, and like 17 years later, no.
But I'm not even president anymore, so I can't even give it to you. I honestly, shit needs to change. It's not going to. It never will. And the fear is, and what I was going to say.
Well, what I'm worried about is the Black Lives Matter thing, and your guys like social problem.
The least of my fucking worries, because
But I also feel like it's going to be the biggest worry, social problem wise, because they're gonna if I see reparations, I'm going to fucking laugh.
You won't.
In my honest opinion, because anybody that's been oppressed deserves reparations. But just because of your color of your skin, no.
Those reparations have to be proved by the Congress, which
I also don't think.
But it will not get past the Senate.
I mean, I live in Canada, where most people that can prove they're Indian don't pay tax.
And that's the thing. That's what people don't understand. Is the Native Americans that live here, especially in my state, they live on reservations or whatever, but they don't pay any taxes.
Oh my god!
And they're allowed to write their own laws. The only time that the federal government gets involved, the state government doesn't get involved. If somebody's killed up there, there's a mass murder, a serial killer up there, it's only the federal government that gets involved.
I was gonna say, like, one thing that stood out to me before I even joined your chat was the fact that somebody, I guess, reviewing on IGN, reviewing Miles Morales, the Spider-Man game, was like, and he I guess through the people with the overtly I guess, okay, like what he said was super racist. He's like, yeah, okay. So if you look at like Spider-Man the game, you'll see it. It's like They're talking about Miles Morales, which I'm pretty sure is like a guy that's. Who cares? Who cares if he's black? He's Spider-Man. Who cares if he's black or white
I don't
or
even give
fucking
a
anything
shit
in
about
between?
fucking Spider-Man,
But
bro.
like the funny part is like he came out and said is like, well, if the best like he was talking about the review of thing of Miles Morales Spider-Man game, and he's like, oh, he swings through the city with like some sort of swagger of a black man. I'm like, what the like the huge negative response to it, like it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you can't be like this is my problem with this world. It's like, and I mean, like when they said it's like you can't be racist or black talking about a black person. Like, what? That makes no sense. You can be racist any color talking about any other color, even the color you're part of. Fuck.
Anybody that wants to talk about race, I mean, every race has some form of
Yeah, but it was like a stereotype, and in my opinion, it's not like being funny.
Stereotypes are stereotypes. It doesn't
Yeah. But nowadays, stereotypes are just like racism.
Well, it's lumped in all into one because if you say that he likes tacos, oh, he must.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure like the IGN reviewer was talking about Miles Morales on PS5, and he was like, and he swings through the city with the vibrancy of like a teenage black man or something like that. The over the top like confidence of a teenage black man is basically what he said.
Video game. Who cares?
It is. Who cares? But at the same time, it's like if this is where I have my problem because I don't care. I'm gonna look at games as what they meant to me, and I'm gonna rate them accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
But when you see like a big game not a game developer, but a game reviewer go on and be like, oh, we can do this, but we can't do this. We're gonna shit on this game for doing this, but we're gonna love this game for being like inclusive randomly, which is not really. It just has a black protagonist. Who cares?
Right.
In my opinion, who cared? Whoever cared if they were black, white, fucking women? Nobody cared. And this is like my whole thing, man.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to like even The Last of Us, it was like, do you put yourself in that role every time you play the game? Right. Then are you playing the game or are you just playing your own fucking weird fantasy?
Yeah.
Like I played a game like I play a fucking movie. Play it. It's telling me what I am and what I'm doing. And that I don't know. I saw that shit and like, oh, God, it's so infected with this like racial bullshit.
Yeah, I'm with you. I totally get it.
I mean, in the end, if I'm playing a game as a black guy, who cares?
Yep.
Cares.
I can't remember. I think it might have been Trek, and we had this conversation. Oh, it was. I think it was. When you guys.
But how many times when you're playing a game, JP, do you put yourself in that mindset of the protagonist? Yeah. If I'm playing, say, any game that I've ever played, I'm playing the game for the storyline it's telling me in the game I'm playing. I'm not playing the game thinking I'm them.
Yep. I mean, we've had this conversation numerous times. The whole with movies or shows or whatever, the only reason that they put somebody that's transgender in there is to fit an agenda, to have a transgender in the movie.
I mean, I can appreciate them trying to pigeonhole certain things as something if it's not like out of context. But
in your
but like I mean, when it comes to, for me at least, when it comes to The Last of Us, it's just like, oh, like there was this thing that said like, oh, Last of Us is basically equivalent to Super Mario, where they make you feel bad when you're jumping. I'm like, that's only if you think you're the character.
Right.
Don't be fucking. Do you think you're Mario every time you jump in the pit? You dumb fucking stupid asshole. Like, I mean, it's a story. It's being told in a different spectrum that you're used to. Cool.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. It's tiring.
Yeah. It is. It's boring. It drives me nuts. That's why I don't play those games because
I play those games just because I don't give a fuck what we say.
Right. I can appreciate that. That being said, I'm gonna get out of here because it is.
Yeah, I gotta sleep. I gotta work tomorrow. And Gina, I don't hate what you're saying, but like, I mean, you're hitting close to home with me, and I've talked to people like you several times where you expect the world just to be perfect. I don't think that's what you're saying, but I feel like you have an unrealistic expectation of how the world works when it comes to a pandemic that nobody's prepared for.
Yeah, no, that
I mean, in the end, I know we're gonna. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. That being said, everybody have a great night. Stay safe, and we will talk to you. Heather will talk to you tomorrow.
I'll see you in quarantine, motherfucker.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.